Western Storm and for the South East Stars. So these sides will be hoping the weather stays away. We have cloudy skies, we have plenty of drizzle. A lot of the kit is in plastic bags at the moment to make sure that we are nice and dry here as the umpires begin to make their way up to the middle. My name is Mike Perkins. I'm alongside the former captain of Lancashire and Cheshire, Alison Byrne, from the days when they were a combined county, and I suppose in this regional setup they are once again a combined county with Cumbria thrown into the mix as well. Let's give you the lineups of the two teams. Both sides make two changes, so Kate Cross and Sophie Eccleston with their international commitments are missing, but notably top of the team sheet, Emma Lamb is playing for Thunder today. Georgie Boyce, Deandra Dottin, the new signing, the world boss, is in the Thunder lineup. You will have seen the announcement yesterday with her holding the Thunder shirt. The Barbadian is going to be playing for Thunder as she prepares for, well, a big summer of cricket with the likes of the Commonwealth Games coming up and all that sort of thing. Ellie Threlkeld, Danielle Collins, Sachi Pai, Daisy Mullen, Laura Jackson, Phoebe Graham, Hannah Jones and Alex Hartley complete the Thunder lineup. As for Northen Diamonds, they are missing Nat Siva and Leah Dobson, so those are the two changes. Lauren Winfield Hill, Stair Callis, Holly Armitage the captain, Bess Heath the wicketkeeper, Lindsay Smith, Catherine Brunt notably has returned of course to that England squad despite her test match cricket retirement. Lee Kasperick, Jenny Gunn of course, who won a World Cup and is a very, very useful operator with the ball indeed. Yvonne Graves, Katie Levick and Rachel Slater are the Northern Diamonds lines. As I say, we have the umpires out in the middle. Alison Byrne, what are you making of those lineups? I mean, there is one, and possibly I would say two very noticeable names in that Thunder lineup.
Really to see Emma Lamb back in the fold. I think Georgie Boyce would probably be feeling the same, because I think they've put up a really good opening partnership this season so far, and it's a shame that would have been broken up. Obviously, who wouldn't be excited to see Dottin in the lineup? I'm just a bit scared that we're a little bit too close to the wicket for comfort.
We are quite close. I mean, Sale is probably, as outgrounds go, maybe not even one of the bigger ones. So yes, on this balcony we could be in some grave danger if a big sort of booming extra cover drive gets hit. And I think if you've make sure you've got windows insurance at the Kingston Drive end of the ground. That's all I'm saying, just based on Deandra Dottin's prowess with the bat, what we've seen. Hits plenty of sixes in international cricket. Her record speaks for itself, 3,727 runs, a highest of 150. 89 sixes she's hit in one day international, so that's in the 50 over format of the game. As the Diamonds players take to the field, Thunder have won the toss and they have chosen to bat. There have been a lot of runs at Sale this week. Lancashire's second 11 played here and they made almost 600 in the end. 150 for Harry Singh in that game, opening the batting, and fielding his partner as well went past 100, and it was very flat. But I don't think we're playing on the same wicket. I must confess, with all the rain around and all that sort of palaver to deal with, I haven't been and spoke to the groundsman and found out exactly which wicket we're on today. But it has been good to bat at Sale this week, it's fair to say. But Catherine Brunt, under cloudy skies, moisture always affects things. Even if the pitch is perfectly covered and it's dry on top, it always just starts to seep under the square a little bit, doesn't it? And it brings that feel, and it brings the bowlers into the game. So whether we will see an absolutely high-scoring thriller, who knows? Two slips already going in for the Diamonds there, Alison Byrne.
It doesn't surprise me, to be honest. I think Brunt had a wee rest after retiring from the test scene. Wasn't involved in the recent game against South Africa, and she'll have seen the young guns playing well, actually. So I think she'll be thinking, well, come on then, Brunty, let's show them what the old girl's got left in her.
Well, she'll feel she's got something to prove, and against Emma Lamb, who opened the batting for England, of course, in the test match. So Lamb is facing up in that distinctive style, and Catherine Brunt is on her way from the Dane Road end of the ground here at Sale Cricket Club. It's full toss, it's hit into the leg side, hit nicely, but there's a diving stop from Lee Kasperick at mid-wicket, and that prevents any scoring from being done. We are underway here in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, the third edition of it. The first two have been won by Southern Vipers, and the defending champions winning their game yesterday, albeit via the Duckworth Lewis Stern method. as in comes Brunt once again. The players make their way forward tentatively. It's just dabbed off the back foot into the offside. Still no run, none without loss is the early score for Lancashire Thunder. And
yeah, Lamb's looking composed.
Certainly is, assessing her options at this stage. Just drives the ball in her shirt, rubs it on her trousers, and she's on her way again. 2 slips waiting as Brunt comes in and bowls, and it leaps up, and that was perhaps what we were saying about with a new ball and a wicket where it's been damp for a good number of days now since that game we were talking about in the second 11 where it was very dry at the start. And there might just be a little bit early on for Catherine Brunt. We're just seeing the replay there, and it just nips up and over the top of the bat of Emma Lamb, who had an attempt at a cut at it but couldn't make contact. Dot ball, what will Brunt produce here? This will be runs through the offside, hit nicely, and 4 of them for Emma Lamb. She might have felt she missed out on the first ball that was a full toss. She didn't miss out there. It was wide of off stump, threw her hands at it and kept control of it crucially all along the floor. 4 runs, and Thunder move to 4 without loss.
Outfield seems quite speedy considering the amount of rain they've had, which is a good sign for Thunder.
Yeah, it zipped across. I mean, it looked fairly heavy, particularly sort of towards the pavilion here, where clearly a lot of the warm-ups have gone on. It looked fairly heavy before play as Lamb came through there with a defensive stroke, pushing the ball into the offside. And 4 without loss, the score will remain. No scoring done there. But I think actually, as soon as the clouds have lifted, it seems to have lifted the surface moisture away, and it did zip away over the outfield there. I mean, sometimes yesterday we were seeing that it was sort of zipping off very, very quickly indeed as Brunt bowls short of a length. It's defended into the offside, and there is no run on offer there. And that is a very good point you've just made with your pen on your piece of paper there, Alison Byrne, because Bess Heath is playing but not keeping wicket as we were expecting. So it's Lauren Winfield-Hill who has the gloves on today for Northen Diamonds. And I was very puzzled during that over because I was thinking, who on earth's 25? Because usually I don't really worry about the number of the wicketkeeper because they've got the gloves on. They're very, very easy to identify. But it's Lauren Winfield-Hill
I thought
today.
it was me being dyslexic slightly there, not reading the numbers correctly, but I know, yeah.
Yes, I mean,
she has kept a lot in
well, she has. I mean,
games,
she kept in the England A game.
Very experienced
believe.
keeper.
So there's no doubts there. But they've gone with Winfield-Hill with the gloves today, and Bess Heath will be doing the work at cover in that first over. We'll have Yvonne Graves into the side today. So she's up at was up at mid-off in the first over. Has gone up to mid-on, wearing 98, and Georgie Boyce will face up to her first ball of the game from Rachael Slater. Left arm over the wicket and down the leg side for a wide ball. 5 the total moves on to. In fact, Graves actually hasn't gone up to mid-on. It's she's down in front of us here at long leg, in fact.
Is that Rachael Slater bowling, Mike?
It is indeed, yes. Yeah, bowling the left arm over the wicket. Deliveries with a distinctive ponytail bouncing around behind her as she makes her way in to deliver a second ball of the game, and that's a better one. More what she was looking. There's a lot of excitement from the field as Slater is not the slightest bit interested because she saw that came off the inside edge of Georgie Boyce's bat. He's just trying to settle into her work today, and we'll be trying to find a way to out-manoeuvre Georgie Boyce in the early stages of this game. We have it's Jenny Gunn actually up at mid-on, and we've got Katie Levick at mid-off as this one's driven powerfully into the offside, and the captain, Holly Armitage, has to be on her guard. She's good captaincy, that. I'm sure you would agree, Alison Byrne, that she's got the towel in the back of the trousers to help her teammates out.
Mostly your main job as a captain, but I was just, Boyce would have been really upset she missed out on that full toss.
You're right.
There. Really will, because that would have been a lovely way for her to have got off the mark, wouldn't it, Mike?
It would. Dot ball, still 5 without loss as Slater makes her way in again from the Kingston Drive end of the ground. It's short, and this one will get Georgie Boyce underway. Cut in front of square just, and it beats the dive of the fielder. Catherine Brunt it was.
Split the field. Lovely.
9 without loss. The score moves on to threaded through the gap in Catherine Brunt, who is playing here, probably feeling as Catherine Brunt likes to feel she has a point to prove, doesn't she? She's sort of that sort of cricketer who likes to kind of motivate herself with a point to prove, and I think she will be looking to say to everyone, I'm worth my place in this international side. Now there's an appeal in the direction of Anna Harris, who I said to Anna Harris, I've been seeing a lot of tweets this week saying Anna Harris is never wrong after her performance in the Test match, where whenever she was challenged by DRS, it always ruled in her favour.
She is such a calm umpire as well for a young lady in her 20s. I think she's an amazing addition to the umpiring sector.
Well, no run there off the pad of Boyce, but there was a big appeal as Slater's trying to threaten that area again by just nipping the ball in towards the pad. Couldn't do so, and the ball just rolls up to Jenny Gunn at mid-on. One noticeable absentee from the Northern Diamonds lineup is Beth Langston, who has 25 wickets across the first 2 editions of this competition. Alex Hartley in the Thunder lineup has 21. As this one's short down the leg side, it'll be a wide, and it moves on to 10 without loss, the total for Thunder. So I think Gunn is probably the player who's come in for, and it's not a bad player to have coming in.
Just an ex-England international with years of experience under her belt.
Exactly, her World Cup winner, no less. Here is Boyce waiting for Slater, who's looking to complete this over. Oh, inside edge. Boyce won't mind one bit though. There's no one at backward square leg, and she gets a run to Stair Callis, who returns the ball over the top of the stumps. And we're 2 overs in, 10 without loss. What have you made of the opening exchanges in this game? Thunder very handily, because I wrote it in my notes
actually.
by accident.
Both of the girls are looking to score, but they do look solid in defence. Yes, they've had a couple of inside edges, but you get that when the ball is moving a little bit early doors. I think they'll be feeling, okay, keep it going, we're doing all right, don't need to do anything stupid here. 50 overs is a long time, and if they can continue at this rate, they'll be very happy.
They will indeed. No, very handily. I'd accidentally yesterday written in the pages I'd laid out for this game the score from the game the other day, but it's exactly the same, so it's fine. So I haven't had to cross anything out.
Here comes Brunt.
11 without loss as Brunt comes in to start the 3rd over. It's off the outside edge of the bat. Boyce rather went back when she perhaps should have been forward there, and was a little lucky to get a slither of an outside edge down to 3rd for the single.
She sort of angled her bat slightly downwards at the last second there, Mike, which is, good defence in a way. You're not choosing the correct shot, and then you've readjusted. So
yeah, she rode it, didn't she?
I don't think Brunt will feel like that though.
No, I think Brunt will feel that's one in my column. 12 without loss, ball in hand, right arm over the wicket from the Dane Road end of the ground. That's the best ball of the day so far from Catherine Brunt. It just nipped around the off stump. It brought the shot from Emma Lamb, and it was safely through to the keeper Winfield Hill, but we're not perhaps seeing the carry we would have if it had been a drier day. That one just seemed to show the effects of the moisture that's around. So maybe Winfield Hill will think about a yard closer, although perhaps a dangerous game to Catherine Brunt, who still has a little bit of zip about her, even at 37 years and 1 day old.
And she stamped her thigh there. She knew she'd gone slightly too far over to the leg there, and that's the perfectionist that is Catherine Brunt.
Still gets a dot ball for it though. The on drive not bringing reward for Emma Lamb on that occasion. And Brunt just
not happy.
Examines the ball, shakes her head a few times.
This is when she's at her most dangerous, I feel.
Well, indeed, I would be worried if I was Emma Lamb at this point that I might have something rather fierce come in my way. But Emma Lamb is equal to it, and she's seen Brunt over pitching. Brunt's trying to just almost bowl that half volley, bring it back a yard and nip it away. But when it doesn't go, Emma Lamb is able to just put the hands through the ball as she did on that drive. 4 more runs to the total. 16 without loss it moves to. We're in the 3rd over here at Sale Cricket Club. Noticeably
quicker delivery though, perhaps just a couple of centimetres over pitched, and she meant that. That was a quick ball. Well, I haven't got a speed gun on me, Mike. I usually carry them. not today.
But no, as I say, Catherine Brunt's running in and bowling with some
Venom.
vigour. Here she comes again, arms and legs pumping, delivers, and that's a well-bowled ball from the woman from Barnsley again, pitching right on the off stump and played away by Emma Lamb defensively on this occasion. No addition to the total. So
she's the type of bowler every team loves to have on their side, because you know that every single ball she will give it everything.
Yeah, real competitor, real competitor. I think we saw that when she was up against the teenager Shafali Verma last year, and of course she gave Izzy Wong her first cap in the week. There was a very, very nice video of the speech there as Brunt bowls, and this one's driven up to Jenny Gunn at mid-on, who does the fielding, and they will just check things before offering the cap back to Catherine Brunt. End of the over. It is 16 without loss. We've had 3 overs. You're listening to Lancs TV, or watching rather Lancs TV on YouTube. A reminder that later on Lancashire play their final T20 game of the group stages against Birmingham Bears as well. That one starts at 6:30, so you've got a full day of entertainment coming from it. Started off by myself, Mike Perkins, and Alison Byrne.
Stonking. Yeah, well, as I was driving over from the Wirral this morning, I was thinking we aren't going to be starting on time. Nice little raindrops, became heavier drops, became serious showers. So I'm really pleased that we've got started on time, and there seems to be a few patches of blue sky around, Mike.
Well, I'm going to say something very dangerous, which I did have a look at the forecast as Slater comes in and bowls to Boyce. There's an appeal and it's out. Anna Harris's finger is raised. That was clearly what Georgie Boyce was looking to avoid, and it was clearly what Rachael Slater was looking to make happen. The little just bit of induct towards that leg stump. Boyce was forward. She gets hit on the pad here, and we see the replay now, and that looked very, very adjacent indeed. And Georgie Boyce is out, dismissed, gone. She will have to walk back and sit with her feet up for the afternoon, but it brings to the wicket the world boss, Deandra Dotton. The Barbadian walks to the crease to join Emma Lamb in the middle, and if these two stay together for any length of time, we could well have a very exciting afternoon in store. But it's not going to be easy starting in these cold conditions with the clouds still rising. And Georgie Boyce out. LBW for 6 to Rachael Slater is the first wicket of the day. Little trapped between Dotton and Lamb.
Nice to see Slater getting on the score, on the wickets column, even though she did it against Thunder. You know, she's not a regular player for the Diamonds, so that'll fill her with confidence. So well played, her.
Well, Georgie Boyce had a decent Charlotte Edwards Cup campaign, so a big wicket, a valuable wicket, and one which the Diamonds will be happy to take. As I say, always a feel of the Roses game between these two sides, given the Lancashire and Yorkshire connections.
Have you noticed the fielders moved back a couple of yards, Mike?
Yes, they have, haven't they? Dotton quietly plays it in front of square for a first run in that Thunder strip. The grey shirts with the darker trousers takes Thunder on to 17 for 1 after the dismissal of Georgie Boyce for 6. LBW to Rachael Slater. Good piece of bowling. It was clearly what she was going for. She got it wrong a couple of times, slipping down the leg side in the first over, but it was worth persisting with the tactic, and Georgie Boyce departs with just the one boundary to her name. 16 for 1. Oh, that was a loose shot from Emma Lamb, looking for the cut.
Yep.
And I think Kasperick and even Lindsay Smith at backward point might have been a bit interested in that one had there been any contact made. As the bowling will be coming from the Kingston Drive end of the ground. Lamb waits with bat around about stump high. She lifts it now and turns the ball into the leg side. Winfield Hill is across though. There was a bit of pad involved there, I think, which took the bulk of the pace off the delivery and allowed the fielding to be done by the wicket-keeper. As we say, it's Lauren Winfield Hill with the gloves on. If you're just joining us on Lancs TV here for this commentary of Thunder versus Northern Diamonds in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, 50 overs aside. Brilliant to have 1,200 of you with us already. Again, looking to attack that pad and looking for that LBW. And Winfield Hill has a shy at the stumps this time, but Lamb is through, and as you say, Dottin was almost like a sprinter in the blocks there, getting from one end to the other. 18 for 1 the score moves on to with the leg bye. Anna Harris just with a tap of the knee to signify that.
Any field changes for her? No, they've stayed constant.
Do make sure you hit the little like button as well if you join us early on this Sunday morning for some entertainment in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Now, Dottin looked as if she was trying to hit that one over the netting on the leg side there, which is probably about 50 feet high. It took her on the thigh pad in the end, and it's another leg bye to the total, but one gratefully received. 19 for 1 the total moves on to for the Thunder. We are at the end of the 4th over of the innings, and a wicket to Diamonds. They will be considering themselves to have had a good start, but these two at the crease for Thunder, they will be hoping to bat all afternoon.
I'm very, very excited for the next over. Brunt v Dottin.
Yes.
Let's do it.
This is, my friends, what they call box office, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's happened many a time in international cricket.
It doesn't matter that it's a grey day in Sale with less than however many people are here. These guys will mean business. So.
Yeah, I think a few will have been put off by the early weather. As happened yesterday, really. It was a very damp day as Brunt bowls to Dottin, just pushed into the leg side, diverted really.
She's very compact, in the direction of Casper.
Yes.
You don't notice it so much when you watch on the TV, but everything's within her eye line. It's not. She's not playing off balance. She's just playing it late.
Simple movements, isn't it?
You don't
Simple
think
movements.
of her as that type of batter. You think of her as an expansive batter, but she's obviously got the technique as well to back it up. Let's hope she can continue in that vein.
It gets lost a bit, doesn't it, with the big hitters sometimes, that actually they're so technically solid to start with. Second ball of the over, Brunt to Dottin, box office stuff here on Lancs TV, and it's cracked away for 4, and as soon as the length was dragged back by Catherine Brunt, it wasn't even that short, but the width was there, and Dottin puts the hands through the ball, 4 runs, 23 for 1.
That's exactly it, close to her body, nothing expansive really. She played it under her eye line, and the hands whipped through, and she's a strong girl. I believe she used to throw the javelin for her country in her youth, and you can see that natural strength coming through there, but it was timing as well as strength. It's not just pure brute strength with her, which is impressive.
So Brunt has to contemplate what to do next. She would quite gladly take the wicket of Dottin, you think, for conceding 4 runs. 140 one-day internationals for Catherine Brunt, 14 test matches and 96 one-day games to add to that. Dottin herself has 143 ODIs and is facing up again, hitting down the ground, but only finds Yvonne Graves, who's come across to mid-on. No run on that occasion available for Dottin. And as I say, Dottin with 124 T20s and 143 one-day internationals, so 2 players of massive international caliber. Here comes Brunt again, looking to get Dottin out, turns it into the leg side. They're quick off the mark. Emma Lamb through for the single. Dottin, it's interesting, the batter is always slower off the mark, but both these two, when they're at the non-strikers end, they get through quick. Lamb did so well there, 24 for 1. It adds to Dottin's account, which is up to 6 here in Thunder colours, to go with her 3,727 runs in ODI cricket, or another 2,681 in T20 cricket. A real international caliber player, Deandra Dottin, in that Thunder kit. A really exciting signing, particularly, and for this competition as a whole, really, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. And it's exciting to have Catherine Brunt bowling as well, and that's one of those brilliant deliveries from a fast bowler where the batter's back in the crease and they think, if I'm coming forward here, I'm going to get jammed on the fingers, and that was exactly what happened to Emma Lamb as she tried to defend. No run.
Well, if she did get jammed on the fingers, she's acting brilliantly. You wouldn't know it. It's like, don't shake your hand. It didn't hurt. Don't let her know you've been hit.
You say that as if someone has been there, Alison Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain from the days when they were a combined county in women's cricket competitions, as this one is driven nicely. but not for a run. Finds Bess Heath, who's in a fairly short cover at the moment, and Thunder players will whiz round. We've come to the end of the 5th over. It feels like we've almost had a whole games of entertainment as well. Alison Byrne thinks we've got a few spots of rain coming as we reach the end of the 5th over, 24 for 1, but it's just spitting, if anything. And as I say, it's a dangerous thing to say, but that weather forecast seemed to think that it was going to be clear after around the sort of time we were starting play, certainly after around about 11 o'clock, and we're ticking towards that now. 10 to 11 on your Sunday morning. If you sat there with your cup of coffee on your sofa with your feet up, you've got some real entertainment to come from the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today. As we say, 3 games getting the competition underway yesterday, and this the 4th, completing the first round of fixtures, just wide of the off stump by Slater. Dottin was basically not interested in that.
Good to see that she's got the leave in her locker as well. Great, love it. Nothing more frustrating as a bowler if you bowl a good ball and the batter just stands there as if to say, yeah, leave that one.
The other game ongoing at the moment, of course, is the Test match at Edgbaston. England 97 for 5 in that, in reply to India's 416 all out. And I know many of you will be switching between the commentaries as Dottin tried to just wiggle that one away into the leg side, but didn't really get far enough back to create herself the room to do it. As we say, in this competition yesterday, Vipers winning by 7 wickets on the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. There was also a victory via that method for Western Storm over Lightning at Loughborough. I was there at that game and thoroughly enjoyed it, and South East Stars winning by 80 runs against the Sunrisers with the highest score of the day, as there was a flash by Dottin there, and for all her simple movements and that kind of thing, she was out of position there, and it could have very easily ended in the off stump being knocked back and the bails coming off, but instead it's just no run. It remains 24 for 1.
Well bowled. I think she got a little bit of sea movement there.
Just having another look at that as it goes through outside the off stump, and yeah, that could have very easily been the end of Dottin's first innings in Thunder colours. But this will be 4, you would think, because she's lifted it over the leg side and away past Jenny Gunn through wide mid-on, and she let Rachael Slater know exactly who is the world boss there. 28 for 1.
Good contest.
Wow.
But you know, I don't think the bowler should be too discouraged by that.
No, well, she'll know.
You know, if she's getting Dottin on the front foot and is creating a little bit of movement away from the bat, that might be beneficial to her.
Here comes Slater again, bowling, and this one's hit down the ground, and Dottin wants a single, and she'll get a single. And like you say, Alison Byrne, the fielders have taken a yard back, and that offers Dottin plenty of those singles if she wants them, and she took that one with great aplomb.
Well, she's already got 5 for that over, so she's saying, okay, Lammy, over you go, stay in.
And giving her a couple of balls to play with as well, so if she can add another single, that would be very useful from the Thunder perspective. As Lamb waits, turns into the leg side off the front foot, there'll be another run there, so good batting by Emma Lamb, 30 for 1, and of course Emma Lamb starting her England career as we come to the end of the 6th over, and she will be learning lots from this as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. I thought she did well in the Test. 38 on debut for the Test team isn't bad. I think, you know, hand on heart, should have settled for that.
Yeah, I think the only thing she would be disappointed with is she'd got herself in
and then got out,
and rather sort of gave it away with a bit of a loose drive. I was watching it that day, and it was sort of an over where they were kind of teasing her outside the off stump, asking her to leave. Then she blocked one, and then the very next ball, having blocked one, it was exactly the same delivery. She had a drive at it and missed it. So I think she probably will have had a look at the video analysis and gone, right, that is, in international cricket, that's an area I can improve. But she looked settled at the crease, didn't she?
That's the learning curve, isn't it? When a player's taken from one scenario into another one that they're unaccustomed to, they're not going to be the perfectly formed model of a Test player, especially with how few the Tests the women get to play. And that's another argument that we can talk about another time. But yeah, not bad.
Katie Levick into the attack, bowls short of a length, hits over the top, and this one will go away into the leg side, and they'll come back for 2, and a comfortable 2 at that, as this is returned by Brunt to Katie Levick, who's in good form in the Charlotte Edwards Cup and is looking to continue that now into this competition, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, the 50 over women's domestic competition. Here's Levick again, short outside the aft stump, cut away. Lindsay Smith tumbling across the ground at point, picks it up cleanly. 3 runs already from the first 2 balls from Levick, 33 for 1. All about keeping it moving, I suppose, now from a Lancashire perspective.
I thought she'd hurt herself. She's just retaking guard there. She was crouching over. I wondered if she'd tweaked something.
That would have been disappointing.
I know, my little heart was in my mouth then.
Very good bit of fielding we're seeing again from Lindsay Smith, who's got the towel down the back of the trousers. So she's doing her duty in that respect as well. Catherine Brunt just been moved a tiny bit straighter at deep mid-wicket as Dotton waits for Levick, and it was very much a tempter from Levick there. Just a tiny bit of air, not too much, but just a tiny bit. And Dotton said, "No, thank you. I'm just going to go back and defend that one.
Let's have another look at you."
I'll just suss you out, Katie Levick," was the feeling there. Bowls again, through outside the off stump, and again. Back from Dotton, but no shot on offer this time. No run once again. 33 for 1 it remains. Levick with those protectors on her elbow as she throws this one up. Dotton goes big and high, and Catherine Brunt's in pursuit, but this could be the first maximum. No! It bounces once
short.
Over the rope. 37 for 1. Had there been a long on in place, it would have been the simplest of catches there.
The scary thing is I don't think she timed that at all.
No, it just went up that one rather than a long way, but it probably went a boundary's length in the air. And that, as you say, she's just getting started, Deandra Dotton here. Katie Levick will be enjoying the challenge, I am sure. Throws it up again, and Dotton's forward defensively, and neatly, in fact. 37 for 1 at the end of Katie Levick's first over. The first really expansive shot from Deandra Dotton, the Barbadian there.
As you say, there was no long on. With the play of her power, it was a relatively risk-free shot. As you can see, she didn't really time that one, and it still cleared the fielder on the 1.
Yes, it certainly did.
So it's an interesting one. Do you want her to keep going for that? Mistime it even more? Yeah, I think at this stage, early doors, I'd be tempted to keep the long, not to have the fielder on the boundary and just see.
Still in our power play, of course. First 10 overs in this competition.
Then, really.
Thunder choosing to bat first here at Sale. There's been a lot of runs on this ground this week as in comes Slater to bowl. Emma Lamb driving. Didn't quite get hold of that one. 37 for 1 it remains. No run on offer there. As Slater continuing in the attack here, so wasn't hit out of it in the previous over. And here she comes on her way again. Kingston drive end of the ground, just short of a length, outside half of the bat. The bowler will be counting that as a tick in their box, and Lamb's going to come back for the second. She'll have to hurry and get the bat down. She does so, and it's 39 for 1 the total moves on to with those couple of runs. Very useful runs indeed from the Thunder perspective. It's almost a kind of Emma Lamb's innings is kind of happening in the background a little bit here.
But I don't think she'll mind that, because quite often the pressure is on her to be the main run scorer, so I think she'll find this quite a pleasant experience batting with another batter with Dotton's experience. Here comes Slater. 2
international cricketers in Thunder kit at the crease.
With a dot ball there, Mike, or ball Slater.
Inside half of Emma Lamb's bat as she came forward there. Only finding the mid-wicket fielder on that occasion. And another dot goes into the scorer's book. Debuted for the Diamonds with 2 wickets in her first 8 balls of the Charlotte Edwards Cup against Western Storm at Durham. As this one goes off the outside half of the bat, and it's going to go down to third, and it's a vacant third. 4 runs added to the Thunder total, but they weren't convincing ones, and they've got Lauren Winfield-Hill with the gloves on her haunches, thinking, what if there'd been more in the slip cord than that, because Kasperick was the only player. Well, Smith, I suppose, as well, is a pace behind square on the offside, but Kasperick, the only real genuine catcher, 43 for 1.
Soft hands there. There was never going to be a full stroke. She realised she was in the wrong position, just gently released her grip, and it's almost slid along the floor.
She's been concentrating so much on what to play, what to leave, all that kind of thing for the test, but she's had a chance to free her hands, and she cuts it away into a vacant area behind square on the offside. It was aerial, but it didn't matter. 47 for 1. Really neat stroke from Emma Lamb. Just relaxing back into her crease and throwing the hands at the ball. Really, really good stroke from Emma Lamb. And as we say, her innings almost has felt like it's happening in the background a little bit with the world boss on show for the first time. She's already got 22 here, Emma Lamb, and she's using that room to just feel her way into the innings. Drives this neatly into the offside, comfortably into the offside, and she was well forward there, was Lamb, but she felt she could have been even further forward over that front toe. Just rehearses it again. 47 for 1 at the end of the 8th over. There's 10 runs off that over. A very profitable one for the Thunder, Alison Byrne.
Yep. 10 and over is obviously
yeah, you take that one.
Nice, yeah, as a batter you definitely take that. But I think, you know, Dottin's got that sort of influence. I don't know, you can hear the rest of the Thunder girls are loving this. You can hear them cheering every single stroke, every decent shot. We just need them to stay in.
They'll all be there, won't they, on their seats, watching, just seeing how she goes about her business, and it's going to be great for those young players coming through. I mean, Thunder, they need some batting. There's no secrets about that, but having somebody like this coming in will be a great influence on this team as Levick throws it up and looks for the big sweep, the slog sweep there to Deandra Dottin. I think she decided that was going to turn and miss off stump, and she was going to go for it, but she missed the stroke, and that run rate at the start of this over was 5.88. It could well be increasing if Dottin continues in this sort of fashion, but she's going to have to connect, and is defensive this time, just behind square on the offside. Lindsay Smith busy with the fielding,
she's
no run.
She's probably thinking as well that the power play is, how many is it in this format, Michael? I forget.
10 overs.
10 overs, so, you know, a couple of overs left and the field has been in.
Brave from Levick to come into the attack at this stage, and that one turns past the off stump, and she will have enjoyed just having a little bit of turn there and a little bit of flight to keep Dottin on her toes. 15 wickets in the Charlotte Edwards Cup for Katie Levick, the leading wicket taker. Had a very good competition as that one was dabbed away on the cut stroke there, but no run again. 47 for 1 it remains, as it was at the start of the over. So that run rate dropping slightly now down to 5.53.
Where's Dottin looking? I always look at the batters to see where they're looking, whether they're looking at the fielders or the gaps. They should be looking at the gaps.
I think she's looking over the ropes as Katie Levick comes in and bowls, but again, Dottin just didn't. You can see she's shaping for it, isn't it? She's looking for that slog sweep this over. She thinks she can clear the fielder out on the boundary.
There isn't anyone on the leg side. Oh yes, I beg your pardon. There's one in the
just
tree
one back.
Looking.
As Levick again throws it up down the leg side this time. That'll be a wide ball. 48 for 1, the first run from the over. I think it is Catherine Brunt still out there. So I think she's maybe gone. If I can't win the battle with the ball, I'm going to go position myself where I know she wants to hit it. I certainly can't see Catherine Brunt anywhere else, and she was there last over. So here's Levick. Can she make use of the ball? She's having to bowl again after the wide. It's cut by Deandra Dottin, straight to the captain, Holly Armitage. Returned low and hard.
A great over against that batter in particular. Well played, Levick.
Well, she's been such a good operator as Katie Levick for such a long period of time.
I've never seen her bowl in the flesh before. That's impressive.
Yeah, she's, as I say, she's been playing this game for a long time. She knows her way around bowling leg spin, and bowling leg spin at difficult times as well is the thing with Katie Levick. She's not afraid to take that ball in the power play and almost uses that to try and create a bit of pressure, a bit of theatre.
I think Brunt is changing it, Michael.
Interesting. Coming on at the Kingston Drive end of the ground here at Sale. Just to emphasise that point we were making about Katie Levick. 69 wickets now in the County T20 competition, 120 wickets in the one-day County Championship, which sort of preceded this competition. So thanks to Hypercourse, who gave me those numbers at the start of the season. And as I say, a very, very useful operator. And in T20 cricket, she was the leading wicket taker in the Charlotte Edwards Cup as well this season, just as she was in the county version of that competition. Lamb gets underway with a single, driven into the offside from the bowling of Catherine Brunt. She profited early on from Brunt over pitching and was looking for it again. There was Emma Lamb, and that run ticks her on to 23. 49 for 1 at the start of the 10th over of the innings. Dottin just loosens the sleeves a little and relaxes the hands as she waits with that bat twitching. Now it raises high, it's short, and Dottin won't mind that. 50 up for Thunder, and it's been pulled away by Deandra Dottin over the rope for 4. 53 for 1 it moves on to. Just relaxing into the crease and hitting the ball away.
In position so quickly. She sees the ball so early. And, you know, within a heartbeat, she's there in position. Amazing.
Georgie Boyce's wicket, the only one to fall so far in those first 50 runs. She was out for 6 LBW to Rachel Slater when the score was on 16. These two are progressing it along very nicely indeed as Brunt bowls and tries to turn leg side. There's a big appeal. I think that was going over the top. It was probably sneaking down the leg side as well, but Catherine Brunt liked the look of it. Anna Harris was less convinced.
Takes a strong umpire to say no to Catherine Brunt.
It does, and I think Anna Harris is
exactly
that. We've already had a chat along the lines of, if it rains, please make sure you give me a tap on the shoulder and just tell me how many overs we've lost and what the target is, because that's always the worry on days like this, and she's very obliging in that respect, which is nice. 2 slips in place. Dottin waiting for Brunt. The international rivalry continues in domestic cricket, and it's going Dottin's way this over. 4 more to the total. It wasn't particularly nicely hit by Dottin. 57 for 1. She just swung her hands at that one, really. And another fielder comes up into the ring. Katie Levitt, you almost feel if she's coming up from third into the ring to allow another one to go back on the leg side, that she may as well just come into third slip. But no, they're going to send her all the way to straight mid-wicket, in fact, just to prevent the single.
I don't get that, because if she bowls it in the same position, it's probably still going to go anyway. If she bowls a good ball, then she's lost her third.
She has indeed. Will that have an effect? We've got the brain of Alison Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, analysing the field here as Catherine Brunt bowls, driven nicely. Now she's going to throw it back, and luckily the shin of the captain was there to stop the ball at second slip as it returned.
What a great piece of fielding.
Catherine Brunt is in this game, isn't she?
She's great. I love watching her. She's great.
Every time she gets the ball in hand, she will entertain. Even now, late in her career, 37 years and a day, the Barnsley-born right-arm seamer is on her way again down the leg side.
What a stop!
That was going to add to the cost from this over. 58 for 1, the board ticks onto, whirs onto really, because it's one of those electronic scoreboards away in the distance there. 10 runs off the over already. Brunt just places 2 fingers on the seam once more at the back of her run. Starts running in from the Kingston Drive end of the ground. We have sunshine, I'm glad to say, here in Sale, as it's clipped away into the leg side, and there's 2 back and they won't stop it. 4 more runs. 62 for 1. Exactly what Alison Byrne was saying. 2 back, but the velocity with which Deandra Dottin hits the ball into the leg side, it's always going to just roll away over the turf and away for 4. So a very expensive over indeed. That's another 4 added to it. 14 from that Catherine Brunt over, the 10th of the innings, the last of the power play. And I imagine for Dottin now, we will see some fielders on the boundary.
Yes, I think so. And I don't think they'll be too unhappy about that. There's plenty of space for 2s and 1s here, and you can accumulate that way. It doesn't matter how you get your runs, really, does it? As long as you get them. What have we got here, Mike?
Lamb to start off, and we've got 2 back on the leg side at the moment. Still a slip in place as Levick bowls, turns past the off stump.
No shot.
Bale is knocked off by Lauren Winfield Hill behind the stumps with the gloves. Sunshine here at Sale Cricket Club as Levick runs in. Short of a length, cut nicely, neatly,
nice shot.
dissecting the backward point and the cover point, and it's away for 4. Well placed by Emma Lamb. 27 for 1 the score moves on to.
Still only 2 on the boundary.
Here is Levick again with the ball then. Lamb settling over the bat. And here comes Levick again. Throws it up. Swept nicely behind square on the leg side, and the fielder at deep square leg won't get round to stop that. Well placed by Emma Lamb. 2 fours takes her on to 70. And Thunder looking to continue the run scoring that's been happening at Sale Cricket Club this week. And continuing the entertainment on Lancs TV. You with Mike Perkins and Alison Byrne here this afternoon, or just ticking towards the afternoon anyway. 10 past 11 on your Sunday morning currently. As Levitt comes in again, throws this one up. Lamb looking for the single, but you probably will have heard the shout of wait there from Emma Lamb. Just dabbing that one away behind square on the offside. As a breeze slightly disturbs the notes on the table here. Lamb cutting this time, hard. Smith makes the stop, and it was a much needed stop because even the fielder on the boundary would have had a bit of work to do from that one. Smith rings the hand, doesn't prevent a single though, despite the good work, and the score ticks on to 71 for 1. Deandra Dottin on strike against Katie Levick. Fielders back at long on, at deep mid-wicket and at deep backward square leg, as well as out at cover point. Levick again, it's gone high, this could be out, this should be out. It's a big catch to take, and it has been taken. Right out on the boundary, and Deandra Dottin is out. She's been caught by Lee Kasperick. The former New Zealand international made no mistake, and Dottin's first venture in the Thunder strip ends on 26. She is out, caught off the bowling of Katie Levick by Lee Kasperick. We were saying what a clever operator Katie Levick can be. As soon as the field went back, she knew exactly where she wanted them, and it's one of those fielders on the boundary which has dismissed the Barbadian Deandra Dottin. And I can almost feel a little bit of disappointment from you here, Alison Byrne.
Just a little. I'm going to give her a little clap.
It was entertaining, wasn't it? But it was short-lived, unfortunately, from a Lancashire perspective. And 71 for 2
I just think
becomes the score.
Levick played her like a little fiddle there. She could easily have just seen her off and taken her time. 50 over match, but it's not in Dottin's nature, is it? Not to attack the spinner, so
she went big. We saw one shot down the ground that bounced just the once before the boundary, and we saw another attempt to go over the top, but it did not end the way she was looking for it to. And that is why Deandra Dottin is out. Ellie Threlkeld, the new batter to the crease, the captain, got 100 in a game against Loughborough's second 11 in the week, so she will be looking to continue that form here at number 4 for the Thunder. And almost a sort of calm has been restored. Will it be Emma Lamb, though, who provides us with the entertainment? The 12th over begins. It's started by Jenny Gunn. It's down the leg side. It is a wide ball. 72 for 2 the score ticks on to. And it was a spiralling catch, wasn't it? There's a little bit of a breeze still about.
Easy. And you know,
it's well judged.
She's thinking, this is Dottin.
As Gunn bowls and Lamb is forward and blocking. It was rising to that awkward height, though, from the hand of Jenny Gunn off the pitch, and Lamb had to be watchful in her defence. Again, Gunn takes the ball at the back of a run. Winfield Hill stood up to the stumps. Lamb waiting with bat raised, short of a length, cut behind square. Lindsay Dunn with the fielding, throws at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and it's picked up by Catherine Brunt up at mid-on. So here is Jenny Gunn again, turns and on her way. Hands big from Winfield Hill, but they're not required, as through comes Stair Callis with the fielding off the boundary. 1 added to the total, 73 for 2. Rachael to face her first ball, as this one, this new batter brings about some discussion between Gunn and the captain, Holly Armitage. We were talking about Winfield Hill there as well. Notable omission from the one-day squad. No Sarah Glenn either. Those are the two that I saw Raf Nicholson had picked out on Twitter as points for discussion, I suppose, from the England perspective, as Gunn bowls nicely, forced away into the offside. There's going to be 2 here for Rachael, and she looked in fine order with that first stroke. Rachael always quick between the stumps and gets through to take the total on to 75 for 2 and take it up to 4 runs off this first Jenny Gunn over. I mean, I suppose the difficulty for Winfield Hill is she almost doesn't have a massive amount to prove at this level. We know she can do it at domestic level. It's just it's with the bat at international level where the scores seem to have dried up for her, and it seems as if they've moved on to Emma Lamb, who's at the non-strikers end. Here comes Jenny Gunn, short of a length, neatly defended by Rachael. It was almost the same shot, but she realised the ball was in a slightly different area and just chose to just drop the hands on it this time rather than put them through the ball. Dot delivery.
It'd be lovely to see Rachael get a few runs here, wouldn't it?
It would indeed, it would indeed, because she's somebody who can bat, but it's not happened for her. I know it frustrates her, but she's taken on responsibility as the captain now, and she's beginning her innings as the wind starts to get up here at Sale Cricket Club. Jenny Gunn bowls to Rachael down the leg side. Winfield Hill is across, and he's just about able to get the gloves to the ball. It'll be a wide signal, 76 for 2.
Decision for her to keep wicket. I wonder if she's just sort of, nudging the selectors to say, hold on a minute, I can keep wicket. Amy Jones was out for a duck in the test match. You don't know, do you? So
it's strange, isn't it? Because there's so many good wicket keepers in English women's cricket. You've got your Nat Race, you've got your Ellie Threlkels at the crease, you've got your Carla Rudds as Jenny Gunn bowls, and this one's played into the offside. There is no run on
Tammy
offer.
Beaumont even keeps wicket, so they're
76 to. But actually, in terms of sort of pure glove work, your Carla Rudds, your Nat Ray. I mean, Nat Ray took a fantastic catch yesterday. As I say, Ellie Threlkeld is definitely up there. But clearly, England wants somebody who can bat as well. Hence, as you say, Tammy Beaumont sometimes gets a go with the gloves. Lauren Winfield Hill gets a go with the gloves. And the person they're saying probably has the best combination of glove work and batting is probably Bess Heath, but she's out there in the field today, which is an interesting choice, both from the Diamonds, both from her point of view. There will have been, of course, discussions around this kind of thing, and I suppose it allows Bess Heath a bit of time to concentrate on what she does with the bat, which might be ultimately, looking at that, what gets her into the England team. As this one's short of a length, cut away into the offside. Kasperick comes round and picks up and will return that ball to the wicketkeeper Lauren Winfield Hill. But I'm sure those of you tuned in, the 1,600 plus of you who are currently watching Lancs TV and listening to myself, Mike Perkins, and Alison Byrne on the live stream, we'll all have differing views on that between glove work and batting.
Well, the purists would say you just pick your best keeper.
Your best glove work, which is Amy Jones at the moment. I mean, she did drop an important catch, it has to be said, the other day in the test match, as this one is played away on the offside, 77 for 2. But that doesn't take away from the fact that she is very, very good with her gloves, and it was frankly on a fourth day that she doesn't play a lot of, but it was a crucial moment that off Izzy Wong as Levick bowls. This one is played down the offside of the pitch, and if it was pure glove work, you'd probably say Ellie Threlkeld was next in line, but they needed to score some runs, and that's what she's trying to do for Thunder at the moment. Waits now, it's thrown up, again driven off the back foot, off the stumps. Holly Armitage there with the fielding in the covers. No run once again.
The wind's driven away some of those clouds. It's looking quite summer-like here.
Well, somebody did say, not wanting to sound confident at 20 past 11.
Oh, I don't remember that.
After we start, it's going to start getting clearer, and At the moment, it is proving that way, but we will see. Bright sunshine here at Sale as Katie Levick spins another one past the off stump. It's left, and the score remains on 77 for 2. A few more spectators coming in, and they're looking a little bit more comfortable on those benches in the sunshine now as Levick throws this one up. It's driven powerfully down the ground. There probably was one on offer if they'd really wanted it, but because it would have put the pressure on a clean pickup from Gunn, which there wasn't up there.
Don't think it's worth the risk at 12 over point when you've lost 2 of your best bats.
No, particularly when Dottin is out for 26 off 27 balls with 6 fours, and Georgie Boyce out for 6. LBW2 Slater off 8 balls with 1 4. They decided there against the single to finish the over with, but it's
still 4 off the over. It's not a complete washout.
A case now though for Thunder. This is where they need some extra batting, isn't it, in this kind of this middle part of the innings, just to keep things ticking and just to keep Emma Lamb company will be the hope.
The other problem we have is that we've lost Cross and Eccleston. Now I know they're bowlers primarily, but they've scored some very serious runs over the years for
Here's Gunn, short of a length. Lamb wanted to turn that round the corner, but it wasn't there to do so, as Lauren Winfield-Hill just looks on as the woman she won a World Cup with, Jenny Gunn, paces back to the end of her mark. Plenty of shouting from the captain, encouraging the Northern Diamonds players as Lamb cuts behind square on the offside. This will be 4. There's no stopping that. Now it's gone, unless Katie Levick can get round, and she does from third. Very good bit of fielding and keeps it to 2. It looked for all the world as if that was going to run away, but just didn't quite have the pace in the end to outdo the legs of Katie Levick, who has taken the crucial wicket of Deandra Dottin, caught by Kasperick off the bowling of Levick for 26. Lamb settles, waits again, 79 for 2 the score, and it will remain there because Lamb is back into the crease and defending this one away.
I actually think Lamb could almost treat this as a test match now, my 28 overs left.
Yeah, you wouldn't want it to get too test match. You'd want it to be
38 overs left with not much batting behind her. Then.
Yeah, you'd want it to be above a strike rate of sort of 50 or 60 though, you'd think. And she always will be, the way Lamb plays. She's a fluent player, isn't she?
But really her focus should be to stay in, because she's the anchor in this team now.
She can certainly keep it on the deck though, can't she?
Yeah,
She can sort of hit it hard, but hit it hard on the ground. And she didn't hit that one particularly as hard as she would have liked there, just trying to work into the
What the Thunder
offside.
Can't afford to do is not pat their overs out, whatever happens.
No, certainly not. The responsibility at the moment falling to Lamb and Threlkeld. Threlkeld, who had 10 dismissals with the gloves in this competition last year, but it's with the bat now that she's going to try and contribute to her team's chances of winning this game. 80 for 2, and you feel it's going to be a couple of 100 plus. Looking at the scores yesterday, the winning scores were 255, although there was due to a disciplinary issue, an extra 5 runs added to that Western Storm score, and then Stars getting to 182. I believe the reaction of Kirsty Gordon to her wicket meant there was an extra 5 runs added to that Western Storm total, as this one is bowled and Threlkeld plays into the leg side. No run on offer. 80 for 2. I have to say, having been there, it was one of those reactions that you sort of noticed but didn't necessarily feel the need to mention at the time. But the sort of discussions after it that I heard were all relatively civil. It was all sort of dealt with that issue, but
unlike the tennis yesterday.
Yes, you said you were
Couldn't believe it.
Enjoying the
it simply wasn't cricket, Mike. I'll leave it at that.
No, it's tennis. But we will leave it at that as Emma Lamb makes her way down. 14 overs gone, 80 for 2. You're watching Lancs TV with Mike Perkins and former Cheshire and Lancs captain Alison Byrne. Now this is lifted over the top. Mid-on and mid-off we're in, and it's going to roll away for 4 runs. Neat shot by Emma Lamb. Just knew all she had to do was get the ball over the infield, and she was going to be in with a chance of 4 runs, and that was exactly what she got. 84 for 2. And Katie Levick gets the ball returned, and we'll have to contemplate her next move on this cricketing chessboard. breeze blows just slightly here at Sailors. It's delivered by Levick. I think Lamb would have quite liked to have just maybe, if she'd had that again, taken the speed off it and knocked it into the area behind square on the leg side, which is relatively vacant. There is a fielder at deep backward square leg, but there's one, possibly two, every time she can get it there. Cuts this time, out to the fielder Lee Kasperick, who dismissed Deandra Dottin with a swirling catch in that position just a few overs ago. And the score moves on to 85 for 2. Very good to have the company we've got so far here. 1,800 of you watching this live stream on Lancs TV. Opening round of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy fixtures, and this is the opening innings from Ellie Threlkeld at number 4 for Thunder, but turned it into the leg side for no reward there. So just trying to start watchfully is Threlkeld in this innings. Has Lamb at the other end, who was among the top run scorers last season. And that one will be 4 runs for Ellie Threlkeld. She's waited for that well. She's played a few defensive strokes, a few leaves, and now all of a sudden, when the opportunity came to free the hands, a bit of width, she just made no mistake.
That. You hear the whoops behind us, they enjoyed that.
89 for 2. And that was very, very well placed indeed, away through the offside. Yeah, Lamb with 237 runs in this competition last year. As Threlkeld drives back to Levick, no run to finish the over. 15 of them have been bowled. 89 for 2. 2 boundaries in that over, 1 for Threlkeld and 1 for Lamb, yeah, who made a highest score of 121 last season. 237 in total. Was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th on the run scorer list, just in front of Georgia Adams of the winners, Southern Vipers, who, Alison, will they be the team to beat once again, Southern Vipers, in this competition?
I think so. I was watching the rainy game yesterday live on YouTube. This gun comes in.
And bowls to Lamb, who chops off her stumps and away to Lindsay Smith at backward point.
They had quite a few players missing because of you know, the England commitments, and they still had, you know, Georgie Ellis, etc, etc. I mean, Georgie Ellis came in, wasn't he, at 5 or 6 with 3 to win, 1 ball left, 1 shot, 1 6, game over. Yeah, it's quality.
Well, they've sent Emily Windsor out on loan, who made 48 in the final last year. As this one's played away to Lindsay Smith. She was the top scorer, I think.
Strength in depth is
yesterday.
Crucial, isn't it? Let's be right. You know, if one player's injured, another one's not perhaps feeling it. You know, you bring in another one, and it's like for like quality all the way through the team. So I can't see them being beaten. She said, famous last words, eh?
No run from the previous delivery, and this one's down the leg side. It'll be a wide, and there'll be another to the total as well, as the batters are able to change ends, because Winfield Hill can't gather. 91 for 2 first runs from the over.
When I say I can't see them being beaten, that's not to say I can't see them being beaten in a game, but overall the quality is just too deep. Yeah,
they've won 3 of the 4 competitions we've had so far. 2 editions of the Charlotte Edwards Cup and 2 editions of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and this now the 3rd edition of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. 50 overs aside, it came in towards the back end of the first year of the pandemic to allow us to have some cricket, and has stayed ever since and been a very good competition indeed, as this one is forced down the leg side by Ellie Threlkeld. Not really back or forward enough as she would have wanted. She's got Lamb on 42 at the other end, Threlkeld's on 6, and just looking to ease her way into her work here. As in comes Jenny Gunn again. Threlkeld can't find a way to push this one into the offside for runs, so
she'll feel she missed out there
for another dot ball.
There was a gap there, and she was, you know, trying to force it off the back foot, and her wrist just came over the shot a little bit late there.
So yeah, so it was Lucy Hyam actually who was top scorer for Lightning yesterday with 34, but she had a big partnership with Emily Windsor for 27, as this one is forced away, but can't quite find a way past Holly Armitage, the busy Northern Diamonds skipper, with 2 there backing up as well, as there should always be. And Threlkeld just has to wait as we say, got a 100 against lightning seconds midweek. Waits now for gun, cuts away, this time into space. The sweeper was just in from the boundary on that occasion. Bess Heath out there, turns the ball, 92 for 2. The total moves on to. And he's just got a settled Sunday morning feel to it all of a sudden, Alison Byrne, hasn't it? A few sat over there on the roller by the marquee, and we've got plenty on the benches, as you always have at Sale. A few have got the pop-up chairs out at the top end, behind the bowler's arm, in front of the tennis courts at the Dane Road end.
A few blankets and a few sun hats, that's Britain for you.
Yes, there's certainly a lady over there with a yellow top on who's got sort of a green blanket round the legs, and you can't particularly blame her, although I did go and get a jumper and it's not on at the moment. I put it on and I was a bit warm.
It's because you're rock hard, Mike. I've got jumper and jacket, I'm still freezing.
So 2 catches in for Lindsay Smith's first over. One at a sort of conventional cover, one at a short extra cover. Also has mid-off slip, backward point on the offside, as well as a sweeper out at cover point.
You're being stalked.
Oh, hello. We've got Danny Hazel coming up. Does Danny Hazel want to come and have a chat? As this one's played through the offside to Rachael Slater, who does the fielding. So we'll just pop off Alison Byrne's microphone just for a second, and we got World Cup winner Danny Hazel joining us up here, and of course Northen Diamonds coach as Lindsay Smith bowls this one. Worked away into the offside, no run on offer. We sat together in the first edition of this competition at Egbert, I think it was, that day, when it was probably a similarly cold day, it has to be said. What are you making of the early stages of this one? We'll just let Lindsay Smith deliver the third ball of her over as she floats it up, driven off the inside half. There's going to be runs here. Oh, and it snuck right through. There was an attempt at a sort of goalkeeper style stop, but it goes away for 4 runs. 96 for 2. We're joining the commentary box by Danny Hazel. What are you making of the early stages then?
Yeah, I think it's pretty evenly matched at the minute. You know, Emmeline's batted really well, and it's it's sun's got out now, so it's a bit surprising.
It's getting there, isn't it?
Yeah, we're getting there, but no, it's been a good start for both sides. I'll say they're pretty even.
What did you make then of the news yesterday, Deandra Dottin signing for the Thunder? Is this good news for the competition, that international players are looking at it and wanting to go? As that sneaks through outside the off stump, no run, but nearly a chance.
I suppose you have a mixed thoughts, really. I think it's, for the competition, it's absolutely brilliant for somebody like that to be playing, but equally against you, maybe not so much.
Well, yeah, I suppose you'll be happy she sat on the sidelines now for 26, and it was a real sort of box office battle, wasn't it, when Catherine Brunt took the ball to take on Deandra Dottin. There's plenty of international caps between them. No run there from the drive. 96 for 2 it remains.
Yeah, I think she was just starting to get going, wasn't she? So it was a big wicket for us, but it's an interesting moment at the minute.
Here's Lindsay Smith. Pushes that one up, it's driven to short extra cover. Holly Armitage there. Of course, she made the first 3 finals, I think, of these competitions, the Charlotte Edwards Cup and the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Obviously just missed out on the most recent one. I guess going one further, it's kind of almost the only way you can go now. But how do you go about beating the Vipers? They're very formidable, winning 3 out of the 4 trophies.
Yeah, they're obviously a very strong side. But yeah, we're very aware that we've had a successful over the last kind of start of this competition. But now it's just making sure that we keep pushing the game forward, and but that to have people like Deandra come and play in that is only going to keep this game moving forward, and equally that pushes English cricket as well.
Here's Jenny Gunn, who's been an excellent servant for English cricket over the years. Lamb uppishly towards mid-on, doesn't even get a single in the end from that. It was an expansive shot. I think she was maybe looking originally more offside than leg and had to sort of adapt the stroke in the end. 96 for 2 is the score as Winfield Hill settles in behind the stumps, and Jenny Gunn will try to deliver that one. It's chopped away on the cut into a space. There's a chase on. Bess Heath all the way out to the boundary, returns the ball on the bounce to Winfield Hill. 98 for 2, the total creeps onto. So where are you sort of looking to identify those little margins there in kind of the work you've been doing over the winter and then into these two competitions? Where are those margins for you as a coach?
I think we spoke a lot about playing against spin. Obviously spin's going quite dominant in this competition, so how we could improve on that, but equally it's just about them little 1%, isn't it? And sometimes in finals it's not always about the skill, it's about being able to deal with the pressure of a final, and it's got to keep putting yourself under as much pressure as you can, and you know it's been a challenge. Here's
Gunn again, bowling to Lamb, who just manages to knock that on the head and take it behind square on the offside. 99 for 2, Thunder move on to.
Yeah, it is just putting people in pressure situations as much as we can, and for them to learn from that. And I think we have made stride forward. You know, yes, we have got quite a few international caps out there, which helps the likes of, you know, Bess Heath, Rachael Slater. It helps them people to progress quicker.
Here's Gunn again, trying to show that former international quality as that one just jumps up off a length. 99 for 2 it remains, another dot ball in the book.
And equally we just keep rolling Jenny Gunn out, really. we just got to keep her going.
Well, the story was she was persuaded with a little bit of beer to get back into the Northen Diamonds story or into the Northen Diamonds team in the first edition of the competition, but you've managed to keep her going for another couple of seasons after that as well, as Jenny Gunn comes in and bowls short of a length, pushed away into the offside. There's going to be 1 for Threlkeld's total. She moves on to 12, and that's the 100 up for the Thunder. Comes in the 18th over of the innings. There's still a ball or so left for Emma Lamb to add to that. But you're right, aren't you? You sort of add these sort of international players, the likes of Brunt, the likes of Gunn, the likes of Siver, of course, who's been with you, Winfield Hill, who's been an impressive performer as well, as this one's touched away into the leg side. Stair Callis comes and picks up off the boundary. 101 for 2 the total moves on to, and it's just somewhere for these players to go, I guess, I'm thinking of trying this, or what should I do in this situation, and these people, they have that knowledge because they've just played so much of this cricket at such a high level.
Yeah, and your hope is that they pass that on to the younger ones who are coming through, and equally also about, you know, our academy as well. It's about we've got a couple of younger ones who are here today, a couple of younger ones who have had the opportunity in the T20s and will highly likely to get the opportunity, you know, in games moving forward. So the quicker we can, you know, put them out there and let them experience it, the faster they're going to learn.
The advancement of this competition and the way it has progressed, and in particular the quality of it has progressed. I mean, has it even sort of surprised you slightly as a coach, just how much it sort of seems to be, it just seems to have a momentum to it, you know, since that moment where we sat there at Egbert in the first edition of the competition during the pandemic as Smith bowls, and this one is forward and it's a dot ball to start with. Has it almost surprised you just how quickly the ball started to get rolling and the momentum that's been created?
Not so much, because I feel like it was always in there.
Yes. In comes Smith and bowls, and this one's hit into the leg side. There's going to be a chase on for Gunn here at long gone. She does it well. There's 1 to the total, 102 for 2.
So for me, it was just, if you put time and effort into things, you get results, and that's the skill base. It was always there. It just needed more time on task, and it shows now with England how many people they've got coming through out of this system, so it's brilliant.
Here's Lindsay Smith to bowl left arm around the wicket from the Dane Road end. It's nicely hit on the drive out to the sweeper, Lee Kasperick, who returns this one on the bounce. 1 run, 103 for 2. And I suppose you see it every day, day in, day out, just how hard these athletes are working. And I suppose once they get that little bit of backing, that little bit of support, then they're almost, there ends up that momentum that's very hard to stop. Lindsay Smith just adjusting the field here, moving 45 round, almost towards the disc, marking the edge of the 30-yard circle as this one's cut away. That's going to be 4. That's very well placed. 107 for 2. And the applause is for the half-century for Emma Lamb. Shakes hands with the captain. Ellie Threlkeld has a good old chat, in fact, before even acknowledging the applause of the crowd. So she almost feels as if it's maybe only half a job done.
Hope not.
That's one of the players, though, who has always had the talent, has always been there or thereabouts, Emma Lamb, as Smith comes in and bowls to her. Oh, and she's nearly given it away straight away. I think there was possibly just a little nibble to take it past the keeper, Lauren Winfield-Hill. We'll find out whether that was off bat. Threlkeld wants 3. Lamb's going to have to get a move on. She does get a move on and gets to the non-striker's end, maybe to take the pressure off her slightly. And I don't know whether it's the exertion of the 3 that has left her bent over, gasping for breath there, but it might also be just having a word with herself to make sure she does go on. 53 Lamb moves on to, but a big chance for your team potentially there. Just seemed to nibble it away from the keeper.
I know, and now slip goes in, doesn't it, as the horse bolted, as they say. Oh no, she's gone back out.
No,
she must be listening to me.
It's almost like you got the earpiece down to them. As Lindsay Smith comes in again. Stair Callis has returned to short third. This is uppish and out from Ellie Threlkeld, driving into the offside and only finding the hands of Rachel Slater, who was positioned at cover. Threlkeld out for 13. She got a start there but couldn't make the most of it. And Northern Diamonds have their 3rd wicket, 110 the score.
Yeah, with my non-biased hat on, it's a big wicket. Yeah, it's just we needed to break that partnership. Obviously Lammy now is pretty key for them. But as I was saying before, like for this system, it's our job is to prepare people to go on and to play for England. And it's not just about kind of skill-wise, it's making sure that everything else that comes with the pressure of playing for England. A lot of it isn't the skill that kind of kicks you onto that level. It's a bit more of being able to deal with the pressure, being able to deal with the ins and outs of everything else that comes with it. So for me, I like to make sure that we always have an eye on that, because ultimately my job is to produce players for England. So, but I think, as I say, back to the regional system, I think it's been really good. It has escalated really, really fast. But for me, that's just, the skill was always there. It was just now more time on task, and people seeing it, people having the opportunity to kind of watch these things on every game's like streamed. You can watch every single game. So it'll be really interesting to see where it goes kind of in the next 5 to 6 years. Really, I think it's an exciting time, especially obviously with the 100 involved as well. It's an exciting competition, and it's something that is probably going to accelerate this even faster. And
many people, they will be here for every ball of this game. 1,800 of you watching at the moment here on Lancs TV. We've got Danny Hazel, World Cup winner and coach of Northern Diamonds, joining us at the moment. It's interesting then, you mentioned sort of having eyes on it. Is the next stage then to sort of, as Jenny Gunn comes into bowl from the far end of the ground, just down the leg side, that'll be it wasn't a wide ball, in fact there was no signal, so we remain on 110 for 3 as we did at the start of this, the 20th over. Is the next stage then to sort of looking at marketing, getting more people into the ground and sort of building on these crowds that we've been seeing, as Emma Lamb goes back into her crease and just pushes into the offside, gets a single, 111 for 3. It brings Danielle Collins, the new batter, onto strike. Is that sort of the next area you kind of look at in the same way we saw with the 100, sort of a lot of effort in marketing the game, and people came in and watched it? I guess you want to expand that in the domestic competitions, as the other domestic competitions as well now. Yeah,
absolutely. It's the more people that are down to watch. And I think there was could be young Yorkshire lasses over there that come to watch. It's good that they want to come and see some of these girls.
Here's Jenny Gunn bowling. It's outside the off stump. Danielle Collins just pushing that one away. It's away from her body. Almost thought about putting the hands through it, but having seen Threlkeld caught in the covers, decided against it. 111 for 3.
With that comes the challenges of obviously you've got Catherine Brunt playing here. If I was a young kid, I'd be turning up to watch Catherine Brunt play.
Well, as I say, that encounter, Brunt v Dottin, here at Sale Cricket Club today was absolutely box office. Earlier on, there was neither player was going to take a backward step in that one. That was for sure. Another dot ball as Collins pushes away defensively.
Yeah, and obviously there's challenges around England girls being available for this, but they're really accommodating to want to play in this. So that's, for me, that's the best thing.
And Catherine, I suppose, as Jenny Gunn bowls, and this one is played into the leg side, no run. She'll sort of almost be feeling, having not featured in that test match, right, okay, I'm going to prove a point today for Northern Diamonds that I should be banging that side for the one-day internationals.
Yeah, he's got to fire her up a little bit, give her a little bit of pep talk, get her out there. She loves it.
She's that player, isn't she? She likes to have a point to prove. I think Catherine Brunt, as this one is bowled, and Danielle Collins plays it down the leg side. She did that. It's a phenomenal podcast actually with Kate Cross and Alex Hartley, the No Balls the Cricket podcast, and you know, Catherine Brunt's contributions to that, and particularly when she spoke about retirement and saying, look, it's so hard because I just want to prove people wrong. You know, if a physio comes up to me and said, look, I don't think this is a good idea, that you can keep going, that you've got anything left, she goes, right, I want to, and she probably used slightly more choice language than I'm going to at this time on a Sunday, but you know, she was like, right, I want to prove that person wrong.
Yeah, she's got all the characteristics that you want from a fast bowler.
Here's Lindsay Smith, who got threlkeld out the last ball the previous over. That's a nice sweep shot from Danielle Collins. She was playing a few of those over in the pre-season tour in the UAE, and takes a couple of runs. In fact, it was Emma Lamb. There we go. I was thinking she'd pick that up overseas. It was Lamb on the sweep there. 113 for 3, and Lamb settles over a bat once again. Smith onto tiptoes, and in she comes again, and Lamb sweeping again. This time it was a dab sweep behind square on the leg side into the vacant area. Only brings a 1 though. Stair Callis round with the field in 114 for 3.
Yeah, I was saying about Catherine, she's a great character, and she's one, when she's available, gives you absolutely everything, and that's why she's got as far as she has, and that's why is one of the best in the world, and she's certainly somebody you want to play with her than against her. I'm glad I spent more years playing with her than against her.
And just I mean, sort of just to pick out one of the players who perhaps people will be less familiar with, Yvonne Graves, you've chosen to bring into your set. What was the thinking there then, because she'd been with Lightning previously?
Yeah, she comes in, has shown some real development with the bat, and equally gives us an off-spinning option, but no, she's trained really well, maybe hasn't quite had the opportunity yet.
Here's Smith, who's come over the wicket to the left-handed Collins, tucks that one away into the leg side. Slater picks up the ball, 115 for 3, the score moves on to.
And yeah, she worked really hard, and she's really good around the group, so good opportunity to give her a chance, and yeah, see how she goes really.
Here's Smith to bowl around the wicket, floats it up, down the track comes Collins. This is aerial, it won't quite carry to Graves. She just for a second thought about trying to stick herself underneath that one, but it was always just sort of almost spinning back and away from her as it came to the turf. 117 for 3. Here's Collins facing up again, drives down the onside of the wicket. Oh, and Graves has not cleanly fielded that one, having come back into the ring. 117 for 3, the score moves on to. We're in the 21st over here at Sale, as the fielder makes their way back. Absolutely delighted to have had Danny Hazel with us here, the Northern Diamonds coach, as this one is paddled away by Emma Lamb. This time she's got a bit more of it into that vacant area that's been left free in the field, but it doesn't quite roll all the way down to the boundary. Stair Callis keeping it to 2, 119 for 3.
I'm off to get some trousers because it's free.
Fair enough, fair enough. We've had a lot of that in this opening weekend, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. There's been a cool breeze around wherever you've gone in the country, and 1 or 2 have been caught out wearing the shorts this weekend. We're at the end of the 21st over. 3 wickets down for Thunder, and 119 on the board. Alison Byrne, what are you making of that as a situation in the game at present?
It's tricky, isn't it? We've still got a lot of overs to go. Not even halfway yet. Let's have a look at the score. So you've got to excuse me. I've been at the conveniences.
Ah, I see.
So I haven't seen the last couple of overs play. But the
here's Collins facing up as Gunn comes in and bowls and tucked away into the offside. Lamb's going to have to be quick, but Casper can't pick up cleanly and prevent the single. 120 for 3.
This young lady, Danielle Collins, has got a lot of potential, so I'm hoping that she can make the most of this opportunity. Batting with
it's there to be taken for Thunder, isn't it? In the middle order, you know, if somebody can step up, they will be able to. They will really be able to sort of add to this team and really cement their place in it as Lamb adds another to her total. She's on to 61, 121 for 3.
The last minute or so of Danny Hayes.
Well, terrific to have Danny Hazel's insight, both as a coach but as a former England player and a World Cup winner.
Certainly am so glad she never played against me for that one.
You wouldn't have enjoyed that
Not
one
really.
bit. No, fair enough, fair enough. Here comes the bowling of Gunn, right off the toe of the bat there from Collins. She has to examine it there because it made that sort of noise that makes you wonder where you're going to look down and see a big crack, but fortunately that doesn't seem to have happened. A few more spectators make their way into the ground. We're ticking up to midday on Sunday as forward comes Danielle Collins. Very orderly fashion there. Quite happy just to let that one hit her bat, just get a feel for the pitch, get a feel for the bowling of Jenny Gunn. Jenny Gunn takes the ball once more. 2 hard taps of the bat. One more slightly gentle one from Collins, and then she drives at that, and it's taken by Winfield Hill. It was just a whisper away from the outside edge as we tick up towards 2,000 people watching. As I say, whatever you're doing, whether you're making a Sunday lunch or just putting your feet up with the cricket on YouTube, and I'm sure many people keeping their eye on the test match as well today. There's this ball from Gunn is outside the off stump. It was pushed uppishly towards mid-off, no run. Something of a recovery from England. 177 for 6 now in reply to India's 416 all out. Bairstow has 72 off 93. What a summer he's having. He's at the crease with Billings, having lost Stokes as his partner in the test match. So we'll keep you across that. I'm sure you'll have periods where you want to switch on to myself and Alison Byrne, the former Cheshire and Lancashire captain. And there'll be certainly a day where you can get both the screens out if you're lucky enough to have them, and just keep an eye on 2 really good games of cricket. What can Thunder set Northern Diamonds here on?
Change of fielder, they've put somebody in short fine there.
Here's Smith bowling, drives up to Brunt at mid-off. Another to the total, 1, 2, 2, 4, 3. And yeah, it'll be intriguing to see what Thunder get to here, what they can get. It feels already a 250 pitch. I mean, they're approaching halfway at 122 for 3, so they're setting the platform, aren't they? It's just whether they can take it on. As I say, on a ground that has seen a lot of runs this week. Sale Cricket Club. The 45 remains in place for Danielle Collins. She also has a conventional mid-wicket and a shorter, straighter mid-wicket, and it's that fielder, the captain, Armitage, who does the work there. Brunt's at mid-on. There's also a sweeper out on the leg side at backward square leg. You've got backward point, cover, short extra cover, and a mid-off. Smith comes into bowl to Collins again. Just got in a bit of a muddle with her feet there, and the back foot came through.
Good Yorker.
Another dot ball. The scoreboard doesn't move. Wind just blowing. I'm starting to contemplate that jump, or maybe just put the coat on the shoulders as Smith bowls inside edge, and the hand comes out from Emma Lamb at the non-striker's end to send Collins back.
A real mummy thing now.
Go on.
Well, if you don't put it on now, you won't feel the benefit.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
That is true. As Smith at the back of the run, up onto the tiptoes, whirls the ball through, but was misfielded. She looked almost as if the ball had disappeared into a time portal, and she wasn't quite sure how on earth it had evaded her there, because it just seemed to disappear right in front of her. As Smith comes in once more, swept by Collins, but to that fielder, in on the 45, and that is the end of another over where it was very even Stevens. There was no real advantage gained by either side, and Collins and Lamb will discuss it as the coat does go on now. So just over the shoulders.
You've decided not to go jumper, you decided to
well,
just
it's a bit difficult to go jumper with the headset, I have to say.
True.
That might be problematic and rather hard on the ears for those at home. Glad to have you with us. 2,100 of you join us on the Lancs Cricket YouTube stream here with Mike Perkins and former Lancashire and Cheshire captain Alison Byrne. As the arms are folded by Katie Levick over there at third, contemplating things. Hands on hips for Graves, who walks in front of us at long leg. Most importantly, Jenny Gunn's got the ball in hand. She's making it pop outside that off stump.
Lamb just dropped the hands just in time and changed her shot, changed her mind.
Different sort of bowler really these days to what she was in the England shirt, and that she's just sort of putting it, she always put it on the dot, but sort of probably did it with a little bit more zip and a little bit more vigour in her international career. Now she's got the keeper up to the stumps and she's just trying to be miserly with that ball as it goes off the face of Lamb's bat down to third for one. She's continuing to keep things ticking, but not seeing a great deal of the strike at the moment is Emma Lamb. She's on to 63, but as we say, she sort of was just quietly in the background when Dotton was there, and she sort of almost seems to have slipped quietly into the background again a little bit here. As the wind gusts past us and ruffles the plastic bags that were keeping the rain off in the early stages of this game. Through outside the off stump, Winfield Hill does the keeping. 123 for 3. The score stays on. Gun turns to watching on by the cover at the far end as this one's driven, but again she was there early, was Collins. Just not quite got the pace of this pitch yet, but she's trying to work hard. 3 to a name. Hand on hip, assesses her options, sees there are 2 back on the leg side if Gunn is to stray in line. Short of a length. Collins hits this one nicer, out in front of square on the offside, but will only pick out 1 to stare Callis on the boundary over there. 124 for 3. Thunder just needing to keep things moving at this stage, you feel. 3 games played yesterday in this competition, 50 overs aside, remember. Vipers, Lightning and Stars winning their opening fixtures. I thought Storm looked... Vipers, Storm and South East Stars winning as that single is taken into the offside with a bit of a twiddle of the bat from Emma Lamb onto 65. 125 for 3. The score goes to at the end of the 24th over. I thought Storm looked quite impressive in their victory, I have to say, yesterday. Looked as if they were back to somewhere near their best. Lee Kasperick coming on, which is an interesting little move. Obviously international experience herself with New Zealand, but Scottish born, of course, Lee Kasperick.
No, is she playing for Scotland or New Zealand in the Commonwealth Games, do you know?
Well, she won't be playing for Scotland because she's played too recently for New Zealand, I would think. Whether she's going to continue to play for New Zealand, I suppose, is up to their selectors, who've made a lot of big decisions recently. They've got rid of Amy Satterthwaite, and there was a lot of disgruntlement about that.
I actually was having an online chat with Maya Lewis, who's ex-New Zealand player herself. There's quite a lot of disgruntlement about the selection of the female players in the New Zealand squad at the moment, a lot.
Here's Kasperick to deliver a right arm off spin that Lamb watches onto the middle of her bat. Didn't really move her feet too much there, but the bat was in the position that she needed it to be. It was well dealt with in the end. Kasperick again. Right arm over the wicket. Dane Road end of the ground here at Sale Cricket Club. Hit over the top, and that one will go for 4. There's no one back at long off.
Strike.
Catherine Brunt watches it bounce over the rope, possibly with a curse, as it goes to 129 for 3, and the breeze just continues to ruffle the leaves of the green trees. The hedgerow looks as if it's taken a bit of the effect of the weather in the last few days as well over there. 2 branches possibly that would be in neater place had we not had so much wet and windy weather, as Lamb is forward defensively into the onside. There is no run. A lot riding on Emma Lamb here, and every single ball, Diamonds will know they can get a crucial wicket here. It's Kasperick to deliver the latest, floats it up.
Oh, that's hit her in the face. Ouch.
Just came down on that, sort of was looking to be more expansive, and in the end
Bowles took one right in the face there. She tried
hit it
to
back to Kasperick, who is going to get a bit of medical attention. Anna Harris was quickly waving the physio on. It didn't look the worst of bangs, but I think it's maybe just hit around the mouth, and that's why they will assess this decision, and it'll be a chance for everyone to get drinks, because we're in the 25th over of the game, so I think that will be
the other
taken as the drinks break.
Scuffling off for some reason. Don't know why that might be. Maybe he needs a toilet like I did.
Who knows? Who knows? But Turner and Marlowe bringing on the drinks for Northern Diamonds. Jenny Gunn's already over to get her one. Of course, they'll all have them labelled up with their own specific requirements.
The bowler seems fine.
And yeah, Lee Kasperick is back to it. Smile on her face.
She's not got a nice swollen lip or bruised nose tomorrow, but all good for now.
Yeah, she will be fine. So, more or less the halfway stage of the innings, 129 for 3. We were saying 250 seems like the starting point on this. 225 would probably be below par, wouldn't it? But there's a lot of batting for Thunder to do to get up to that total, and that would be in keeping, I suppose, with the totals that we've had elsewhere in the country on the first day. Obviously, vastly reduced the game between Sparks and Vipers. Sparks making 163 for 7 in 36 overs, and it was chased down by Southern Vipers in 9.4 overs in the end, with 7 wickets to spare, but they only needed to make it to 75 in the end to win that game. But Western Storm making 260 at Loughborough, and South East Stars making 281 as a winning score. Both those sides batting first as well, so perhaps even Alison Byrne, we're looking in excess of 250. As we say, a lot of runs scored here this week, but
I think 250 would be a realistic target for this group of players. Anything more than that is, you know, icing on cake.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's still a lot of batting to do, and on a day where there's a bit about in the air, it's kind of it's whether you look up or down. It's one of those, isn't it? The pitch looks very good, but whether the conditions around are playing more into the bowler's hands, perhaps that will take 20 or 30 off the total. And also, you've got to factor in the quality of the Thunder bowling. Alex Hartley, 21 wickets in this competition over its 2 editions. You've obviously got the likes of Lamb, who's at the wicket at the moment, helping the spin bowling. Hannah Jones, of course. And you've got Laura Jackson, Phoebe Graham. There's good options there for Thunder with the ball, and I think they pride themselves on restricting teams. And of course, you've got Deandra Dottin, can bowl if she wants. How the West Indies will feel about that, and in particular Barbados.
On a cold day in Sale, no, I can't see it.
We'll see.
I can't see it. She might prove us all wrong, but I'd be very
she
surprised.
has bowled over the years, but she might go, you know what, Emma Lamb, you can do the offies today.
Yeah, you know, there's Hannah Jones, Emma Lamb. I'd be really surprised if Dottin turns her arm over. I think she did say a couple of seasons ago in the West Indies when she first came back after a shoulder surgery that
Yeah, which he,
days were definitely.
yeah, they seem to have been done, don't they? But
Yeah.
but yeah, she did have a reasonable record when she bowled that sort of right arm medium stuff, didn't she? But
Well, I seem to remember, correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, she did a very short runner and a very quick arm.
yes, that was
Which is
very
probably why her shoulder is, you know, it's the worst place in the world for a bowler to get injured, isn't it?
yes. If it starts going wrong there, it can be trouble. Lee Kasperick then is going to complete this 25th over. She's all right and back on now. She'd be quite disappointed having just come into the attack if it was anything else.
Brent's having a little giggle there. It's nice to see. She's got a smile in her. Enjoying
Well, maybe,
herself.
I mean, Danny Hazel almost made it sound like her job was firing Catherine Brunt up, so maybe that's what's going on. But
oh, there you go.
they're just having a discussion down here at long off at the moment as Brunt takes a couple of paces in. Kasperick bowls. There's an appeal. Now, I thought it took glove, but clearly Kasperick thought it took pad. It was a big shout. They always say a break can bring a wicket. It nearly did there. Well, certainly from the view of Kasperick, anyway.
Pretty impressive appeal though. I like the choreographed movements.
Yeah, it was a big shout, wasn't it, as Kasperick comes in again. Ponytail swishing, arms go out, and then she bowls. Now this one's swept past the fielder on the 45. It's all well and good having Katie Levick there, but if you bowl outside the leg stump, Emma Lamb's generally going to take you for runs, and she moves into the 70s. 133 for 3. Emma Lamb has 72 of them, and is very much looking the deciding factor in this game at the moment in terms of where Thunder will get to on a total. If she bats the remaining overs, they will be up above 250 plus. If not, it'll probably be below that. Halfway stage as well is officially reached, even though we had the drinks break just before it for the check-up on Lee Kasperick. 133 for 3. Such a good summer of cricket that we are well into now. We're into sort of mid-season form really here, Alison Byrne, aren't we?
Indeed. But in the longer form as well, it highlights any weaknesses as well as gives the strengths and opportunities to blossom in a way.
Here's Lindsay Smith switching ends to the King's Drive end of the ground and produces a drive from Danielle Collins, but not one for a run.
If you're, you know, if you have a slight weakness in any department, it really will show up.
Here's Smith again, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Collins, pushes to mid-wicket, but doesn't get a run. Sort of tentatively forward rather than decisively forward on that one. Minor coming up on Lancs TV. We also have Lancashire vs Birmingham Bears as the T20 competition. This group stage comes to its culmination as Winfield Hill there with the gloves. Quickly takes the ball to the stumps, but nothing other than a dot ball is recorded. As this one is thrown up, Collins into the leg side again, but only finds Armitage again. 133 for 3. It remains exactly where it was at the halfway stage of the innings. Collins with a little bend of the knees before she lifts the bat. Now we'll try and flick into the leg side, and Lamb's going to call her through very quickly indeed. She saw all the pace had been taken off the ball, and Levick was never going to get to her before that. And so it proved. A single to the total. 134 for 3 it moves on to. Lamb then will try and make the most of the remainder of this over. Here is Lindsay Smith, bowling, twirling. Sort of a twirl of the bat really on the cut there from Lamb into the ground, picks up another single. 135 for 3, 2 off the over. So they salvaged that one really, didn't they? Because it was looking like being another quiet one. But I mean, Collins is doing the right thing. She's giving Lamb somebody to bat with here at the moment. That's the priority. But it's just where she's going to be able to get the score moving now.
Yeah, see, they've got Brunt doing boundary to boundary. It's kind of them.
Yeah, it's a little bit much, isn't it, to be asking that at this this stage of a career, but willingly doing it is Catherine Brunt. And this one is cut away, and Lindsay Smith is there in the covers with the fielding, preventing the run.
Well, when the spinners are on, they're probably thinking put their best catchers in that position, and she certainly is one of those.
Kasperick again to twirl with this this right arm off spin from the Dane Road end. Cut
shot.
Nicely away between backward point and cover this time. Lamb will come back for 2, comfortably come back for 2. 137 for 3. Lamb on to 75. It's going along very nicely at this stage for Emma Lamb, but just ticking along at the moment, so she will be watchful here, just trying to ensure she doesn't lose her wicket prematurely. Down the track she goes, over the top, neatly hit. Brunt will try and chase this round, but she won't get to extra cover before the ball. 4 runs, 1 for 1 for 3. Lamb up to 79. Continuing to just guide this innings at the moment. Just guide her team towards something that they will then try to defend. Kasperick throws it up, swept hard into the leg side, but 3 back. Hand went to the head from Catherine Brunt here. 1 to the total, 142 for 3. Did Brunt think they'd got through there?
She took that very late off middle peg, didn't she?
Did indeed. People will have seen the replay of that as well, as it just dropped ominously on Emma Lamb, but she swept it away. She needs 20 more for 3 figures now.
Field for Collins.
But she needs to bat the overs as well. There's Danielle Collins. Ooh, chops it down past
got a lucky one.
Winfield Hill. I don't know how much Winfield Hill knew about that one, but it did just pop past her. Good to have 2,200 with you. More than that, in fact, watching along the Lancashire Cricket YouTube channel on Lancs TV. As here comes Kasperick again. Twirls in. Lamb drives nicely. Holly Armitage, always in those sort of short cover, short mid-wicket positions, the captain, and always making things difficult for the batters to rotate the strike. Did so there. Finished with a dot. 1 4 3 for 3 then. 26 overs have gone, Alison Byrne. And there's just no real panic needed here for Thunder, particularly with Lamb at the crease. They're going to keep ticking. Lamb 80 off 75 as well at this stage. 76 with that last start there. So she's scoring at 1 a ball, just above.
Well. She's doing well. She's scoring well without taking too many chances at this stage. She's exactly what we requested from her, isn't it, Michael?
Indeed, just creating a platform. Needs somebody to bat with though, and that's going to be Collins at the moment, who is struggling more. That's 6 from 26 deliveries now for Collins. Just can't quite find the gaps. Found Yvonne Graves on that occasion, as it was a dot ball, and this one is driven by Collins forward to the bowler and Kasperick, who are converging on it. Another dot ball to the total. Another tap at the bat from Collins. Smith throws it up, hit nicely, but up to mid-off this time.
Interesting field places on the offside for Collins.
Pressure definitely building on it. Partnerships up to 33. Collins has 6 of them. Doesn't make a lot of contact with that. Went for the reverse sweep, which was an interesting option. It's going to just pop off the ropes for 4 runs.
Buys,
4 buys indeed. They will be signalled as by Anna Harris. 147 for 3. So it continues to add to the total, but
definitely take them.
Continues to add to the torment that Danielle Collins is feeling. She's playing some nice shots. She's hitting the ball sweetly, but straight at fielders at the moment.
She just needs to stay patient.
Lindsay Smith will keep just sticking to her basics here. Throws it up, Collins drives, straight back to Smith. Another dot ball is added to the book. A cool day here in Sale, but we have seen some sunshine. We've seen Deandra Dottin warming up for the Commonwealth Games with Barbados. The women's cricket T20 competition, of course, will be happening in Birmingham as that one's driven away. 147 for 3.
Edgbaston, I believe.
It will, yeah.
Two matches per day.
What are your thoughts ahead of that competition? It's going to be...
It's brilliant because it will bring cricket in line with other popular sports in the Commonwealth, of which cricket is obviously one of them. And it will bring, it'll bring women's cricket into the forefront. There isn't a men's tournament, so any cricket fans will be purely watching the women's games. And anything that can give the wider audience a chance to see some top quality cricket on their doorstep has got to be a good thing for the development of the game in this country and abroad. So I'm very excited for the prospect.
It's hard to know what to expect, really, because it's an 8-team competition. It's very compact, as you say, 2 games a day. I mean, the one thing I think we can expect is that Australia are going to be very strong in it. But other than that,
I think England are taking it very, very seriously. Obviously, they're the home team. They'll be up there with the favourites, I think, to do well in it. And the home crowd, home support. Here comes Brunt.
Back into the attack, Dane Road end of Sale Cricket Club, bowls to the Thunder batter Emma Lamb, who hits it sweetly into the offside, onto 81, 148 for 3, but it was exactly what Brunt had it set for, so she won't mind too much to concede a single there. 3 wickets down so far, so Collins has done well in that respect.
Brunt will be pleased to have 5 balls at the young lefty.
Well, it was almost like she bowled that first ball to be hit for 1 in that specific spot and to go, right, I'm going to have 5 at Danielle Collins now. What will they produce? Brunt around the wicket to the left-hander, hit in the air over the fielder Stair Callis at cover, who's going to chase all the way back to the boundary. It was a big risk for what will become 3 now as Emma Lamb charges back to the striker's end. And it brings up the 150 for Thunder. So
that was a brave shot because she just played through the shot, knowing that there were fielders there, and she backed herself to clear the fielders. So well played, and of course the extra pace of Brunt helped her in that mission.
So 150 up for Thunder. Slightly out in front of the body there from Collins, but she hit it well enough to take it over the fielder. England also approaching their 200 in the Test matches. An England player of some repute, Catherine Brunt, bowls this one onto the pads. 1 taken, 152 for 3. The score moves on to good batting from Emma Lamb once again. As we say, T20 Blast cricket takes over this evening. A few games in the middle of the afternoon as well, but Lancashire versus Birmingham Bears at Old Trafford is at 6:30, and it's one of 4 games, all the others in the South Group. 4 games starting at that time, another 4 earlier in the day as Brunt bowls, and this one is played into the leg side. And Holly Armitage picks up at short mid-wicket. This game completing the first weekend of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy fixtures, 50 over a side competition. All the sides in one group of 8 teams all play each other. And we have a final at Lord's this year as Catherine Brunt comes in. Ball around the wicket, driven by Collins, but finds Jenny Gunn. And we will see, after hitting one over the top there, whether the bat of Danielle Collins attempts something similar. Short extra cover goes a couple of yards straighter. Callis goes back on the boundary. It's almost as if Brunt is offering the one into the offside again as she runs in and bowls. It's down the leg side, takes more pad, I think, than bat. It's going to go for 4. No. The fielder at long leg comes round. Collins gets back for the second. 154 for 3. No signal from the umpire, so a little bit of bat must have been involved. And I think Catherine Brunt is maybe having a discussion about whether there was any bat involved there with the umpire. So just as I say, look ahead on Lancs TV to that T20 fixture this evening. We have the Lightning in second place in the group on 16 points. Northamptonshire Steelbacks are the only ones who can equal them with it. In fact, they've finished their competition, so Lancs through, but looking to secure that home quarter-final in the T20 tonight against Birmingham Bears, who are top of the group. So looking to go level with Birmingham Bears at the top of the group as Lindsay Smith comes in around the wicket, bowls to Lamb, who looks to cut and can't do so. 154 for 3. We've had 28 overs of this innings so far. Lindsay Smith beginning the 29th, trying to dismiss Emma Lamb, and does dismiss Emma Lamb, who is out, having a heave into the leg side. Now, how big a wicket is that going to be? 82, Emma Lamb's score, bowled by Lindsay Smith. Thunder, 154 for 3, and all of a sudden, the pressure and the squeeze will come on. And as Emma Lamb left it 18, 40, 50, 60 short here, it's a terrific effort. Getting applause from the balcony. 82 runs though, going for the big shot of Lindsay Smith, and just missing it really.
Yeah.
Just drifted in with the arm of Lindsay Smith. 154 for 4. Lamb out bowled for 82 as Sachi Pai makes her way to the wicket.
Energetically so. That's good sign.
Well, she's a busy cricketer, is Sachi Pai. Hits a clean ball as well. So I think she will benefit a little bit in the T20. She was basically coming to the crease with not a lot of time left in the innings and having to just hit the ball straight away, and sometimes she was hitting it well for down the ground and scoring runs, and sometimes she wasn't. So a bit of time to bat here for Pai. She was with Lightning in the first couple of editions of this competition, having been studying there, but she's a Lancashire cricketer and now representing the Thunder with Danielle Collins, and they have to discuss how they're going to go about this one. What would your recommendation be, Alison Byrne?
Don't rush. Still got a lot of overs. Not much experience batting, shall we say, to follow. Don't rush. Have a look at the bowlers.
There'll be pressure though on Collins here to lift her rate of scoring, having struggled a little bit in her partnership with Lamb to find the runs. It's a healthy partnership though, took the score up to 154 as Smith hits this one into the offside. There's going to be a couple of runs on offer as Pai gets back to the striker's end, and we place our orders for lunch, which is always
start from Pai.
156 for.
What did you go for, Mike?
I went for the vegan mayo-y thing.
Do you know? Me
Don't know
too.
what that's going to be.
Are you eating vegan?
Well, I'm vegetarian.
Oh, okay,
so
cool. Well, good. Thanks to us, I'm vegan.
There we go.
There you go. Well done.
Sachi Pai facing up, first ball, defending into the pitch, and Lindsay Smith will pick.
Fielders got very excited there, but Pai did well to jab her back down on it, didn't she?
It was new batter excitement, wasn't it? Really?
I think so.
It was just right. We've got someone new at the crease. We're going to get excited about whatever she does here. It was a fairly routine defensive stroke as Smith bowls again. Pai drives into the offside. Looked for a moment as if it was going to escape the grasp of Holly Armitage in short, but didn't do so. And the fielders, I think, had that covered. It's a fairly narrow gap between Slater at a kind of fairly straight cover position on the back of the ring, and Armitage at a very straight extra cover position. Pai looks to play into that region again off the back foot this time, but only bounces the ball down into the pitch. Winfield Hill taking it one-handed. Good form there. One hand, one bounce.
All out.
All out. Done. Shame she didn't appeal, really. But there we go. Approaching 2,500 of you watching the Lancs Cricket YouTube stream here. Full day of entertainment to come, starting off with this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game here in Sale. And this will be the big one for women's cricket fans around the country and around the world, finishing off the first round of fixtures in this 50-over competition. And plenty of international calibre on display, not least that of Catherine Brunt, who has the ball in hand at the Dane Road end, will be making her way in. A superb career in test matches coming to an end. Played 14 of them as this one is driven down the offside. Across comes Bess Heath, try and get involved in the fielding. No run to the total, but you have to remember Catherine Brunt played in that 2005 Ashes winning side. So those 14 test matches spread over a long period, 51 wickets in them, another 167 wickets in ODI cricket, 50 over cricket like this. That's a great shot. And Collins has decided, despite Brunt's seniority, despite all those wickets, that she will keep hitting the ball over the top, and she's done it again successfully there. 4 more runs, 160 for 4. As that one disappears to the mid-wicket boundary on that occasion. Really neat stroke from Danielle Collins as Brunt comes in, twiddled into the leg side this time on the floor, and Armitage does the fielding. Prevents the run being scored on that occasion. Brunt just waving one of her fielders in front of square out on the leg side boundary as the 22-year-old Danielle Collins waits with bat raised against the 37-year-old Catherine Brunt. This one's clipped behind square on the leg side. There's 2 fielders out on the boundary trying to get there, and it's just crept underneath for 4 runs. That will not impress Catherine Brunt one bit. 164 for 4. Collins starting to get the board moving again. She'll be happy with that. Takes a score on to 17 off 39 deliveries. Brunt turns and runs from heel to toe, accelerating as she goes. Bowling once more, and the ball rises into the defensive stroke of Collins once again. 2 boundaries from the over. She'll be feeling better about her position in the game at the moment, as Brunt contemplates how to remove this left-hander, having seen Emma Lamb depart for 82, top scorer of the innings so far, bowled by Lindsay Smith, as Collins flashes away and it drops just short of Stair Callis. Never really going to carry to the back of the ring, that one. However, it was another expansive shot, and if you're going to pick a bowler to take on, Catherine Brunt is a very brave one indeed to go after, but that is what Danielle Collins, at 22 years of age, has decided to do, and it's very disrespectful to 316 international wickets across all formats.
But there's also the thought that if you're going to flash hard, and if you're going to flash hard, flash against somebody who's bowling it very quickly at you, you know, there's a lot more margin for streaky fours here than everywhere. So
that's true.
There's a bit of method in her madness, I suppose, till she gets one in the face, of course.
Well, yes, that is always a danger.
That's what you've got your headgear for.
Yeah, well, yes, I suppose. You don't want to be headbutting it too often. 164 for 4 as Smith looks to dismiss Sachi Pai as she did to Emma Lamb in the previous over, as Smith again makes her way in, twirling left arm over to Sachi Pai, who just defends it to Holly Armitage. As Alison Byrne just making a note for me there.
Just having a little look at Danielle Collins. I'm not going to say it, actually. Can we wait until after a certain score? Because you'll see why in a minute.
Oh, right, okay.
Hold your breath.
Oh, dear. I mean, I think you have put any jinxes that could be put on there, but there we go. Sachi Pai defended into the offside.
If you think I've already jinxed her. Danielle Collins is approaching her top score of the season, which is 26, I believe, against the Diamonds at least, 29th of May, so that must have been in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, was it?
It would have been indeed, and she needs to go on beyond that here in the 50 over competition as Pai tries to get her innings underway. She's on 2 at the moment, but can't find a gap, and the score remains 164 for 4. Pai again just loosens that left shoulder as she settles into the stance and drives hard, but only finds the busy Armitage. The always busy Armitage, who makes the stop effectively on that occasion. Smith just trying to tempt the batters and trying to just tease them into injudicious strokes. Pye not having any of it on that occasion. Forward in defence. As Thunder have lost wickets at 16, 71, 110 and 154, so this partnership currently standing at just the 10 runs, and that's been what slowed them up a little bit, hasn't it? But it's been fairly fluid. Last partnership of 44 runs between Collins and Lamb. There's also a 39 before that, the one between Rachael and Emma Lamb. And Lamb, when she was with Dotton, producing the biggest partnership of the innings so far of 55. So can the second half of this Thunder innings continue to just produce these partnerships that keep the board ticking, keep things moving, and perhaps even leave a few wickets for a dash at the end as Brunt bowls, and this one is off the inside half of the bat on the drive from Collins up to Slater, who opened the bowling today. Brunt continuing her work here. 6 overs for 40 runs so far from Catherine Brunt, so she's been relatively expensive, partly from bowling at Dotton, partly because Collins has enjoyed freeing her arms too. She's got the keeper up to the stumps here as this one is pushed into the offside. Bess Heath with the field in there, not got the gloves on today. Bess Heath just in the offside net. Keeping an eye on the Test match as well for you today, because I'm sure people will have the pictures of both on. England have brought up their 200, still 216 runs behind India's first innings total. As Brunt bowls, that's flashed hard, but only up as far as Jenny Gunn.
Wow, what a lovely shot if it hadn't gone to fielder.
Brunt knows what's coming here, doesn't she? She
does.
knows that Danielle Collins has decided, right, I'm gonna take you on here. Taking her on, she is, and she's doing a reasonably decent job of it so far. Brunt, slower ball, and it's played behind square for 1 by Collins. She's running quickly, looking for 2, but won't get it. As the batters exchange ends, 165 for 4.
Sure, Danielle Collins spotted that.
No, she sort of slowed during the stroke, didn't she, really?
Yep.
Sachi Pye to face the bowling of Catherine Brunt for the first time from this end. Brunt just spinning the ball with her 2 fingers that she's placing on the seam. 250 international appearances across all competitions. International wickets 316, but she can't add a domestic one here. Sachi Pye is solidly forward in defence. Her 11th ball, she has 2 to her name, and knows that her team need her to bat here. Her team need her to take them up to a total. It feels a 250 pitch. Whether Thunder are going to get there, though, I think
Going to have to go up through the gears a little bit if they're going to get to 250, I think, Mike.
yeah, it's going to depend on finding more scoring shots than they are at the moment. This one won't bring a run. Jenny Gunn is across, and Diamonds just feel like they have a really tight grip around the batters at the moment and aren't letting them get away. It has that sort of proverbial feel to it, doesn't it?
They're going to find a way of escaping from the shackles, push this score on a little bit.
Lovely day here at Sale. The clouds rising all the time. It's a little on the cool side, it has to be said, but there's plenty of bright patches around and plenty of spectators enjoying the cricket here today, watching on from the very black boundary rope, of course, to distinguish it from the white ball. Some little houses in the distance with the slate roofs and the neat brickwork the white one at the King's Drive end, where we will see Kasparik coming into the attack. Just moving her fielder at backward square leg, a couple of yards, good, probably 10 in from the boundary as well. Balls to Collins, who drives. Smith comes across, does the fielding. And there is no run on offer. Little stretch of the fingers from Winfield Hill, who has the gloves on today, as the sunshine comes into more full effect. And bowled is Collins. Smith once again the undoing of a Thunder batter, just tempting her with a bit of flight, and Collins couldn't resist and was struggling and trying to really feel her way through that innings. She's out bowled for 18.
Jinxed her.
And she walks off disappointed just as the sunshine comes out. Danielle Collins has to depart the field. Daisy Mullin will replace her. A little ripple of applause from Alison Byrne alongside me. But Thunder have to find something now, don't they?
She went for it, she tried. Not many people are brave enough to take on Brunt, and so she certainly deserves my little ripple.
Yeah, certainly took the attack to Catherine Brunt as the fielders engage in discussion, and I think Diamonds will be feeling very good about themselves at this stage. Kasparik, sorry, this time bowling Danielle Collins, of course, the change of bowling, the added loop there, but the wicket's coming from the King's Drive end of the ground. So Danielle Collins bowled by Kasparik from the King's Drive end of the ground as the lunches arrive here at Sale Cricket Club.
It's like being at school again on a school trip, isn't it?
Little brown bags.
Little paper bags. Very nice. Thank you, Sale Cricket Club. Much appreciated.
And our new batter is Daisy Mullin, who won a game in the warm-ups in fairly spectacular fashion at the back end of an innings. But unfortunately, as soon as the lunches have arrived, a few drops of rain seem to be falling here at Sale, and just as we thought,
oh yeah,
the sun had arrived. It saw the departure of Danielle Collins for 18, bowled by Kasparik, and now Daisy Mullin is back to the crease as Winfield Hill takes the ball. 165 for 5. Mullin starting with a dot then. Here comes Kasparik once more. Floats it up. Mullin deflecting the ball into the leg side off the front foot, looking for two. Wait is the shout though from Sachi Pai, who sends her partner back. Stops her from progressing the score past 166. But Mullin off the mark, crucially. And she will be happy with that. As Sachi Pai settles over the bat and will drive this one into the offside. No run on offer there for Sachi Pai. It's just all slowed down, and even count to 200 now needs to be the first port of call for Thunder here. This could all fall apart very easily. Here comes Kasparik, floats it up again. Sachi Pai with a slashing sort of drive, doesn't get much of it. It's fielded at backward point. 166 for 5. The Thunder innings feels as if it's really starting to slow here. The departure of Emma Lamb will obviously do that. The loss of Deandra Dotton without too big an addition to the score as well hasn't helped, but they've just got to find someone who can bat at this stage of the game, just see them through to a total. Lee Kasparik with the wicket in that over of Danielle Collins for 18, batted for 47 balls, hit 2 fours off Catherine Brunt, who has the ball in hand again.
These two girls are up against it really. Neither of them have had an awful lot of joy with the bat of late. Sachin Pai, top scorer this season, 7. And this is actually only Daisy Mullins' second innings of the season for the Thunder. Last season her top score was 26, so
yeah,
look at
made
it
a
both
debut
ways.
last season, didn't
Real
she?
challenge for both of the girls, but you know, this is what sport is about, facing up to challenges. Talking of which,
Catherine Brunt bowling to Mullen, outside edge, finds Lindsay Smith at backward point. To Mullen, outside edge, finds Lindsay Smith at backward point, who got the crucial dismissal of Emma Lamb.
this could be a really great opportunity to push on in both of their careers, their batting careers.
Brunt 7 overs so far. Having to go for a couple from the King's Drive end, but has predominantly resided at this Dane Road end of the ground, as this one is just touched into the leg side of the back foot from Mullen. Knows there's time to bat here, but knows the board needs to get moving again, because it's rather ground to a halt from a Thunder perspective. Tall trees away to our right hand side, all around this ground in Sale here, bar probably the end we're commentating from at about extra cover. So this one's driven offside. Slater slides on the turf, gets to the ball, plenty of time. Catherine Brunt almost just seems to be sensing here, if she can get her first wicket she can find a way through, and seems to be why she wants to stay in the attack, as we say, in that England ODI squad, but has retired from Test match cricket as Brunt comes in again, short of a length. There's an appeal for LBW, but I think there was a bit of bat involved from Daisy Mullen. Alison Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, looking tense alongside me.
Looking tense and trying to peer
underneath the steel
the
bar,
railing, because
yes.
my back's getting a bit sore trying to peer over it, so I thought I'd try a different angle, you know.
Well, you look nervous now.
Do I? I'll take the pain.
No,
and sit up.
no. You can do what you need to do. Here comes Catherine Brunt, right on over the wicket, short of a length, neatly defended. Armitage there. She'll be feeling very happy about this as the captain for the Northern Diamonds here.
Happy but not complacent, I'm sure.
Sure you had many a duel with people from the teams from Yorkshire.
Can't say I was very successful at
Really?
Yeah, back in my day they were the tops.
They would have had probably the Powell sisters at that time, I guess, as Catherine Brunt comes in and bowls, driven up and over down the ground of 4, and Thunder needed that. Daisy Mullen providing the release, 170 for 5. Catherine Brunt has not been afraid to bowl full on what looks a reasonably good batting track and trying to tempt the batters into drives, but it has at times produced fours, and it did so there. 170 for 5 at the end of the 34th over.
I can't even remember their names. Half of them were in the England team anyway. I remember that.
I was going to say, Jane, of course, used to be the captain and then the coach of
Jane Powell.
England.
Yeah, I remember Jane.
As these players on the pitch now continue to build on the history of what's gone before.
Even playing club cricket, if you ever went across the Pennines and came back with anything more than a bit of rain in your face, you'd have done well.
As we have a slight cleaning of the camera going on, which shows the raindrops are falling once again here at
Stop there, Mike.
once again here at Sale Cricket Club. Kasperick will continue. The covers hopefully won't be needed. Hopefully they can stay just off the ground at that far end, the King's Drive end of the ground here. With Mike Perkins, Alison Byrne, Lancs Cricket TV. Sachi Pai faces up and has to defend again, still on 2.
Talking tactically, Mike, now would not be a bad time for a really bad rainstorm. Really?
Okay.
Well, I don't know my mathematical formula too well, but our run rate definitely has died down.
4.86 at the moment, as Pai is going to be caught. No. Gunn couldn't quite get a body underneath it. Drives down the ground, picks up 2 more. 2 valuable runs for Sachi Pai there, because she'd been rather stuck on 2. Just managed to evade the hands of Jenny Gunn at mid-off. Was just trying to slide underneath it. 4 from 15 Pai has. It's crucial that she's there, but it's also crucial that she scores. Another big swing of the bat. Hits it hard to mid-on. It's got to be tight. There's a direct hit, but Anna Harris shakes her head. She was poised in a crouched position.
Wasn't she?
had a good view. 173 for 5.
Great credit to these two, though. They've not come in and gone into their shells. They are going for it, and you know, you can only give them great credit for that. Shows a lot of bottle, and neither of them have got many runs in the tank this season at this level, anyway. So well done, you two. Keep it going.
Yeah, they've shown intent, but without really matching it in the scoring bit. Although Daisy Mullins just come to the crease and hit a nice 4 from Catherine Brunt, so we'll see if she can continue to add to that. But yeah, a bit of rain now would add some spice to that wicket, I suppose, wouldn't it? As this one's off the outside edge from Daisy Mullin. It's behind square on the offside. There will be one at least. They thought about running on the, as Yvonne Graves struggled to pick it up. 174 for 5. Tall figure is Graves. It was a long way down there. The wind ruffles
It's
across.
not easy when it's chilly either, is it? You
No,
know,
everyone's got
stop,
the coat
stop,
on now
stop.
up here.
And if you're fielding and you're running for a ball and you just, you know, you're just a little bit stiff.
And you can see why. And even Frankie next to us with the camera's got the hoodie on as that one's driven down the
It's
offside.
a nice hoodie. It's got crew written on the back. It's very trendy.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure of the logo, Mike.
It's the Badger and Coombs logo who
Is
do
it?
do the cameras for us here.
Ah.
Do a very good job.
She's smiling now, look. She knows we're talking about her.
We've earned an extra bag of crisps for that.
I think so.
Pye hits this one hard into the leg side, and a single is taken. 175 for 5 it moves on to. Keeps Pye on strike.
Well done, girls.
Reasonable over there. 5
Yeah,
added.
I think
All of those help, isn't it? That's the sort of thing that Thunder just need here, don't they?
If 5 and over for the last 15 overs, that's
It's
a
a
target.
total, isn't it?
That's
Yeah,
a target.
it's a total.
Whereas if they get out, and they're stuck on 190, 195, you may as well eat your butties and go home. With the strength and depth that the Diamonds have got.
Yeah, I mean, it's an ominous batting lineup, isn't it? When you look at the likes of Winfield Hill, Callis, Armitage, Heath, Lindsay Smith knows how to hold the bat. Brunt can hit a few. Casper it can bat too. It's a long batting lineup.
So
Yvonne Graves
keep
even.
It going. Keep it going, girls. Give us a target.
And Jenny Gunners scored a half century. Oh, yeah, scored half centuries in this competition. So there's plenty on offer. Katie Levick back into the attack. Got the crucial wicket of Deandra Dottin earlier in the game. Has figures of 5 overs 27 for 1 as she approaches the crease again, just short of a length.
Good shot.
Cut away into the offside. And Mullin will look to return to the non-striker's end, but has to settle for just the one to Sachi Pye's total. So can these two keep things moving? 176 for 5. Pye onto 6, and Mullin looking to keep her total moving as well. As,
I think I might just have to disappear and steal that lady's yellow blanket.
yes, it's becoming that sort of day again.
Chilly
That
again.
sunshine got us excited, but it was the last it had in its tank, and
It's windy.
it's yeah.
Chilly.
The zip might have to go up on the jacket
Oh,
now as
careful,
well
boy.
as Levick bowls, and this one is played into the offside. Smith there with the fielding, but just not quite getting back and forward enough, really, the Thunder batters, to take advantage of this pitch. And it looked a very different game when both Dottin and Lamb were batting on this pitch, as this one's played away again into a gap out to the fielder on the boundary. One more to the total, 177 for 5.
I'm very glad I went back to my house to get my jacket when I was driving around the corner from the house and my jumper. I thought, oh, I might just take my jacket just in case.
Yes, probably a
Schoolgirl error.
just in all probability on a day like this, as Levick bowls forward. Goes Mullin, goes Pye rather. Both batters have 7 to their names at the end of that Katie Levick over. It was a tidy one, just the 2 from it. So they need more overs like that 36th one that they had, where they are able to get, like that 35th one rather that they had, where they're able to sort of get around the 5 mark and just keep that moving until maybe the last 5 overs, and then have a bit of a dip from there with the 5 wickets in hand. But at the moment, the Thunder, it's becoming a real struggle, and the weather's closing in on them as well as the Diamonds fielders. They right on the back of the ring, as you remarked when Dottin came in, but they're creeping in now, aren't they, and just looking to squeeze Thunder, but they're fighting hard, and that, I suppose, is what you will want to see from a Thunder perspective.
You know, they're very young players, 19, Daisy 19, Sashin Pye 23.
Here is Lee Kasperick, who has a wicket and also has the catch of Deandra Dottin against her name. One to the total. It was well hit, wasn't it, by Mullin there? Powerful and fluid, and Mullin seems to definitely have something, doesn't she? It's just whether she can build on it. And I mean, the one who always makes runs in junior cricket is Liberty Heap, and whether we'll see her come through at some point into the Thunder middle order will be interesting as Pye defends.
But it's a typical one with young players, isn't it? Do you bring them through to seniors or not? I mean, if you bring them through and they don't get runs, then that's a real confidence block, isn't it? And almost a backward step. So it's a balancing act as to how and when you bring them through, I think.
Played in the first season of the competition, did Liberty Heap, but she's back down the order, bowled a little bit as well. Got Jenny Gunn out, in fact. There was a lovely picture of her as that dot ball is defended into the offside of them together when Liberty Heap was very, very young, and then she obviously got her out in the first edition of this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. This one's worked away by Sachi Pye into the leg side, and the one is added to the total, 179 for 5. But as I say, this competition seems to just be gaining momentum, and a Lord's final, I think, is an indication of that, isn't it?
Absolutely brilliant.
As Mullin settles over a bat once more, and here comes Kasperick. King's Drive end, throws it up. Mullin drives, and that was exactly what Kasperick was trying to induce, but perhaps wanted just a little tickle on the way through to Winfield Hill.
If you look at the offside field, if she does drive and get a set, even just a little bit wrong, 1, 2, 3, and then a back point.
Yes, they're all waiting
They're all in there
with hands poised, but Mullin hits it straight. Back at Kasperick though. Both batters who began the over on 7 finish it on 8. 2 more to the total, 179 for 5. And Thunder just have to find a way here of getting to a total. It was all looking so good with Emma Lamb at the crease, but it all seemed to rely on Emma Lamb's batting and her seeing them through to the total.
They are creeping nearer and nearer though, these fielders. I wonder if one of these young ladies here is going to be brave enough to try and lift it up and over. I see they've moved back a little bit for is it Collins? Collins is the left-hander.
It's Mullin now settling over a bat, who did take the aerial route against Brunt. Here comes Levick, bowling short of a length, dabbed away into the offside, and Pye, who has the strike, takes the single and brings Mullin back onto strike. 184 5. Cool conditions again in Sale. The blanket is up round the neck of the lady on the far side, as down the wicket comes Mullin, was only able to find the edge of her bat. No run. Katie Levick whirling away, whirling through her work here. Here she comes, looking for a second wicket of the innings. The first was Deandra Dottin, the Barbadian, will be playing in the Commonwealth Games. Another single on the cut for Daisy Mullin, but that's all they've managed to garner from the last couple of overs is a single apiece, and that's what they've got from this over so far.
The traditional conformist shots don't seem to be doing the trick. I wonder if any of these two young players have got any of these little trick shots in their
we shall see
box
as
of
Pye
tricks.
knocks it away. Back into the crease she went and found a single, 182 for 5, so they've improved on the last couple of overs.
Stephen Lamb was batting. She did play a couple of little ramp shots to the spin bowler. But,
well, it is very open down there. There's a backward square leg on the boundary, or just in from the boundary, but other than that, that area is open. Mullin thought about turning that one round the corner, but wasn't able to do so. Good to have 2,300 of you with us on the Lags TV YouTube stream. Mike Perkins and Alison Byrne with you, as there is an attempt at sweep, comes off the pad. The batters will exchange ends. 4 runs then from the over, as the knee is lifted and tapped by the umpire. Just clench the fist and tap the knee to signify the leg bye. 183 for 5. A better over, but still not up around that 5 mark that we saw back in the 35th over. Discussions going on. At some point they will have to go, but it doesn't feel the right time just yet. It feels sort of they need to chip away those 17 runs as quickly as they can, and then maybe have a bit of a dart from 200, get themselves up to sort of 225 and beyond. But earlier in the innings it did feel 250 was a par score, so Thunder are going to have to work hard with the ball here. Kasperik working hard on the ball at the moment, and it's hit past Callis, and there's going to be at least 2 here. You would think. Callis gets to the ball, she's going to throw it back, but Mullen had turned quickly and got back and made the most of the failure to stop the ball on the edge of the ring. 1-8-5 for 5.
Kasperik's not very much luck in the field when she's fielding off her ball. She's just got smacked in the hand then with a throw in from the fielder. She's got one in the nose, one in the wrist.
In she comes once again. That characteristic style where the arms just sort of pop out in the run-up before returning to clench the ball. No run on offer there as Mullen worked to leg. Only found Bess Heath. 3 crouch in front of square on the offside as well. Here comes Kasperik. Floats it up. Mullen drives down the ground for 1. And a useful one. 186 for 5. So 3 from Mullen. Can Pye perhaps match it in the remainder of the over? Another few spectators make their way in. Another 4 or 5 over there. We'll see Sachi Pye settling over the bat. Waiting for Lee Kasperik. Hit into the offside. The fielder's about halfway back to the boundary stair, Callis there. So another run's on offer. 187 for 5. There's another 2 back on the leg side for Mullen as Kasperik comes into the ring. 2 back down the ground as well. Just trying to stop her hitting too many boundaries, and she'll settle for a dot ball there to Lee Kasperik's flighted off spin, which was the undoing of Collins. It was the left arm spin of Smith that brought the wicket of Lamb for 82. Highest score of the innings so far, as Mullen tries something more expansive, but still only brings herself a single. 188 for 5 then the score, just gently moving it along, but 5 from that over, so back to that kind of mark we said where they need a few more overs like that. So can they produce another one here as we enter the last 10 overs of the 50 that Thunder have available to build a total? 2,500 of you join us. Make sure you hit that like button as well, because it helps people find our stream here on Lancs TV. And it's been an absolute delight to have you with us for the start of a brand new competition, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, as Levitt continues her work from the Dane Road end. It's clipped on the cut. There was definitely a single there. And why there was the pause in the middle of the pitch is a little bit of a puzzle, it has to be said. But there was one, and it didn't, fortunately, end in a run out, but it easily could have if it had been a tighter single. 189 for 5. Thunder starting the over well. Can they continue to accumulate? It's a very good bit of bowling from Katie Levitt, pitching it around leg stump, turning it across the batter, bringing the defensive stroke. Exactly what you would expect from Katie Levitt, leading wicket taker in the recent Charlotte Edwards Cup, trying to do the same again in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Now this is a tighter single, but they both set off, they both got their heads down, they both ran, and Pye adds another one to her total, which moves on to 12. 190 for 5. Better running from the Thunder batters, thanks to the 663 of you who've hit the little thumbs up button, as this one is hit in the air towards Catherine Brunt, who would have been interested for a second but then realised it was dropping short of it. The little white window frames of the flats on the far side. There'll be one or two looking on from there, I'm sure, as well.
There's
As this
the
one's
trick
reverse
shot.
swept. Very nicely reverse swept,
Lovely
powerfully reverse swept by Daisy Mullen. She picked her option. It was past Yvonne Graves at backward point and away for 4, and that sort of lifts the tension, and this is a better over. 194 for 5. 6 from it so far, and still time to add. There's Katie Levick approaches once more, floats this one up. It's driven into the leg side. There probably was one if they'd really wanted it, but at this stage they decide to let Rachael Slater dive and make the stop, and they don't add to the total off the final ball. But 6 from that over, that was more like it from Thunder, but it took a very inventive shot. But players of Daisy Mullen's generation, that shot is almost like a cover drive or a sweep shot of the conventional variety, really, isn't it? They sort of quite happy to play them.
As I say, that's yeah, that's what I was hoping for, to be fair. And thankfully they didn't disappoint, so it's good. It just gives the fielding team something else to consider in their field placements. It just might create a gap elsewhere in the field.
It's almost like they have to go, right, what's the risk I'm comfortable taking against this bowler,
exactly.
and can I start using it, and maybe when they get up to about kind of 43, 44, 45, then they can have some real swings. But that's defended by Pye into the leg side. As I say, we promised to keep you up to date on the test match as well. That's
6 and 0 will take us to 250.
That would be about where you feel you need to be on this pitch, but 6 and over feels like it's going to be a challenge at this stage, as Pye plays into the leg side but can't find a run. So again the applause rings out. Here goes Kasperick again. Extra cover is found this time by Pye, and just too many fielders being found. I'm sure we'll have plenty joining us from the test match at the moment, because they seem to be off for a rain delay with a score at 200 for 6. In comes Kasperick bowling, and it's clipped away, neatly clipped away by Sachi Pye. Out to the fielder Rachael Slater on the boundary, returns on the bounce to Lauren Winfield Hill, and there is just the one run on offer. Gunn heads back to long off. Mullen assesses her options. It was the reverse sweep she went for last over, and Mullen just defends here. It's been more of a struggle this over. Kasperick has known, we've seen Levitt concede a few in the previous over, that she needs to just be a little bit more stingy in terms of the balls that she's offering to the batting side. Forward comes Mullen, defends into the offside, and there is no run on offer. 195 for 5 then, just the one added from that 41st over. And as I say, it was just almost like Lindsay Smith went right. Lee Kasperick went right. This is my job. I'm going to make sure that we don't concede here. Runs were hard to come by all of a sudden. A couple more who look like they've maybe been to the shop, so I have a big picnic with them, are making their way round past the covers at the far end. A couple in the nets as well, as Levick bowls. It turns, they're going to take a quick single. Sachi Pye just taking the pace off it, getting down to the non-striker's end. 196 for 5. Good bit of cricket there. Here is Levick once more to twirl in, throws it up and defends. Defends comfortably really there.
Didn't take the bait.
Tense moments for Thunder here. They're going to have to go at some point, and they're just contemplating exactly when that will be. Levick throws it up, hit high by Mullin. Now will it be out? What a great diving catch that is out there. Bess Heath throwing herself forwards in the outfield, used to having the gloves on, but today she doesn't have them on, but she's still catching it very well. And Daisy Mullin's little cameo of 18 comes to an end, out, caught in the deep by Bess Heath, throwing herself forward. And that was a very, very good catch indeed.
Good effort, love.
As the applause comes from Alison Byrne, the former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, and Laura Jackson makes her way out to the middle. 8 overs still left here. Thunder need to start adding some runs. Daisy Mullin tried it with the sweep shot there, but just couldn't get enough on it in the end. And as you say, Alison Byrne, a very impressive piece of fielding.
Well, yeah, that was, yeah, I think we'd have been happy with that, Mike, wouldn't we, you and I, at Sunday League?
Oh, I'd have been 3 paces away from it, don't worry about that.
Seen it, mate.
Got nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. Well, the Diamonds fielders enjoyed it.
Sorry, that's why they didn't have her behind the stumps. They were saving her for the boundary catching, weren't they?
Yeah, she's done a good job out there. She's been out there a good portion of this game. She's got her reward now, so excellent stuff from Bess Heath in the deep. In an unusual 6 wickets down for Thunder, 196 the score. But can Thunder just find something late on and find a way up past that 200 mark and beyond, up towards 225 and 250? That would give them something to bowl at. I mean, they've got less to make up in the second half. Levick bowling, of course. It was here in the Charlotte Edwards Cup that Thunder beat Diamonds. Laura Jackson was a big part of that, with the wicket of Lauren Winfield Hill in her first over. 197 for 6. The score moves on to Jackson's off the mark. Short of a length, just dabs it down to the boundary at third, and she's going to pick up 2. Will they come back for 3? No, they decide not to.
She played that very well, because it seemed to leap up at her at the last minute. She managed to get up on tippy toes and play that down there.
Well, poor Yvonne Graves nearly ended up in the spectators on the deck chairs down there. She had to be very careful to sort of stop herself from going over the boundary as Katie Levick on her way again, throws it up. A little bit of turn.
They didn't seem
too
keen to move out of her way either. There was a distinct lack of movement from them, wasn't there? Some of them may have been asleep. I hate to say it, but looking from this position, maybe.
Possibly. It is Sunday,
Exactly.
and you're allowed to be a little sleepy on Sunday. 199 for 6 then. Thunder, they're going to have 200 to defend, but how many more than that are they going to have? That's the question mark at this stage in the innings. We will continue to see as the Thunder batters continue to try to find a way to score off this miserly spin bowling from the Northern Diamonds. It's going to be Kasperick to continue. Just redoing the ponytail at the far end before she does so. We're all ready to go. Laura Jackson on strike for Thunder. Kasperick throws it up, played into the offside. No run on offer. Jackson again, settling. Big role for her to do. Number 8 in this Thunder lineup, having got a professional contract now. She's
Nice. Go on, go.
playing this one into the leg side. On to 2 she goes and brings up the 200 for Thunder in the 44th over of the game. How many past 200 can Thunder go from here? We will see in the remainder of this innings on the Lancs Cricket YouTube stream. New competition today, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, the group stage of the T20 Blast comes to its conclusion. Can Lancashire Lightning top the table in that one? We'll all find out in due course today. As Sachi Pai hits hard down the ground, it took a bobble in front of mid-off, but didn't go beyond the fielding position. Jenny Gunn still able to get a body behind the ball, even at this late stage of her career. Kasparik once more. Throws it up. Sachi Pai down the ground. There's a fielder back at long gone. And they get round. But it was a shot that probably deserved more than just the single it brought. 201 for 6. A sign of expansiveness there. And that's probably what Thunder are going to need to take it up to around that kind of that 225 mark, which would give them a bit of work to do, a bit to gain back with the ball in the second half, but it would give them something to defend. As we say, a lot of runs scored at Sale, but probably not in these conditions we're seeing today, which are becoming steadily more blustery as Jackson drives back to Kasparik. There with the hands. As we say, it's been a miserly bowler, bringing Callis in. 1, 2, 3 back on the leg side, just one in the ring. There's plenty of space behind square for the dabbed sweep, but Kasparik is not offering an opportunity to play it for Laura Jackson, who just has to settle for a dot ball there. So 201 the total for 6 at the end of the 44th over of this innings.
Well, they definitely seem to have a sense of urgency about them, these players. Picking at 1s and 2s here and there. But the Diamonds seem to have spread their field slightly now, conscious that they don't want to be conceding boundaries at this stage. So
Katie Levick then to begin her final over. 42 for 2 are her figures so far, as this one is driven into the leg side. One picked up by Pai. Jackson now will have to ensure she returns the favour as we await the point where we can tuck into those little brown bags and see what's inside, as this one is looped up by Levick.
Spider Kit Kat and a pear.
Bit of chocolate, can't go wrong with that. As here is Levick to bowl again. Third ball of her final over. It produces another dot. And if Thunder are going to go against Levick, they're going to have to try it sooner rather than later. Dotton tried to go against Levick, but it was her undoing, as this one is thrown up through to the keeper, Winfield Hill, behind the stumps.
Who good take.
Has barely been noticed with the gloves, actually, which is probably
sign of a good one, isn't it?
A big compliment. Levick's wickets, Dottin and Mullen so far, as this one's driven down the offside. Another single added to the total. And it brings Sachi Pai back onto strike. 203 for 6. Looks as if it'll be the 45 over mark then, if they have decided to go from there, that they will be looking to accelerate from here, Thunder, as this one is bowled and just dabbed away into the offside. Sachi Pai picks up another single. 204 for 6. Pai on to 19. And the spin bowling has been very difficult to score off here, which will encourage the likes of Hannah Jones, Emma Lamb, and of course Alex Hartley, who has taken 21 wickets across 2 editions of this competition.
Good point, Mike.
So there's plenty of options there for Thunder in the second half of this game. At the moment, though, it's the bat that they need to use to ensure they have a total to defend and that they're not trying to make up too much in the second half. And Diamonds have been very, very good today. And in particular, Lee Kasparik, who floats up another one and is hit high. There's a fielder out at long gone, but they won't get round to this one as it pops over the boundary at the score box, which ticks on to 208 for 4. The orange figures bright on that board, which indicates the cloud cover that's moved back in these windy conditions here at Sale Cricket Club. It's been a first weekend of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy where the weather's been a factor to DLS methods.
Same spot almost.
Finishes, and another 4 in front of the score box. And Kasparik's probably going to have to put one there now, because that's 2 boundaries from 2 balls from Sachi Pai. And all of a sudden she accelerates on to 27. 212 for 6. Well, we said if they're going to go, the 45th over will be the one they go in. Well, they've done a good start.
What a great opportunity for Pye to really stamp herself as part of the batting lineup for Thunder. They've needed somebody who can, you know, lower middle order, who can hang on in there and manage to push the score along.
As I say, played
I hope I haven't jinxed her.
Well, she's facing up again to Kasperick. The long on field has gone round slightly, looks for the cut this time, and just sneaks past the off stump and into the gloves of Winfield Hill, who dislodged the bail just in case. But it was a dot ball in the end. So can she go straighter down the ground this time? That would probably be the challenge here, as Kasperick throws this one up, turns it into the leg side instead. They're going to look for two here, but they won't get it because the two fielders on the leg side in the ring converge on it. Bess Heath is first there. 213 for 6, but 9 from the over so far. Can Jackson just take it into double figures before the over's out? She's got a long off, a long on, a mid-wicket and a backward square leg. So the little dab sweep is still on, although Yvonne Graves has been brought across to stop that. They've also got a short mid-wicket fielder, and then they've got 2 in the covers now and 1 at backward point. So where will Jackson get? Kasperick tops it up, hit straight just for the 1, but it does take the score off the over into double figures, and Thunder will be happy with this one so far. Brings Pye back onto strike as well. She has a fairly wide long on now, a long off, a mid-wicket and a backward square leg. It's thrown up and she turns it towards the backward square leg, in fact in front of square in the end. And Bess Heath is there from mid-wicket to do the fielding. That is 215 for 6 at the end of the 46th over of this innings, so a very profitable one for Thunder, that over. 14 from it, in fact. No, sorry, 11 from it. So that was more like it, wasn't it? That was more what you want to see, with wickets in hand towards the end of the innings. They've done well to keep those wickets back as well. They've got 4 of them to play with here, as this tactic of using the spin will continue. Holly Armitage is discussing with Lindsay Smith in some depth exactly what Diamonds are going to do. Bring Stair Callis in a backward square leg. The dab sweep is still on here, as it has been for much of the innings, but maybe they're just feeling the slowness of the pitch means it's not going to go down there very fast. In comes Lindsay Smith. Bowls short of a length. Got the crucial wicket of Emma Lamb for 82, top scorer in the innings so far. Begins this spell with 26 for 2, having also dismissed throw count. Not 2 bad wickets really there. 1 run picked up with that rather extravagant drive. 216 for 6. Getting the captain and the top scorer out. You'll take that.
Definitely.
Particularly 26 for 2 off 8 overs, and she's now bowling the death overs, which I think shows that spin bowling is considered the way forward here at Sale Cricket Club today, despite the coldness, which will not make tweaking the fingers particularly easy, but it's a breeze more than anything, and I'm sure once they're running around out there, they're probably fairly warm.
I can guarantee you they'll be a lot warmer than we are.
Well, that's for certain, as Jackson gets back into a crease. Winfield Hill felt there was a chance of a stumping, but
even if it had been, I don't know whether the umpire could have given that, you know.
But it seemed as if Winfield Hill was a bit, like Jackson was having to go round Winfield Hill to get back into the crease. But there we go.
And also, I don't know whether she could have seen it because of the bodies piled up anyway.
Yes. Anna Harris returns to a position at square leg. Lindsay Smith whirls in, hit to Holly Armitage. You guessed it, a short extra cover, where she's been either there or short straight mid-wicket for the majority of the innings. couple of people enjoying a game of tennis on the courts at the Dane Road end, which Lindsay Smith is delivering from. That's hit nicely, but straight to Catherine Brunt at long off. But it was fiercely hit. There was intent behind it. 217 for 6. Creeping towards that 225 at the moment. That will be, I think, minimum target here, won't it? And they'll ideally want to get up into the sort of the 230s, 240s. 250 feels
I think that's just a little bit too far for them on this occasion.
Long discussion. Punch of the gloves. Back they walk to their respective ends.
But it is encouraging that they are actually going for it. It's just that they've been thwarted by some good bowling, some good field placements, etc. That it's not that they're capitulating. They haven't given their wicket up lightly. They've gone for it. They've tried to play their shots, and that bodes well for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it's been a lot more
positive.
Together innings, hasn't it, from Thunder, because we have seen them collapse on 1 or 2 occasions. Jenny Gunn coming into the attack then. 3 overs of the innings remaining and 4 wickets in hand, so a chance for Thunder to try and go here. As it's slow and it's worked away by Laura Jackson, who runs hard but will only get 1. Brings Sachi Pai onto strike. You can tell it's cold because we've both stood up to try and stay a bit warm, and we both have the zips all the way up now to the net.
The circulation going to the feet.
We've had some lovely times sat out here in the sunshine on this balcony, but today is not one of them. As Sachi Pai settles over the bat, and running in is Jenny Gunn. Very slow ball, and it's been hit very well by Sachi Pai, but it's been fielded very well by Lee Kasprick on the boundary, who, as well as her 2 wickets, has her 1 wicket, has fielded ably on that occasion, coming round the boundary and stopping the 4 runs. 2 to the total, 220 for 6. So the 225 shouldn't be a problem from here. It's just whether they can go 230, 240 now. Sachi Pai waits for another slower ball, chops it on the cut into the offside. 1 run to the total, 2-2-1 for 6.
Interesting tactic from Jenny.
Very slow, isn't it? It's almost like she's seen the spinners and gone, right, I'm going to copy that.
It's just like spin bowling without any spin at home. Drift.
Yvonne Graves walks in from 45 again, really slow, and it's stumped.
It's deliberate. That
just
is
passed it
so
from
clever.
Laura Jackson, and Jenny Gunn has taken just about everything off that delivery.
So clever.
221 for 7. Jackson is out, stumped by Winfield Hill off the bowling of Jenny Gunn, and Phoebe Graham walks to the wicket against her former team, of course.
Oh, she'll be keen to do well, won't she?
She will indeed. Just claps the gloves together on her way to the crease. 2-2-1 for 7. The Thunder find themselves with just Hannah Jones and Alex Hartley left to bat. Sachi Pai has done a good job into the 30s. 33. And yeah, we do have a little bit of little and large going on here, don't we? Very tall Phoebe Graham versus the fairly short.
Give me a chance to get the right batter anyway.
Yes, it should be okay. Although I've got a left-hander and a right-hander mixed up at one point today, so you know it can happen. But when you've got Danny Hazel sitting next to you, that's really your focus, isn't it? To be talking to her, let's be honest. A couple of refreshments for the Diamonds players. Thunder in need of a few more runs here, you feel, to really challenge in this game.
So 2-2-1.
Probably settle for your deal on 235 here, wouldn't you? If somebody came and offered it, you'd go, I'd take 235. You might go beyond it, but
I'm greedy. I'd take 240.
240, fair enough.
I'm greedy though.
19 runs in 2.5 overs. Here comes Jenny Gunn up to the wickets.
Slow ball,
bowls very slow. Graham even tries to sweep, almost takes the sort of the option you would against a spinner, but doesn't really connect. It's a dot ball.
She's not bowling spin, she's just drifting it in, isn't she?
Gunn back to the mark. They're going to bring long off in, they're going to bring a fielder out and square leg. Yvonne Graves, the only fielder up on the leg side still. Bowl's slow and it's hit away again by Phoebe Graham. There's going to be 2 here. They were trying to do that there to offer Graham the 1, I think, but they've ended up conceding 2 instead. 2-2-3 for 7. So still slightly under par from Thunder. They're going to have to bowl well in this game if they're to win, but they have bowled well already this season against Diamonds, having recorded victory here in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. That will boost their morale as the sun is back out.
Hurrah.
Which means we've probably got a light little shower on the way just after it, because that's what happened last time. But if this sun stays out, then we will be much, much warmer. And in fact, I'm going to retake my seat because of the sun returning.
A bold move, Michael.
It is quite a bold move. I think we might go inside to eat the sandwiches, I have
Definitely.
to say. Plenty of little interviews and things like that to come during the break from Lancs TV. This one's cracked away now. This could be a chase on for Brunt. She's going to get round just, has to sort of dive onto her front just to make sure that she got behind the ball, and is applauded by Alison Byrne for her work. So 225 is up for 7. How close to the 250 mark can Thunder get? Here is Lindsay Smith to bowl again. This time Sachi Pai waits on the crease and swings hard down the ground, and Brunt has to go right this time to a straighter position, and Graham can't get back for the second. It's returned well by Brunt. 2-2-6 for 7. The penultimate over of the Thunder innings. Wickets still in hand, but only Hannah Jones and Alex Hartley left to come. Smith again, whirls in. Graham cuts, it's off a slight top edge. Pai has to be quick. He's thrown in at the base of the stumps, and just at the last minute Winfield Hill put the hand down because I think she felt it was missing and might go for overthrows. Brilliant to have around 2,500 of you with us during the first innings of this game. Do make sure you stay with us for the second innings, see if Northern Diamonds can chase this down. Here comes Lindsay Smith, bowling again to Sachi Pai, just works into the leg side this time. 2-2-8 for 7. The total moves on to 2 fingers from the umpire to signify another couple of balls remaining in this over. I thought it was less than that, I have to say, but there we go. Here's Phoebe Graham on strike. Tall figure. Waits for Lindsay Smith. She's got long levers, as they say. She uses them on the cut here to take 1 out to Kasperick, who returns. A couple of bounces into the square as it comes back. 2-2-9 for 7. Is it creeping up? Isn't it?
Yep.
Creeping up.
You never know. Passed over a couple of boundaries.
Here is Smith again, bowling to Pai, who thought about trying to absolutely smash that into tomorrow, but ended up having to just jab the bat down on it. 2-2-9 for 7 then, at the end of the 49th over of the innings. And what can Thunder produce?
Yours,
so you reckon what, 2-3-8, 2-3-7, something like that?
I think so. I think they'll get more than a couple because they're going to run for everything here, aren't they?
Well, I said you'd deal on it if you get what I mean, as in you might go beyond it, but, you know, sort of safety first, you'd say, oh, OK, I'll take that. So they'd need 6 for 2-3-5. They'd need 11 for 240 here. Very much depend if they can get a boundary early in the over, you would think. And Gunn is going to take everything off it. And Phoebe Graham has hit it high in the air. Oh, when Yvonne Graves couldn't get to it, just didn't turn back in time. So a single.
The wind
she was
didn't help her
short
cause then.
At 45 there on the edge of the ring. And the wind, yeah, just took it away from her, but she didn't quite turn quick enough to affect the stop. 230 then. The Thunder total at the moment. What can they add to it? 5 balls to go in the innings. The sun shining here and windy conditions at Sale. All the pace taken off it by Jenny Gunn again. Seems as if spin's going to dominate the reply. Sachi Pai coming back for the second. She's got to be quick, and she is quick. 232 for 7. Couple of moments to catch her breath. She knows a slower ball will be coming from Jenny Gunn here with all that England international experience, a World Cup win alongside Danny Hazel, who you heard from on the commentary. Pens have gone everywhere as the wind blows through once more here. Packed lunch is on its side, I'm afraid to say. Here comes Jenny Gunn once more. Ball short of a length, cut by Sachi Pai. This time the fielder is in a good 20 yards from the rope and will only allow one to be taken. 2, 3, 3, 4, 7. So the hitting's going to be left to Phoebe Graham, perhaps. Last 3 balls of the innings. Can she get any pace on one of these Jenny Gunn slower balls? Gunn bowls, it's more of a even pace that time and hit back to her, but still not what she was bowling in her first spell, it has to be said. Really keeping it tight here is Gunn at the end, and really keeping the pace off it. Bowls again. Graham swings hard into the leg side. She's only going to get one though, unless Pai really fancies a
suicide mission.
Yeah, a second run that was never going to end in anything other than being out. 2, 3, 4 for 7 then, as Gunn prepares to complete the over. Lots of chatter coming from the pavilion behind as well, which is good to see as Gunn floats it up. Pai's hit it off the top edge. It bounces once to Levick, who went for the safety first option. She went 2, 3, 5. Will take 2, 3, 6 as a chase. So that is the situation of the game. Thunder have made 235 for 7. Emma Lamb top scoring with 82. We had a bit of a cameo from Deandra Dottin with 26. Sachi Pai will finish on 41. Not out. That was a useful contribution at the end, Alison Byrne. What are your final thoughts?
Yeah, I was really impressed with Sachi Pai. She ran hard. She went for her shots, found the gaps on a few occasions, and this is a young player who has not scored very freely for the Thunder so far in her Thunder career, so I think this is going to be a real confidence boost for her moving forward, and the rest of the girls have appreciated that she's come off the pitch as well.
Well, as we hear the ripple of applause for the 2 Thunder batters not out at the end, Graham and Pai, and the Northern Diamonds fielders who are making their way off, we will retire for a little bit of lunch. Make sure you come and join us. It's been great to have 2,500 of you with us in the first half of this innings. I hope many more of you will return to watch the conclusion of this game in the second innings on Lancs TV. We'll see you soon.
I really enjoy 50 over cricket. I think it presents a completely different challenge. It's all about energy and making sure you can maintain it and re-energise the group at different stages in the game. I think the main thing for us as Thunder will be holding our skills for longer. It's a longer format of game, so bowling your best ball for longer and making sure you're hitting nice strong shots. There's just a lot of ups and downs and game-changing moments in 50 over cricket. It's a long period of time. You can be out in the field for 3 hours, and it's a case of driving momentum, being that person to create energy and create those magic moments. Yeah, it was so good to chase down 240. I think it showed how much the squad's developed, and it just shows how critical partnerships are, even lower down in the order. So I think that's something that we can build upon going into this weekend's game against the Northern Diamonds. Yeah, it's awesome to see some of the younger girls perform and actually grow with confidence. We saw in tour last week, Ducky score some runs, Daisy score some runs, so it's great to see the young girls actually backing themselves and believing now. I think that's a real shift in mindset from Thunder. Two good games of cricket, and I think everyone learned a lot from those games. I think individually it was great to get 10 overs under my belt and playing and trying to play at different phases of the game. So I think it's just been a great learning for everyone, and again, take that into this weekend. For the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, I think it's a case of partnerships, batting deep, and as well just ensuring we win some games of cricket. I think that's what I'm really excited about, is those moments in the T20 comps where we could have won games and let it slip from our fingers, really grasping those moments and actually turning close games into wins for us.
So Deandra, welcome to Emirates Old Trafford. Just talk us through what attracted you to sign for Thunder and talk us through the process of joining up with the squad.
Thank you for welcoming me. What attracted me to sign for Thunder and actually Manchester Originals, but I mean, I love cricket, you know. I've been here before in 2016, so I mean, like, I've already had the experience and actually know a couple of the players, so I thought it would be like a very good opportunity to actually join again and, you know, and actually reunite and have some more fun like how we did in 2016.
You mentioned that you've signed for Manchester Originals as well, and you get the opportunity to play at Emirates Old Trafford again. Are you looking forward to that, and what were your experiences like playing in 2016 here?
Well, of course, I'm actually looking forward to playing at Emirates Old Trafford. It's actually one of the grounds that I like playing at, you know. The experience back then in 2016, I mean, it was kind of like new and fresh, so, but I actually blended well, you know. Sophie Eccleston, Emma Lamb, you know, there are some awesome players, and their personality, well, it all welcomes you and keep you very warm. So,
are there any people like you've kept in touch with since your time at Thunder, and players you're looking forward to playing with once again?
Well, of course, there are players that I kept in contact with. Sophie Eccleston, and I actually have a relationship with Kate Goss too. We are very cool. We speak. We actually, other than playing for the Thunder, me and Sophie played together with the IPL last year and also this year. And I also met Kate Goss at the IPL as well. You know, I mean, playing alongside them is like a privilege because you get to actually know them as a person and see how their style of playing cricket.
You're here playing for Thunder in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. What are your aims for the tournament? Are you looking forward to working with the likes of Stephen Parry and Paul Shaw within the coaching team?
Well, here playing for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, I mean, like, I've heard a lot about Paul Shaw and heard that he's a very cool and, you know, nice person. I'm actually looking forward to, you know, being a part of the squad and having them coaching me and learning new things and experiencing a lot more stuff.
It's quite a new kind of regional franchise system in England with Charlotte Edwards Cup and Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Are you looking forward to being able to kind of compete against kind of strong sides that are getting stronger year on year?
Well, to be honest, I'm actually looking forward to that. You know, it's always good to play in a different environment where you know and get to know how, you know, the pitches or whatever place. I think it's always good to play outside and amongst other players, even if there are players that you haven't seen before, you don't know, even if that you know. I mean, playing county cricket or like the regional cricket in another country is also good as well, because you actually gain the experience and you learn a lot more, you improve as well on your game.
And you've obviously played around the world, you've kind of experienced a lot in your career. Thunder has quite a young squad at the moment. Are you looking forward to maybe working with some of those younger players and be able to pass on kind of your knowledge that you have of the game?
Of course, yeah, I have played around the world, and yeah, I'm open up to sharing my experience and giving the knowledge that I have. Yeah, the Thunder is a very young team, but I think it still has experience within the young, because they are actually, some of them probably actually had the experience to play for England, just like Emma in the Test cricket and stuff. They also have same Sophie Eccleston, so I think it's young but still experienced. But I'm willing to share my knowledge and stuff with them if wherever I can help or wherever it's possible.
And it's obviously a busy summer this summer with the 100, the Commonwealth Games, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. What are you most looking forward to?
Well, with this busy summer, I'm actually looking forward to playing all the cricket, you know, but this will be my second 100, so that's what I'm mainly looking forward to. But for the first time in history, I should say, being in the Commonwealth, having cricket in the Commonwealth, I think that's actually a big thing. That going forward, you know, is very good to have cricket in Commonwealth. You know, it's just not like athletics and stuff. So I mean, like, I'm also looking forward for that too, and the experience for that.
Thank you, Deandra.
You're welcome.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sale Cricket Club. You're with Mike Perkins and Alison Byrne on the Lancs TV YouTube stream. We've just retreated ever so slightly back under as much cover as we can get on this balcony, because it has just started to spit with rain as the Thunder players walk to the crease, and a couple more of the plastic bags are going to have to come out, I think, just to shield our equipment, but it's relatively well protected, so we should be all right here. Poor Frankie's got the hood with the big fur around it to try and keep her sort of warm and dry there. The chase, most importantly, is 236 for the Northern Diamonds. That is after Thunder's effort with the bat. Emma Lamb top scoring with 82. And Deandra Dottin in the Thunder side today is another big draw, and I think we might even be able to have a chat with one of her teammates during this second innings for the upcoming Commonwealth Games, which will be nice and something for you all to look forward to. Anyway, the Diamonds batters are out in the middle, predictably led by Lauren Winfield-Hill. She has her back turned to us here at the Dane Road end of the ground. And we are ready to get underway with Laura Jackson, who got her out here, of course, in the Charlotte Edwards Cup with the ball in hand. So what will this produce? It feels like Thunder might be 10 or 15 light with the bat as this one nips through outside the off stump. But Laura Jackson, I think, perhaps has other ideas. Very good start from Jackson to Lauren Winfield-Hill. Will she have her number again today? And will it be a low number, crucially, from the perspective of Thunder, or will it be a match-winning number to the delight of Northern Diamonds? Here's Jackson to Winfield-Hill again. That's cut away nicely. Mullin gets hands on it. Dottin is going to have to chase this one out towards the boundary, and 2 runs will be taken to get the Northern Diamonds underway. It's Lindsay Smith who's gone out to open the batting with Lauren Winfield-Hill, but she'll have to await her turn. Alison Byrne, we were just having a little bit of a sort of chat during the interval there. What are your early thoughts? I'll give you one more Laura Jackson delivery to consider them as she gets this one to nip back a bit on Winfield-Hill and cramps her for room. Dot ball.
My early thoughts are that this young lady seemed to have a little bit of a jinx over the Northern Diamonds last time they played.
She did.
I mean, the first 2 or 3 overs she was almost unplayable, but then her subsequent overs weren't as effective, so if she's going to strike, she needs to strike within the next couple of overs. That's my thoughts on the matter.
Here's Jackson trying to make the most of those slightly drizzly conditions. Winfield-Hill's gone back and hit that well and shown just how good this pitch is. It will sit up for you if you get a bit of short of length and wide on this pitch, and Winfield-Hill's made the most of it. It's 6 without loss.
My other thought is that she does need to pitch it up.
Yeah, well, that's where she had the success with the first ball that jumped through into the gloves of Threlkeld, who's in conversation with Boyce there.
Both of these players are too good to give them an opportunity to cut at this stage.
Many thanks for returning here to join us on the Lancs TV YouTube stream of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, as this one's tucked away off the legs. 7th run of this first over of the Northern Diamonds reply goes to Lauren Winfield-Hill. Be relieved she's off the mark and underway, and not back in the pavilion as she was in the game in the 2020 competition earlier in the season. Lots of switching around of the positions by Ellie Threlkeld. We have Deandra Dottin switching over to point now for the left-handed Lindsay Smith. Sachi Pai going to square leg. We've got a mid-wicket, a mid-off, a short extra cover, a more conventional cover as well. 3rd down on the boundary. Georgie Boyce is at slip. Clearly Thunder, I think, have decided they need to take some wickets early on as Sachi Pai retreats out to the boundary. And here comes Jackson around the wicket to the left-handed Smith, whose first ball is defended into the offside. Emma Lamb just examines that ball, and we are underway in this game. 7 without loss then, the start from the Northern Diamonds from their first over, comparing to 4 without loss in the Thunder innings. Now, we did a very clever thing during lunch, is we went and sat with the umpires, which is always good, because it means that they can't go. If they disappear, you know you've got to go and get ready. But if they're there, you're fine. You can keep enjoying your lunch.
Oh, and we clarified at the mini incident in the last innings where there was a bit of a tumbling behind the stumps, an attempted stumping. Harris confirms that she would have been in anyway, and actually it would have been the batter who had been obstructing the fielder in that case. So cleared that one up.
There we go. Phoebe Graham has the ball in hand and has Lauren Winfield Hill in her sights at the striker's end. It's rather changed our view moving back here. We're actually having to peer under the bar now, as opposed to over it as we were before. I may stand up as Alison Byrne is here, I think.
Not quite wise, Michael.
But here comes Phoebe Graham again to bowl from the Dane Road end of the ground here at Sale Cricket Club. It's short of a length, it's worked around the corner, and there will be one run to start the scoring from this end. Ellie Threlkeld comes and gathers. So yeah, delighted to say you were making friends with Alea Williams during the
you know me, I like
the break.
Chat.
You do.
Like chat.
And such is your prowess at
persuasion.
Your powers of persuasion have got Alea to come on and have a little chat with us about the Commonwealth Games, which is going to be absolutely fantastic.
I think. Yeah, she's a little bit nervous. Look after her, Michael.
I will do. Always do. As Smith just switches the hips a few times to get herself nice and loose, ready for the ball from Phoebe Graham. Ball well on the off stump and hit back to Graham. A little wide in the off stump, if anything, but it did the job, certainly, and prevented any scoring on that particular occasion.
Yeah, it's noticeable on her first ball. She'll get a little bit of bounce out of this wicket, even with a bit of dampness in it, so I'm looking forward to seeing how she uses her height and strength to use the variable bounce.
You'd expect it with Graham's height, as this one is driven into the offside. That was very full, and Lamb was there to do the fielding. As I'm going to just move the table back even more, and just see if we can get underneath that bar.
You're just getting
to the boundary.
itching towards the bar, really, aren't you, Mike?
Gradually, we'll get there. Here comes Graham again, pacing in across the turf. It's going to deliver right arm over the wicket again, be dispatched into the leg side and away for 4 runs. And 12 without loss. The Diamonds move on to Lindsay Smith, starting in very imperious fashion there.
Disadvantage, of course, is if you do get a bit of bouncing, you don't quite get the length right. That sort of shot is on the cards. The
shower seems to have passed now, so hopefully we will return to the conditions we had in the first half of this match, which, though cold and windy, were at least dry, as this one is driven up to Sachi Pine, a run
with
12 without loss. I might even put the table back forward again here. Let's lift it up, because it's going to make a horrendous sound otherwise, as we return to where we were in the first innings, because I think that was a better position to tell everyone about what was going on in the game, as Phoebe Graham approaches once again from this Dane Road end of the ground. It's short of a length. Smith thought about the cut for a fraction of a second and then allowed the ball to go through outside the off stump. We've reached the end of the second over, 12 without loss, so ticking along at 1 a ball at present are the Northern Diamonds, and if they continue to do that, that will be enough to reach their total and their target of 236 to win this game, their first of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy in 2022, the 3rd edition of the competition. As I think I've led the charge here, everyone's getting their tables back, but the jump has gone on as well as the raincoat now, which I think is an indication of I think it was going inside made me realise just how chilly it is out here, actually. But there's plenty of hardy souls spread around the boundary as Jackson comes in a bowl short of a length, pushed away. Dawson can't quite get across to it, and now Mullin is going to have to run back to point and send this one in towards Ellie Threlkeld. So 13 without
fielding
loss.
Near those AstroTurf strips, though, to be honest. You're always watching for a bad bounce. Never
yeah,
quite
they're
sure
not fun, are they?
No, not at all. I used to hate fielding next to those.
Alison Byrne, the former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, joining myself, Mike Perkins, on commentary for this game between Thunder and Diamonds. And it looks as if Diamonds are in the ascendancy, but with that little bit of weather around and There's still runs to be made here, and 236 is by no means a gimme target, is it? It could become quite difficult quite quickly if wickets are to fall, but at the moment these two doing a solid job for their team. Smith awaits, short of a length, hit nicely, but only to Sachi Pai at cover, the deepest of the fielders in the offside.
My eyesight deceiving me? Is Jackson getting up a bit of pace here?
Little bit, yeah, little bit.
She's obviously got good rhythm.
Probably a little bit short of what Brunt was bowling, but not much. As she's at the back of the run again, and will pace in once more. Smith waits. It's full. It hits the pads. The fielders were excited, but Jackson didn't really take much of a look at it. Just had a glance and turned back and knew it was what it was, that one, really. So unfortunately, from a Thunder perspective, there was no opportunity to get into this game and get into the wickets column. They need 10 to win this game, or to, of course, restrict Northern Diamonds in the 50 overs that will be sent down, as this one is defended by Smith in orderly enough fashion, slightly back but not too far on that occasion, and was at least able to keep those 3 stumps intact, which was her main aim. We saw Johnny Bairstow go to his century during the break. England 241 for 7 now against India in response to 416 all out, as there was a little bit of excitement there from the fielders, but Smith remains in place.
Jackson seems to enjoy bowling to the left-hander there, didn't she?
Yeah, there was just a bit of zip in that delivery, wasn't there? Just a little bit. So Bairstow now out for 106 in the Test match. We come to the end of the 3rd over here at Sale Cricket Club. 13 without loss, the tightest over so far from Laura Jackson, just the 1 run from it. And as I say, a little bit of threat building in that over, particularly towards that final ball that was the most threatening of all. 236 then, the target for victory. 13 of them have been scored so far.
I want whatever Mr. Bairstow's on at the moment, Michael.
Yes, he's having a good summer, isn't he?
It's crazy scoring.
He's having a very good summer indeed. Here's Phoebe Graham looking to add to hers. It's short of a length, hit away into the offside. Sachi Pai is across with the fielding. 223 more runs still required for victory for Northern Diamonds in that, as I say, opening game of the competition. They'll want to get on the board early. As I say, they've made 3 of the 4 finals so far in regional competitions, although not the one this season, but there's only one place to go from there, and that's to win one. Now this has gone not where I think Winfield Hill was intending, but it's gone for 4. It's gone nonetheless. She sort of was on the back foot and in the end took it straight down the ground, which is an unusual route to the boundary, but it appeared to be an effective one. The score is 17 without loss.
Lucky the wind had died down. That might have held up in the air a little bit longer.
Well, it seemed to at first off the bat, didn't it? It seemed to sort of not go quite as you would expect. Here's Phoebe Graham bowling and hit into the offside. It's a good bit of tumbling work from Daisy Mullen, able to
be 19
stop
again.
Any scoring being done.
To be 19 again, Michael? And you throwing yourself around like that?
I don't think I ever threw myself around.
No, I know I did. I wasn't necessarily effective, but I threw myself around.
Well, on that occasion it was stopped as Graham comes in once more. Short of a length, Winfield Hill's gone high, over backward square leg. Will it go all the way? Just the 1 bounce, 2 bounces and over the fence. It's a long old way out there because the boundary on the near side towards the netting is a lot shorter than it is on the side where Winfield Hill's just hit that, and that was a big and a long hit, and it just bounced twice away for 4 runs, 21 without loss. But she knew there was no one back there. The only fielder behind square on the leg side is right down at long leg. Here comes Phoebe Graham. Bowls short. Winfield Hill thought about the pull again, left it in the end,
wide given,
and it is a wide ball there. So another 1 to the total. 22 without loss, as Graham looks to find a way to dismiss her former teammate Lauren Winfield Hill. Graham up to the stumps, bowls short of a length, chopped down past the stumps and wide of the stumps from the point of view of the Northern Diamonds. That was a good outcome, as that could have ended in the dismissal of Lauren Winfield Hill, but she seemed quite content to have a little go at that one with the width. Leaves this one with a stride forward, a noticeable stride forward in fact. 22 without loss at the end of the 4th over, so
yep, productive over for the Diamonds there.
Trees a bit stiller in the distance, indicating the wind has died ever so slightly, although the one away to our right hand side is still being ruffled around a bit over towards the hedgerows. Spectators just starting to retake their positions after lunch. Still plenty sat over on the roller over there, a few more by the marquee. Very neat little row of flowers just in front of the score box on the far side, as Laura Jackson comes in. 3rd over of the innings for her, and it's hit away nicely by Lindsay Smith. Just waited for that and sent it away with the wrists into the shorter side of the ground. A little light flashes on the wooden, almost shed-like scoring hut over there, and that indicates 4 runs, 26 without a loss. Lovely stroke by Lindsay Smith. And Laura Jackson, I think, just pushing a bit full as she looks for this first wicket. Here comes Jackson again, short of length, outside the off stump and through to Threlkeld behind the stumps. Collins has come into a sort of curious little position, very short and straight at mid-wicket, just looking to try and find a catch. Boyce is at slip. Have Emma Lamb hands on hips at short extra cover. Those are probably the fielders most likely to take a catch here, as Jackson comes in again, bowls full, defended by Lindsay Smith into the offside. Sachi Pai is there with the fielding, and it's another dot ball. 27 without loss, the score. Smith will be happy with a boundary though in the early part of this over. Mullen treads back a few more paces out on the leg side boundary. It's full again at the stumps, and I suppose that's what Mullen's allowing Jackson to do there, really, is to bowl nice and full, because she has the sweeper out on the leg side. The other fielder outside the ring in this power play is Hannah Jones, just in front of us at 3rd. As here comes Jackson again, steaming in the distance, short of a length, and played away by Lindsay Smith. Into the offside, Emma Lamb there with the fielding. Sachi Pai and Deandra Dottin for
good comeback in this over, isn't it? Good comeback.
Voice of Alison Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain. And I think at the end of the over we'll get Alea Williams to pop in and join us at the end of this 5th over. We'll have a little bit of a chat about what's to come in the Commonwealth Games, and in particular Barbados's participation in it, as this one evades the bat of Smith on its way through to Threlkeld. A little bit of a slash outside the off stump from Smith, who was trying to get forward. The wind picking up ever so slightly, as Alison has to just salvage her notes over there and ensure that they don't disappear off into sail somewhere. As in comes Jackson, full of length, pushed into the offside. Lamb returns on the bounce, and that is the end of the 5th over. So the score is 27 without loss. A solid start by the Northern Diamonds, and delighted to say, popping into the seat alongside me is Alea Williams, which will be just getting put into position by Alison Byrne, who is doing a sterling job for us. So let's just pop the button on. Welcome. How are you? First of all, how are you assessing this game? I know you've popped along. Obviously, your teammate is playing in it, Deandra Dottin. But how are you finding things so far?
Hi everyone. Thanks for having me. This is my first time watching Lancashire women play live. is going pretty good so far. Saw some beautiful shots from the Lancashire women early on, and it's going pretty good so far. Hopefully we take a wicket soon.
Yeah, we will see. So already they've won you over of the Thunder here, as in comes Phoebe Graham to bowl, and this one is played defensively into the offside. There is no run on offer on that occasion, and Phoebe Graham will make her way back to her mark. So you play for Barbados then. That's your sort of that's your team back home, and of course you've won the domestic competition over there, which has meant you're going to be playing in the Commonwealth Games, as this one is turned away for just a single as Winfield Hill moves on to 18-28 without loss. I guess it's quite a strange situation, because you play as islands, you play as your countries, but in what is essentially a domestic competition in terms of cricket. But now you're going to have the chance to compete internationally against the best sides in the world.
Yeah, basically we play a regional tournament with all the Caribbean countries. We have Jamaica, Trinidad, Windward Islands, Guyana, Leeward Islands.
In comes Graham once more, knees pumping as she approaches the crease. It's full and hits straight to Sachi Pai up at mid-off. There's a shy at the stumps. It might have been close, it had been more accurate, but it was wide of them, so the board will tick on to 29 without loss. So tell us the story of that competition then, because you obviously won it, so obviously did well. Was it a dominant win? Were you ahead throughout, as sort of Vipers perhaps have been in these regional competitions here, or have you was there a team in particular that was pushing you all the way, as that one was defended on the back foot, no run?
I think Barbados usually always has a bit of fear for the rest of the teams. I mean, while they fear Barbados a lot, we have about 7 or 8 West Indies players representing Barbados. The last edition of the tournament, we had Barbados won both the ODI, the Super 50 and the T20 tournament.
Here's Phoebe Graham as this one is played into the offside of the back foot. There's no run, 29 without loss it remains.
So we were unable to do the qualifier. So since Barbados had won the previous edition, we automatically qualified for the Commonwealth Games.
I see.
We just had a tournament literally a few days ago.
Here comes Phoebe Graham once more, elbows jutting out, and now she delivers. Good defensive stroke right on the stumps, and it's another dot ball. 29 without loss at the end of the 6th over. So the latest competition finished just a few days ago.
Yeah, we finished on the 25th of July. We played a final against Jamaica in the Super 50, in which we won. We came runners up to Jamaica in the T20 by net run rate, so it was a bit of a get back there. Yeah.
So that's sort of the big rival then in domestic women's cricket in the West Indies between Barbados and Jamaica then, really. That's sort of the rivalry that's building at the moment.
Yeah, this tournament actually saw Jamaica and Barbados going head to head pretty much. Usually it's Barbados, Trinidad, but this year it was Barbados, Jamaica.
Right, I see. So Jamaica's sort of the new side on the scene almost, as Jackson bowls here to Winfield Hill. The chase is 236, remember. Diamonds yet to lose a wicket in this game here at Sale Cricket Club. And I suppose then if you sort of have 7 or 8 West Indies players in your lineup there, it's a case really of you're not going to be too much under strength then going into this Commonwealth Games competition, and it's, I suppose, going to be an opportunity for those other 2-3 places. Now this is on up in the air on the pull from Winfield Hill, and no mistake made by Ellie Threlkeld. There's a clench of the fist from Alea Williams next to me, who's clearly already a Thunder fan. The first wicket falls 29 for 1, and it's Winfield Hill who's out for 18, caught by the wicketkeeper and captain Ellie Threlkeld off the bowling of Laura Jackson. And well, Thunder are into this game, Alea.
Definitely.
It's a really good bit of bowling by Jackson. Just managed to hurry it on to Winfield Hill, who was back looking for that pull stroke that she'd hit a boundary with already. And Holly Armitage, the Diamonds captain, is making her way out to the crease. But Winfield Hill will depart, and it's one of the international, or players with international quality, should we say, in Winfield Hill. And Smith is still in the middle there alongside Holly Armitage as the batters, because in fact it's Smith who's been dismissed, my apologies. So it's Smith going for the pull there, right up into the air. So Holly Armitage will be joined by Winfield Hill as Laura Jackson gets the first wicket of this Northern Diamonds reply, and it's Winfield Hill joined by Holly Armitage in the middle. Lindsay Smith then has been dismissed, first wicket of the game going to the bowling of Laura Jackson and the gloves of Ellie Threlkeld. So a little bit of rebuilding to do, as a couple of switches of the hips from Armitage and a spin of the bat as she settles into her position. We've got Danielle Collins waiting at that short mid-wicket position. It's off the outside part of the bat, jamming down on a almost Yorker length delivery as Deandra Dottin chases out to the fence and sends the ball back for the loss of just a single. 30 for 1 the score moves on to then as the Northern Diamonds pursue 236 for victory. So how are the Barbados players then feeling about this Commonwealth Games as Jackson comes in to bowl to Armitage, who jams it away again, this time past the stumps on the leg side, takes the score to 32 for 1. I'm guessing, as I say, given you have international quality in your team, you're probably going to feel fairly confident that you can give a few sides a game here.
Yeah, definitely will. We'll be led by Hayley Matthews, the new appointed West Indies captain.
Here comes Jackson bowling to Winfield Hill, driven into the offside. Threlkeld up to the stumps, but the throw doesn't need to come in. It's a dot ball.
Deandra Dottin will serve as the deputy, the vice captain, and we have coaches like Corey Cullum or Ryan Hines. It will be a pretty exciting experience. A lot of young players coming through. It will be a first time, you know.
And obviously in the big stadium like Edgbaston, as well as this one's pulled away by Winfield Hill, makes no mistake, in front of square on the leg side, 4 runs. 36 for 1 the total moves on to, and Diamonds still continuing to progress around 1 a ball, just giving themselves a bit of breathing space in this chase. By comparison, it was 30 for 1 at this stage that the Thunder found themselves in their innings. So 36 for 1 the score now after 6 overs of this reply. So yeah, I mean it's a formidable duo that then, Hayley Matthews and Deandra Dottin. I mean, how do you yourself fit into that Barbados lineup then?
My role is to be the bowler, seam bowler, medium pacer. Well, on the team I need to do a bit of batting if called on.
Here comes Phoebe Graham. The voice you're hearing there is Alea Williams of the Barbados team, will be competing in the Commonwealth Games. No run on offer on that occasion as Sachi Pai just rubs the ball a couple of times to keep it as shiny as possible that you can get these white balls these days, as Graham is back and heads on in once more. Leaning forward is Winfield, is Armitage, who plays it into the offside. Dottin there with the fielding, a little bit of applause. Seems as if she's made herself at home in this team, your teammate from Barbados.
Oh yeah, I think she fits everywhere she goes.
Well, with the talent she has, I think few teams would be turning down the prospect of Deandra Dottin, as in comes Phoebe Graham to bowl just short of a length. It's defended into the offside, and Deandra Dottin is there again to pick up and return to the wicketkeeper Ellie Threlkeld on this occasion. 36 for 1 the score then. So that was the score at the end of the 7th over. The board just ticking over now to catch up with where we are. We're in the 8th now with Graham bowling, and I guess the prospect of playing at a ground like Edgbaston, where this tournament will almost all of it will be held, as this one's short of a length and whipped away on the pull stroke by Holly Armitage. One taken, 37 for 1. That's going to be, I mean, it's a ground that's seen a lot of good cricket over the years, and it'll be an exciting one to play at.
Yes, definitely. Also, I believe the amount of televised games it would be as well. I reckon it will be a lot of nerves all around.
Here comes Phoebe Graham and bowls. Ball that's pushed out into the offside, but no run on offer. Good bit of fielding. Draws some applause from Alison Byrne, who's watching on, the former Lancashire and Cheshire captain. But we have Alea Williams of the Barbados cricket team who will be competing at the Commonwealth Games shortly, who is with us at the moment. Delighted to have her with us on Lancs TV. So just having a glance at your fixtures, and there's one team that stands out in your group, as that one is pulled away into the offside. It'll be Collins, I think, out there to do the work and return on the bounce. In fact, Laura Jackson it is out on the boundary over there, who keeps the scoring to 2 on that occasion. It moves on to 39 for 1 as we reach the end of the 8th over of the innings. So Diamonds making their way after 235 to win. And as I say, the team that looms sort of large in your group seems to be Australia, because we've seen them winning on a regular basis, retaining the Ashes and winning the 50 over World Cup. They were also victorious in the 20 over World Cup. Presumably they're the team to beat for you, and how are you thinking you're going to go about it?
They're probably the most decorated team in women's cricket right now. Very dominant, very world class, very professional. That's going to be a tough one.
They certainly will, as in comes Laura Jackson and bowls to Holly Armitage. Oh, she's managed to squeeze it through the gap on the front foot. It was sort of only really a defensive stroke, but it bounced up off the square and away through the very narrow gap at point. And that takes the score on to 43 for 1. We're in the 9th over of the Northern Diamonds reply. I mean, you look at sort of their, particularly in one-day cricket, the winning streak they've been on, and sort of the only comparisons you can really think of are sort of Australian men's team in the 90s and probably West Indies men's team in the 80s, really, in terms of the sort of the quality of cricket that they're playing over such a prolonged period of time, that Australian side. I mean, they really are right up there, as Armitage defends that for a dot ball.
If my mind serves me correct, they were on a very long unbeaten streak for the ODIs that happened to be broken by the India team. But that just shows the dominance and the kind of professional level that the Australian women team is really on.
Here comes Jackson bowling to Armitage. It's played down the offside of the wicket. No run on offer there. And of course, as we say, this competition will be T20, but they won that too, albeit in their own country. I mean, it's quite a short competition this way. You've got India and Pakistan in your group as well, and it's kind of sort of a 4-team competition, 2 games a day. It's going to be very quick and sharp, and I guess that's sort of it's one of those tournaments you've got to get into quick, as that one's defended away for a dot ball, 43 for 1.
The thing with T20 cricket, it can go anywhere, anytime. Just one ball.
Yes.
Just one wicket, just one person standing up and bat, and it could just go wayward.
And I guess when you've got Deandra Dottin, when you've got Hayley Matthews, that massively increases your chances, because you have 2 players who can sort of win a game with just 1 innings, as this one is played away for 2 through point off the back foot, this time by Holly Armitage, 45 for 1.
We saw Deandra Dottin in the previous World Cup. Having come back from a shoulder injury, she bowled one over, it was the game-winning over. Did very well. So that just shows that any day she could just turn up.
Here's Jackson bowling her 5th over of the day, but is cut away, and that's going to be 4 runs. No stopping that one. 49 for 1. Diamonds progressing very nicely in this reply, chasing a total of 236. Join us with us on Lancs TV. We have Alea Williams from the Barbados cricket team who will be competing at the Commonwealth Games alongside myself, Mike Perkins, and when we sort of are looking at that need for a sort of fast start in a short tournament, is that why Deandra Dodden has gone, right, I want to come and play a bit of regional cricket for Thunder to get in the mood and get used to the pitches?
I'm not completely sure actually, but I think she got drafted in 100 where she will play for Manchester Originals.
Of course, yes.
So this probably would be, I think, the same or close to the same team as she would play for the Manchester Originals.
Yeah, pretty close. There's a few out there. In fact, interestingly enough, the person coming on to bowl here, Alex Hartley, World Cup winner, is not going to be a Manchester original, despite the fact of her association with this part of the world. She is going to be playing for the Welsh Fire, but yeah, the likes of Emma Lamb will be in that team. Hannah Jones, who's here at mid-off as well. Laura Jackson will be an original again, as this one is driven away into the offside to Daisy Mullin, and Ellie Threlkeld, who will be another original, takes the ball at the stumps. 49 for 1 the score. Alex Hartley into the attack for the last over of the power play. Can she bring an unjudicious shot out of Winfield Hill? Well, Hannah Jones went to her left there. It was in the air, but just didn't stick out the hands at the crucial time and didn't affect the catch. Rather almost pulled out of it, and it has gone away for 4. It brings up the Northern Diamonds 50 from Lauren Winfield Hill. We were talking about bringing an injudicious shot out of the bat of Winfield Hill. Well, that was exactly what Hartley produced, but the chance wasn't taken. And with the score on, or taking the score to 53, now to 54 with that single, how costly could that prove to be in the 10th over of this game? Winfield Hill, who moves to 29, not taken at mid-off by Hannah Jones. That's the sort of one where your team really needs you to take a risk and stick yourself under a ball like that, Alea.
Yeah, I reckon, yes.
It was going at some pace, but it needed to be caught as Alex Hartley brings a defensive stroke from Holly Armitage, somebody she knows very well and will be enjoying pitting her wits against, as Alex Hartley makes the way in again around the wicket, and it's thrown in by Hannah Jones, who hits the stumps with a fierce throw from that left hand. And the Didsbury cricketer there, I think perhaps taking out a little bit of frustration on the stumps after not being able to get to the catch of Lauren Winfield Hill when she was on 28. So a big moment in the game, potentially that. Short of a length, hit away into the leg side. Collins out there doing the fielding on the boundary, won the damage, so to speak, to the total. And 30 Winfield Hill's total moves on to, but that feels to me, Alea, as if that could be a crucial moment in the game.
I think so as well. Sometimes, as you say, we just need to put in that extra effort to go for catches, to save boundaries, what's not. Could be crucial, that one.
The wickets fall was Lindsay Smith for 9, caught by Threlkeld off the bowling of Jackson, facing 20 balls in 24 minutes with 2 fours. But Winfield Hill and Armitage looking in ominous touch here, and with a total of 235, where maybe probably 15 below par here. Thunder really need to make up for that in the field and find a way to just sort of even that gap up. Now, it's your mate on to bowl, Deandra Dottin. We were speculating, would we see her? We know she's had a few issues with her shoulder, but you seemed very confident at the break when we spoke to you that she would be doing some bowling, because I guess she's going to need to for Barbados in the upcoming competition. Here comes Dottin. Let's see what she can produce as Winfield Hill waits, and it's onto the off stump, and the right arm medium bowling of Deandra Dottin finds the mark straight away.
Well, she actually bowls a very tight line, stump to stump. Usually never really goes wayward, you know. So she keeps it tight, builds pressure, usually takes wickets as well, sorry.
Yeah, and as I say, you're probably going to need her to do a bit of we know what she can do with the bat, but also with the ball in this competition, and she used to throw a javelin, I think I'm right in saying. So those skills, I probably imagine, are fairly transferable. They both sort of involve your right arm going fairly quickly, as it did there to produce a dot ball from a defensive stroke from Winfield Hill.
very talented, isn't she?
Yes, yeah, an all-round athlete, that's for sure. And she's on her way back to her mark and turning now, running into bowl to Winfield Hill. Short of a length, this one's gone up in the air, there's no fielder out there, and that'll be 6. It just clears the rope. Anna Harris checks to make sure, and then raises both hands to the sky. 6 runs from the bat of Lauren Winfield Hill, and it was a well-controlled pull stroke. She played one out to the other boundary, which is probably almost twice as far today, but had no trouble clearing the shorter side. 62 for 1. Winfield Hill looking in very, very good form here. Waits again, drives up towards mid-off. Alex Hartley in with the fieldings, coming to the attack from the other end of the ground. Another 174 required by the Northern Diamonds for victory in this game, with Mike Perkins and Alea Williams on the Lancs Cricket YouTube stream. Alea, who will be competing for Barbados at the upcoming Commonwealth Games against India and Pakistan in your group as well. So I suppose it won't just be the big hitting from Deandra Dottin in that group, as this one's played away down to 3rd, and that one will go for 4 as well. So an expensive first over this from Deandra Dottin. 66 for 1, the score moves on to a 6 and a 4 have come from it. Going very full at the stumps there was Dottin, but you've also got, I suppose, Shafali Verma potentially in that group for India, who is another who hits a clean ball.
We were watching the IPL exhibition games, the IPL challenge, and there was a question, who is the most destructive?
Here comes Deandra Dottin, who bowls, and that one is taken well by Threlkeld. Had to adapt because it was it almost pitched in the crease there, and once again there was the attempt to dab it away by Winfield Hill. Didn't get bad on it. 66 for 1 then, the score after 11 overs. It compares to 71 for 2 after 11 overs in the Thunder innings. So yeah, so you were saying there was a straw poll between Verma and Dottin. Which way did it go?
I think they're linked a bit more on Shafali. But I mean, the things that Deandra did in the early years or whatever, before the games were actually really televised,
yes,
is unreal. But I guess Shafali, young, you know,
well,
a bit more hungry.
I can tell you Deandra's highlights reel isn't bad either, as Alex Hartley bowls a ball left arm orthodox from the Dane round end that is blocked. But I suppose, yeah, Shafali Verma probably had home advantage in that particular poll.
Definitely.
I think it's fair to say, given it was at the IPL T20 Challenge. Sophie Eccleston was out there again, of course, who has represented Thunder this season, and no doubt will before the season is out, as Danielle Collins throws in the return from the boundary. Eccleston and Cross, the 2 players missing from Thunder today, who played in that final game of the T20 competition. So 2 changes to the lineup today, as Alex Hartley comes in and just tries to find a way into this game for Lancashire, as this one is hit high and over the top, and it's out the ring, and the 2 fielders at mid-off and mid-on have to chase it all the way back to the boundary. It's Phoebe Graham who gets there and returns with a long 1-bounce throw into Alex Hartley. Another run to the total, takes it on to 69. In fact, another 2 runs to the total. Winfield Hill waits, Threlkeld crouches. Winfield Hill hits hard up towards Phoebe Graham. She's there with the stop. Winfield Hill already on to 42. Was nearly dismissed though in the first over by Alex Hartley, the 10th of the innings. The previous one from this end, but Hannah Jones just couldn't affect the catch at mid-off. And it's looking crucial already. 28 Winfield Hill was on at that point. She's moved on to 42 already. Here goes Hartley again, round the wicket. Oh, that's short of length, and it's been bashed away to the square leg boundary, where Sanchi Pai is able to do the fielding and return the ball back to Ellie Threlkeld. So in terms of, I'm guessing that the setup between the islands is it where is it at in sort of professionalism stages? I guess it is professionalising, but it can happen sort of quite slowly in some areas and quicker in others. Kind of what's the speed of progress towards that in West Indies domestic cricket? Because obviously in the last couple of years here with this regional competition, it's accelerated quickly, although it is still probably still arguably there are a lot of people who have to have second jobs and that kind of thing, and it's still a process, it's still a work in progress here in England. Sort of where is it at in terms of the islands?
Yeah, it's basically the same in the West Indies. There's a lot of development going on. We are progressing a bit slow, but we're getting there eventually.
Here's Deandra Dottin around the wicket this time to Winfield Hill. Chops into the offside off the front foot. There's no run. 74 for 1. So it's a case where most of the players at the moment are probably amateurs, but there are a few professionals in each side at this stage. Is that's sort of about where it is?
Yeah, a lot of amateurs playing through. We have our professionals, the ones who play for the West Indies. Here's
Dottin, who's one of those, and bowls to Lauren Winfield Hill. Nearly found a way through in the block hole there. And Winfield Hill just swings the bat once more. But I guess as soon as one country does it, then there's that kind of, so Australia did it, then England felt they had to catch up, and I guess the likes of everyone's looking at India to be the next one because of the influence of the IPL, I suppose. But I guess West Indies have been a force in women's cricket, winning that T20, that World T20, of course, for some time, as that one is driven but not cleanly by Lauren Winfield Hill. 70 for 1. So what would you say is the big thing that sort of West Indies domestic cricket needs at the moment? What would be, as somebody who plays in it, what would be your sort of the thing you would focus on in terms of improving it going forward? We'll get your thoughts on that after this ball from Deandra Dottin, who bowls. There's an appeal for LBW. Anna Harris wasn't interested. It looked fairly close, it has to be said, but it didn't produce the wicket that Deandra Dottin was looking for. So yeah, in answer to that, I mean, where would you focus if you were talking to the administrators?
Firstly, I would suggest that they do a bit more at the grassroots level.
Okay.
So when the ladies get to that competition, their levels are way higher, and there's actually very much competitive work going on.
Here's Deandra Dottin around the wicket to Holly Armitage. Full toss this time, driven hard and straight, and one run is taken, even with the flash of the gloves from Threlkeld. 72 for 1.
We also need a bit more games within the region. We usually play a T20 players and a Super 50, and that's it, once a year. I think we need more games. Cricket is evolving, as you said. Australia led the way, and then England followed. New Zealand is doing pretty well. India is catching up as well, being very dominant.
Here comes Deandra Dottin on the King's Drive end, played into the offside by Lauren Winfield Hill, sort of half forward there, jamming it out from around her feet. Dottin's bowled a very full straight length so far. 73 for 1. She'll be happier with that second over, I would imagine, as we have had 12 overs, score 76 for 2 in the Thunder innings, as we allow Alea Williams to continue with her thoughts on domestic cricket in the West Indies.
I think we just need some more games.
Yeah.
Everyone needs more games. The more you play, the more you develop, the more experience. Even playing amongst the other West Indies players, we have Stephanie Taylor as well, who plays for Jamaica. We have Chanel Henry. We have Anissa Mohammed that plays for Trinidad. So I think more games among the other players, it would be way better for the development of the cricket in the West Indies.
Here's Alex Hartley around the wicket. Down the track comes Winfield Hill, and she's hit this one over the top, looking in anonymous form. Bounces once, 77 for 1. This is a really, really positive start from Winfield Hill at the top of the innings. Keeps taking her total on. It's up to 48 now. Really nice strike, and it sends Phoebe Graham back to the long off boundary. Hartley into the pads of Winfield Hill, tucked away for 1. Both these players in that 2017 World Cup winning squad, Winfield Hill and Hartley. And Armitage comes down onto strike. 78 for 1. Winfield Hill has 49 of that 78. And the chase is 236 today. So another 158 required for victory as Alex Hartley bowls. There's an appeal for LBW. I think it was mostly bat involved in that, though. And the appeals are falling on somewhat deaf ears as far as the umpire is concerned. Here comes Hartley again. Whirls through that action. Pushed back to her. No run on offer. Remains 78 for 1. A little bit of a chat between Winfield Hill and Armitage. Armitage on 17, is just quietly going along about her business, is the Northern Diamonds captain. Clubbed into the offside. Well fielded though by Emma Lamb. Were you impressed with Lamb with the bat? 82, top scorer in the Thunder innings. As in comes Hartley again. This one's played down the ground off the back foot, hit firmly just onside of straight. One more to the total to finish the over. 79 for 1. We have had 14 overs of the reply. As the players just make their way round, and the cap is exchanged by Deandra Dottin. So what's the thing for people who sort of haven't met Deandra and played alongside her? What would be the kind of the thing you would tell them that perhaps maybe they don't know, or they're sort of that they might not expect from Deandra Dottin? I mean, we know all about the world boss profile, but I mean, I certainly know when I interviewed her, she sort of came across as a lot quieter and sort of a lot more relaxed than I was perhaps expecting, as she's into bowl now, trying to prove her competitiveness by getting the best of Holly Armitage. Can't do so there.
She's very approachable.
Yes.
I mean, if you look at her on the TV, you'll see this aggressive person. Well, when she's on the field, she's very aggressive, takes her cricket very seriously. But yeah, she's very approachable. She's a very nice person. She's very funny.
And she's one of many West Indian players that English cricket owes a lot to, because obviously they came over for the two bio bubble series, the men's and the women's series, in the first year of the coronavirus pandemic. And we also had, of course, the fact that that was when this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy began as well. So yeah, Deandra Dottin is among those that people involved with English cricket owe a lot to, as this one's bowled full and it's played away into the offside. Neat stroke, brings 1 run from the bat of Holly Armitage. 80 for 1. We have Lauren Winfield Hill on the brink of her 50. Hannah Jones jogs out to the boundary. It looks at the moment as if this game is only going one way. There's been a lot of runs scored in the week at Sale. We mentioned that Lancs second team game. And here on Lancs TV, it's Thunder playing today. And they perhaps don't quite have enough on the board with 2-3-5, as this one's driven out into the offside, and that'll be 50 for Lauren Winfield Hill, much to the delight of the Diamonds players and staff down below. Waves the bat. Sum up that innings for us then, Alea Williams. You've been watching all of it. What did you make of Lauren Winfield Hill's half century?
It was a brilliant knock. As you said, that chance could have probably been very crucial.
In comes Deandra Dottin, pulled round the corner by Holly Armitage, and Hannah Jones just about gets enough on that to stop it going for 4. 2 taken instead. 83 for 1. Yeah, you're right to mention 28 was the point at which he went airily, but no hands could be placed on the ball, and it unfortunately, from a Lancashire perspective, has allowed another 32 to be added by Lauren Winfield Hill. Armitage then waiting for Dottin again. He's around the wicket from the King's Drive end of Sale Cricket Club. Hit up to Phoebe Graham at mid-on. That's the end of the over. Another dot ball. Well, I'm anxious to let you go and enjoy the rest of your day, because we've dragged you on to the Lancs TV YouTube stream unexpectedly there. But thank you very much for your time, Alea Williams. We hugely appreciate it, and best of luck in the Commonwealth Games. I hope you have a fantastic time at Edgbaston and really enjoy yourself.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Not a problem at all. It was an absolute pleasure. So thank you to Alea Williams for joining us on the Lancs TV stream, and thank you for everybody at home as well for joining us, as we will get Alison Byrne to pop back into the seat alongside me in the sunshine now, thankfully. Almost feel as if we've got too many layers on now, Alison. We've been layering up all day, and now all of a sudden we are having to shed one or two of them, as here comes Hannah Jones to have a go from the Dane Road end of the ground. Yeah, she will particularly want the wicket of Winfield Hill, because that was a genuine chance, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Here comes Hannah Jones, bowls. This one's defended off the back foot by Emma Lamb into the offside. There's no run. And it just immediately, didn't it? It just felt a big moment in the game, and you just felt she was a yard short of being able to get anything on it almost from the moment that Winfield Hill hit it off the bat. Emma Lamb with the fielding here.
It's one of those, isn't it? She came at her quite quickly. She wasn't sure she was going to get to it. By the time she realised she had a chance to get it, it had gone.
Yes, yeah. Lindsay Smith, the only batter out so far for 9. Hit away strongly through extra cover. Mullin was in from the boundary on the short side, and it's beat her. She couldn't just quite cut it off. And it's another impressive stroke from Winfield Hill, who missed out here earlier in the season in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, but's making amends now. 54, 87 for 1 the total.
It's very quiet in the field, Mike. That's not like the Thunder.
It has, actually. That's a very good point indeed. You can almost hear a pin drop out there. You can certainly hear the crack of the ball against the bat of Winfield Hill. There's going to be 2 more scampered here. 87 for 1. The score moves from to 89 for 1.
Well, the scary part of this little developing partnership is that both of them are hitting boundaries almost at will, or 2s at will.
Here's Jones into the pitch, hit down the ground. 1 run on offer thanks to the hand of Hannah Jones.
I think
90 for 1.
Even if we just bowled an over with perhaps 1, or even Joy maiden, that might certainly lift the heads a little bit.
Yeah, they just need to get a grip on this, because Diamonds are making light work of the chase
Just
at
like
present. Always straight, always accurate, Hannah Jones, and often very, very effective indeed. Takes her cap at the end of the first over. And there is 90 runs now on the board after 16 overs, so by way of comparison, at the end of this over, the 17 over mark, it was 96 that Thunder had. So we were still in the stage here where Threlkeld and Lamb were together, so the runs were still coming fairly quickly at this point for Thunder. So 6 would be needed off this over to level things up from a Diamonds perspective. Here's Winfield Hill, works into the leg side front of square. She might even get 4 for this. She's timed that absolutely brilliantly.
That's a real
Daisy
shame,
Mullen
'cause she
put a great effort in.
Really did throw herself into that.
4 more to the total, 94 for 1. It just feels serene progress at the moment for the Diamonds. Thunder have to find something, and even with Deandra Dotson into the attack, they're struggling to find a way through and to find this wicket that they need.
Possibly slow it down a bit. Is it worth bringing Lammy on at the other end, do you think, Mike?
Well, the spin bowling was what did it in the first innings, wasn't it? As this one is cut away very nicely by Winfield Hill into the offside, and there is just a single on offer as Danielle Collins returns the ball. 95 for 1. But yeah, I mean, it was the spin bowling, wasn't it, for Diamonds that was most effective. It was Levick, it was Smith, it was Kasperick, and even Gunn at the end took all the pace off the ball.
That ball from Dottin was centimetres away from being a Yorker, and she literally just put her back down, twisted her wrist, and off it went.
Here's, oh, that's a very nice little flick down the leg side from Armitage, hitting the Dottin delivery away for 4. 99 for 1. Score moves on to, and well, they needed 6 off this to pass Thunder, and they've hit 2 boundaries.
Yeah, I wonder if Dottin's got it in her to do a Jenny Gunn and bowl 5.
Yeah, just really take the pace off it. Yeah, it'd be a brave move, but
I can't see it.
I think it's the likes of Hartley, Jones, and as you say, Lamb, who
Lamb might be feeling
they're going to be looking for.
The effects of a long bat, but she's only young, so.
Yeah, well, and a test match as well, of course, as Dottin bowls. This one's driven into the offside to the aforementioned Lamb with a little white towel at the back of the trousers.
I don't think Dottin's done much wrong. You know, she's a centimetre here or there. As you say, both of them got their eye in.
Yeah.
Playing it late, don't need much of a backlift, little touch and it'll fly.
And a good pitch. I mean,
yes, the outfield's quick still, isn't it?
Certainly, we were looking upwards of 250 really on this one, so Thunder at least 15 short here, and they're just struggling to make amends as that one creeps past the outside edge. Good dot ball from Deandra Dottin, and that brought a bit of noise from the Thunder fielders, who, as you say, have been a little bit subdued by this start from the Northern Diamonds. Another 137 required for victory.
Normally when I've watched them play, I can hear the dulcet tones of Ellie Frelkelt from anywhere.
Yeah, she's probably got a lot on the brain at the moment as the Thunder captain. Full ball again, met on the full toss eventually by Holly Armitage, and 2 attempts to field it from Emma Lamb and from Alex Hartley. Neither did the job, so runs have been added here, and it brings up the 100 for the Northern Diamonds with a very neat stroke through the offside. The cap is taken by Deandra Dottin, 102 for 1. The score moves on to by
yeah, that's
Northern
a double
Diamonds.
Hammer, isn't it? A double misfield, and then it brings up the 100. You just want to spit, wouldn't you? If you were out there fielding now, you'd be cursing under your breath, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think certainly Deandra Dottin might not have been too impressed by that that effort from the
one misfield
2
bad
new
enough,
teammates.
2, oh dear. Yeah, the body language isn't good from several other players. Hands on hips, head down.
It looks as if...
Who've we got? Hannah Jones again.
As if Thunder will be struggling to find a way to win this game, but who knows? One wicket.
2 balls, 1 or 2 good balls.
That's it, isn't it? A wicket here and things can change, and Hannah Jones is looking for that wicket, and she's a
decent delivery.
Very useful operator indeed, isn't she, Hannah Jones?
She's taken
always there or
lots of
thereabouts.
wickets this season, hasn't she?
She's just always at the batter, always trying to make things difficult for them. Whirls in again, left arm over the wicket from the Dane Road end of the ground, and again just hard to hit away, hard to find a run here. Was right up there in the wickets column last year with 14 in this competition. Looking to start her account this year. This one's pushed on in the drive, couple of paces down the wicket as well from Armitage. Got her started on a run through to the non-striker's end, and that was all it required on that occasion, as Jones comes in once more, short of a length, pushed off the back foot.
Good fielding, that will boost the team.
One is stopped by Emma Lamb this time, who was part of the misfield in the previous over, but made no mistake there. Very good work on this occasion at short extra cover. So now having to shield our eyes from the sun, which we didn't think we'd be saying in the first innings of this game. It's heated up ever so slightly. Frankie's still got the full coat on next to us on the camera as Georgie Boyce returns the ball to Hannah Jones. 103 for 1 it moves on to. Yeah, Jones 9 wickets in the T20 competition. She whirls in again, that's a bit full. Driven out to Daisy Mullen. Back on the rope on the far side. 104 for one becomes 105 for one as the board ticks over.
She looks like a cracking little fielder, young Daisy, over there, doesn't she?
Yeah.
She covers the ground well. She's got a good arm.
Low to the ground as well, isn't she? She's sort of, it reminds me a bit of Tammy Beaumont
Yes.
in terms of her fielding. You know, the two of them have that kind of.
I think she might have
low
slightly
central
longer
gravity.
legs, which help.
Yes, possibly.
A little
Possibly. And batted okay. She's just sort of feeling her way into adult cricket, it seems, Daisy Mullin, after
It won't do
a
any
debut
harm,
last
that
year.
little innings she played.
I thought the one that she played in the last T20 game, actually, where she came out and batted with Ellie Threlkeld, was quite crucial. Even though it's sort of only 10-15 they needed there, but they just needed someone to get them over the line. Just to be out there for a win, I think will have been both good for Threlkeld and for Mullin.
Oh, there's no
going
better
forward
feeling,
into this
is there, when you're
competition.
batting and you hit the winning run, or you're there at the end when they hit the winning run. It's fantastic. Even if you've only scored a couple of runs, you're there at the end. It's great.
Here comes Emma Lamb. You've got your wish from the King's Drive end of Sale Cricket Club. This one is pushed into the leg side to.
Did look a little tired delivery. Oh, she's stretching the old shoulders out a bit there.
Yeah. Well, as I say, 4 days of cricket. She won't have done that too often in her life. As from the Kingston Drive end again comes Emma Lamb. Just tweaking the ball from right hand to left. Delivers now. Played away off the back foot by Winfield Hill for one. 107 for one. The total moves on to, but it's just a bit easy, isn't it, at the moment? It's just a bit simple. You're kind of thinking, right, where can Thunder just put some pressure on here?
Yeah, I mean, score-wise, you know, there's not a lot of difference, but those 2 wickets at this stage make a difference, don't they?
They do indeed, and particularly given we know how the Thunder innings slowed up
down
as well, as Laura Jackson returns the ball there after a drive from Armitage. No addition to the score on that occasion. Armitage settles once more. She dabs into the offside and will add to the score this time. It's a tight single. Deandra Dotton through with the throw. There'll be no overthrows because there are fielders back on the boundary who can cover that. But
that was a brave run.
It
who
was
steaming in at the stumps there with a bullet-like arm in her possession.
Yeah, because she's pretty sharp in the field as well, isn't she? Let's be honest. 108 for one.
Oh yeah.
Here's Lamb again, pushed into the leg side. Single on offer and taken gratefully by the 2 batters. Winfield Hill it is who gets it against her. Total on this occasion 65, and Winfield Hill almost just has to have that Emma Lamb score of 82 as her first target here, I think. Now just if she can get past that, she knows she's done a job for a team, and if she goes on beyond, even better. Finish with a dot there that was defended into the offside. 109 for one then after 19 overs, comparing to 110 for 3. So it's already the wickets column that's starting to sort of become the noticeable difference between the sides now.
So, can we just ring the England team up and just see if we can get Sophie Eccleston on a fast plane?
Yeah, she would be useful on
3 or 4 overs. We won't tire her out.
Yeah. I think she'll be having a well-deserved rest, putting her feet up after the test match. But as you say, Emma Lamb, who bowled the previous over, was involved in that too, and she's here as this one's played away into the leg side with a little
well done,
turn of the bat.
Good.
Sachi Pai across.
Good.
That was just a little. There was just a little bit more zip to that delivery, and that's kind of what you feel we need to see a bit more of from Thunder. Just maybe even a bit more belief that they will get one of these 2 out. Dot in there with the fielding at backward point.
It only takes 1 ball to, as
it does.
My newfound Bayesian, I should say, Bayesian friend has discussed earlier, and he takes a couple of balls.
Well, it's Hannah Jones trying to turn the course of this match, but it's been turned away to the extra cover boundary with a front foot drive from Lauren Winfield Hill, who is able to take the score onto 113 for 1 and takes Winfield Hill up to 69. And if Thunder don't get rid of her quick, they've got a big problem on their hands. Winfield Hill waits once more, plays it away into the offside to Emma Lamb. I mean, as I said, you know, Winfield Hill has made plenty hundreds in both the T20 and 50 over forms of this new regional competition, as Hannah Jones comes in again. Winfield Hill over the top again through extra cover, bounces once over the boundary. 73, she moves on to 117 for one. Winfield Hill in absolutely fantastic touch here. And when it comes to domestic cricket, there isn't a lot left for her to prove, really. We know she can do this, and she will do it on a regular basis.
Indeed. But, you know, she clearly has intent.
And she hits this one down the ground, and it's a sign of a good batter, isn't it? If even when you don't necessarily have to prove anything at a level, to just keep going out and keep hitting the ball and keep piling on those runs as she moves to 74 and is creating a big problem for the Thunder here. Reminder, we've got Lancs Lightning versus Birmingham Bears coming up later on Lancs TV.
She'll be enjoying herself at this stage because, you know, in a way she's almost done her job, and now anything she can get is a bonus, and she's still got the knowledge of a lot of batting to come. It's not like she's pressured into staying in for the sake of it.
And also a score there on the board where, you know, every time you sort of have an over with a boundary and you're winning this game of cricket. There's not a lot else that needs doing beyond that. As I say, we said we'd keep you up to date on what's going on in the Test match as well. England all out now for 284, so India resuming. They have a lead of 132 on first innings. They're 6 for 1 in their second effort with the bat, as Lamb bowls too short there, and Winfield Hill will divert it round the corner and send that away for 4 runs. And as soon as that was dragged down, there was only one place that was going. Winfield Hill on to 78. She's 4 away now from that highest score of the first innings by Emma Lamb. And the next mistake Thunder make here, it will probably allow Winfield Hill to hit another one away, as she did there. 122 for 1.
You can sense the
frustration.
Yeah, the negativity in a
as that one's pulled away. 4 more. She is on to 82. 126. Now the total for Northen Diamonds, they need another 110. They're winning this game in a hurry at the moment. As we say, Winfield Hill missed out in the first game here. Out to Laura Jackson. She's making no mistake here. She's making amends, and she's nearly managed to pull that one between Pye and Mullin once again. Mullin across though with the fielding, keeps it to 1. 127 for 1 the score moves on to. Underneath that Sale CC banner at the top of the scoreboard there. Lamb drags it short again. Played away by Holly Armitage, this time to the short side of the ground, and she does dissect the fielders, and Armitage herself is helping away onto 36. This has got a very similar feel actually to the first game that the Northern Diamonds ever played in this competition. It was at Edgbaston against Central Sparks. They were chasing a much lower total on that occasion, but it was these two, Winfield Hill and Armitage, who did the damage, and they just looked absolutely imperious at the crease, and there was just nothing the Sparks could do. And it's got the same feeling here, unfortunately, for the Thunder. They are they're being bashed around.
They're playing with the bowlers at the moment. I wonder if it's worth bringing Laura Jackson back on. I think she was probably our best chance of a wicket.
Possibly, but it's getting difficult to know where to turn. But as you say, Alison Bird, just one wicket, and then you never know. You never know.
It's no good saying we're going to defend this. We're not.
But it's looking very flat now, this wicket, and I suppose it's 2 players of high class that will make it look that way. Tucked away again into the leg side by Armitage, takes the single that was on offer, throws a little bit wild from Mullin, put a bit too much onto it. 132 for 1. There are 37 runs against the name of Holly Armitage, the number of Holly Armitage rather, that board over there.
She's
and
crept
83.
She's crept her score up, hasn't she?
She has, yeah. She's just quietly gone about it in the background of what Winfield Hill's been doing. Winfield Hill is now past that top scorer of the first innings of Emma Lamb of 82 as well. It's progressing very nicely. The early T20 games are underway as well. We've got Durham 107 for 2 against Derbyshire Falcons. Leicestershire are 70 for 2 against Yorkshire Vikings. Worcestershire Rapids are 101 for 4 against Notts Outlaws. Those are the 3 games in Lancashire's group. Lancashire starting at 6:30 against Birmingham Bears. You'll hear that and be able to see that on Lancs TV. And Gloucestershire are playing Middlesex. Middlesex 100 for 3.
Here comes Jackson.
That game. So
I've read it.
A change of ends. Dane Road end this time, rather than the Kingston Drive. And Laura Jackson, right arm over the wicket, just short of a length, and just really shown the way into the offside off the back foot. That one, 133 for 1.
Oh no, that's poor.
Oh, and there's an overthrow as well. Yeah, it was, well, far from called for. Alex Hartley had to come out over from long leg to do the backing up, and it's a bit ragged if we're honest.
Yeah, she needed to, you know, come in at least halfway from where she was there to anticipate. You always anticipate a bad throw when you're backing up.
102 for win. Look, Laura Jackson just trying to make something of this. Great keeping from Ellie Threlkeld. Has a little appeal, although the batter had not left the crease. However, it was a very fine bit of work from Ellie Threlkeld, proving exactly what she's about, but it's a team here who need to just find something at a sunny sail now. As Jackson comes in, short of a length, pulled away to Danny Collins in that short mid-wicket position. It's been there for a good bulk of this innings, but it's not really had much of an effect, as a very disappointed commentator realises he doesn't have his cap in his bag. It must be in the car. But it's starting to get very, very bright. We've had just about every form of weather here today, I think, as Jackson bowls. This one's played into the offside. Snow is about the only one that's evaded us.
Don't say that, Mike.
Well, I don't think it's going to happen. I'll be honest, I think we can trust it. But it has been largely dry, hasn't it, since the sort of first hour of the game?
Very surprisingly so. As I say, driving over this morning, I was anticipating spending most of my time in the nice little lounge we have behind us here.
Here's Laura Jackson again, right arm over the wicket, but it's just pushed off the back foot down the ground. It's going to be 1 run, neatly driven off the back foot. 135 becomes 136, so 100 exactly needed to win. The leaves start to rustle again in the trees in the distance. The hand goes to brow from Laura Jackson. There's a sort of big glass-fronted kind of loft conversion in the distance there that you'd have a very good view over the cricket just behind, just sort of long on at the Kingston Drive end of the ground. A couple of taps at the back from Winfield Hill, who waits. 83 to her name. Jackson delivers. Oh, and now the hands go to the head of Emma Lamb. She clearly felt there was a nick on that. Threlkeld couldn't hang on, stood up to the stumps to the medium pace of Jackson, and just couldn't hold on. And was that a second life for Winfield Hill? If so, it'll be a costly one on 83. Pulled away into the leg side. Collins just about does enough to form some sort of barrier and stop the ball going for 4. 2 more to the total. 138 for 1. End of the over. We have had 21 of them in this innings. At this stage, it was 119 for 3 in the Thunder innings, so we're starting to see that difference open up, with 98 more required for a victory for the Northern Diamonds. They seem to be cruising to this at this stage.
So at this point, it's not just about this game. This is the first one in the tournament. They've got to show that fighting spirit now, even if they don't, in their head, psychologically, they may already be thinking, oh, we're going to lose this, we're going to lose this. This is where they need to win the next 5 overs and maybe the next 5 overs, and maybe the next 5 overs, and then take where it
Lamb
takes
trying to start doing that as this one is played away into the offside. Danielle Collins there with the fielding.
because it sets the tone for the rest of the tournament.
Captain's insight you get in there from Alison Byrne. He used to take charge of the combined county of Lancashire and Cheshire, as this one is played back to Lamb. I think it was a bump ball. There's not too much disappointment there, but certainly the drop in the 21st over on 83 behind the stumps of Lauren Winfield Hill. Hard chance for the keeper up to the stumps, but one they needed to take, as this one's driven away by Holly Armitage, who is making her way towards her 50. Picks up 2 more, 42 she's on now. And crucially, on 28, Hannah Jones not able to get across to a Winfield Hill drive off the bowling of Alex Hartley in her first over of the game. And those are the little margins at the moment that are sending it in Northern Diamonds' direction and sending them on course for what, at the speed they're going at, would be a bonus point win as well, a 5-point win. So would keep pace at the top of the group with the likes of Western Storm and Vipers who've won, and South East Stars as well, who won with a bonus point. 4 more there down the track, driven away. 1-4-4-4-1. Winfield Hill is enjoying her time at the crease, as is Holly Armitage, who has moved on to 46 with that stroke, and waits once more. Hits it away. Will this be the half century? No, just the single on offer with the fielder at long off. A fielder who does their work in competent fashion across, just to make a difference. But I think you're right there, Alison. I mean, it's about what can they do here just to take something forward in this competition. Now, as I say, they've seen Vipers take a 4-point win, South East Stars take a 5-point win in their first game, Western Storm a 5-point win in their first game. But for Thunder here, they need to just take something from this game in terms of performance in the field.
Definitely, and ironically, it's usually the stronger part of their game is in their fielding and bowling.
Here comes Laura Jackson. Bowls, and this one is defended, very nicely defended actually by Holly Armitage. 47 to her name, just sort of helping the total along every opportunity she can here. Just trying to find a way of supporting her partner as much as anything. She's doing it very well. Cuts in the air and
there
out.
You go.
Caught at backward point by
was that Hannah Jones?
Hannah Jones.
I'm so pleased. Well done, girl.
She crucially missed a chance earlier in the innings of Winfield Hill, but she's made amends there, and Holly Armitage will be furious with herself. Out for 47, just trying to cut away. It got onto her a bit quicker than she would have liked. There was a tough chance in the previous over for Ellie Threlkeld, but you were saying you were after something to take away from this, from a Thunder perspective. Probably the bowling of Laura Jackson. She's come on
and also
bowled a couple of overs.
The courage
there.
of Hannah Jones, Hannah Jones, because you know she'd have seen that ball coming at her, and she wouldn't have been thinking about the ball.
Yeah.
In her head, she'd have been thinking, "Please God, don't let me drop this." She didn't, thankfully. Well done. Yeah.
So Holly Armitage out 47, caught by Hannah Jones as off the bowling of Laura Jackson. A fine innings, it has to be said. Very good supporting role played.
I don't think she gave a chance the whole way through, did she, Mike?
She did not, no. Yeah, it was a chanceless innings as well. And Stair Callis walks out, who had, of course, had that horrid time at the start of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy where she just couldn't get a run at all. She had sort of, I think it was 3 ducks to start with in her first 3 games, including one at Egbert that got no more than about an inch off the ground, having pitched halfway down.
Welcome
so
to Liverpool.
But she came back in that tournament, got a half century or thereabouts in the final, I think, of the first edition, and has gone from strength to strength. She's obviously performed very well for the Netherlands in international cricket as well, and she is a very competent operator, and ominously for Thunder, she likes going about her work fairly quickly once she gets in.
So the captain's had a chance to get the team together. She's talking away with Laura Jackson there. She's hatching something. We'll see, eh? So I wonder what she's saying to Laura now. Keep it going, Laura. Pitch it up. Where do you want your fielders?
I imagine she's saying thank you because we needed a wicket.
Yeah, definitely.
Because it
she's
was...
maybe even asking if she can bowl through, because there's no point saving her till the end.
Yeah, we're certainly not going to have the full 50 overs, are we, of this reply? It's going to be over one way or the other in 40, probably quicker.
Nothing worse saving, you know, overs at the end and leaving your best bowlers swinging their arms, waiting to come on.
Here's Laura Jackson. Alison Byrne, the voice you're hearing alongside me, former captain of the combined county of Lancashire and Cheshire, as it was at that stage, as this one is defended into the offside. Emma Lamb there at short cover. Phoebe Graham up at mid-off. Hands on hips from Georgie Boyce up at mid-on. And here comes Jackson once again, inside edge, almost through the legs of Stair Callis it felt, and it gets her off the mark. One down to long leg. 146.42, another 90 required for victory. I think Winfield Hill would like most of that 90 if she could have them. Top scorer in the competition, remember, is 163 by Amy Jones. It was a very belligerent knock that day. It's assisted by some poor Western Storm catching, it has to be said, as this one is pulled away into the leg side up to long on. Georgie Boyce is there with the fielding, returns it, a couple of bounces. 147 the total, moves on to 89 more required for victory. Winfield Hill is on 86, 3 figures beckoning for her at this stage. She would dearly love to complete her work as India move on to 19 for 1, 151 already ahead of England, who look like they have an uphill task in trying to save that game, which is into day 3. Brilliant fielding by Dottin. Well, look at that. You talk about trying to inspire something when it's a bit flat in the field. Well, Dottin has just run from backward point to probably almost extra cover, picked up one-handed and direct hit at the stumps. I mean, that is phenomenal. There's a big smile on Alea Williams' face behind me.
Both smiling.
Because she has that in the field when she's bowling for Barbados.
What we were saying about 1 or 2 moments lifting a team.
Yeah.
And it's something like that. You go, okay, that batter's not going to run to her again.
No. I mean, she did the job of about 3 fielding positions there. That was fantastic. 148 for 2 is the result. They did make their ground for the single, but they had to hurry. And there was a wicket in that over, crucially as well, for Laura Jackson, getting Holly Armitage caught by Hannah Jones. Well done, Hannah Jones, for taking that catch as well, after making a bit of an error, not being able to get to a Winfield Hill uppish drive on 28. As Stair Callis faces Alex Hartley, it's played away to the sub-fielder, I believe, Sophia Turner, who's popped on there at extra cover.
Yeah.
And Alex Hartley will continue from the Kingston Drive end of Sale Cricket Club. It's driven again at Sophia Turner, who tumbling stop.
She's not a bad substitute fielder, Michael,
no,
is she?
well, as you say, that bit of Dottin fielding, the 2 stops there from Sophia Turner, it's just lifted Thunder slightly as Alex Hartley comes in. It's turned round the corner. No is the shout from Winfield Hill, who didn't want to see her innings of 86 end on that ball. Applause from the Lancashire and Cheshire captain, Alison Byrne. Here comes Alex Hartley again, defended. You hear the pop of the bat and the exclamation from Alex Hartley. It's more like it now, isn't it? There's a buzz, there's a little bit of energy there.
You can feel it, you can hear it, you can see it. There's, you know, they're walking in, they're on the toes a little bit more.
The sun shines out. The new batter Callis is facing, dabs into the offside behind square, picks up 1. Laura Jackson with the return. 149 for 2. Remember, the target is 236. Northen Diamonds well on course for that.
Danny Hazel earlier was talking about those 1% differences, wasn't she? When you were having your conversation with her about what they, as a team, what they need to do to push on, and the 1% hasn't quite been there yet today, but we're starting to see a few signs that we're looking at it again in terms of fielding anyway.
I think Winfield Hill, who drives uppishly into the offside, has been worth at least 86% so far.
Yeah,
She's,
but you've got a classic example there, great diving stop, but the fielder hadn't. Turner's a great little fielder by the looks of her. She came around behind her just in case, and you need to be doing that every single ball.
Look, Turner running through as well there to just whiz Thunder round. But yeah, 86 the score for Lauren Winfield Hill at the moment. That is the decisive factor in this game. Was put down on 20, or well, the catch wasn't even reached on 28, and then a tough chance for Threlkeld on the cut standing up was put down on 83 as well. So she's had her look, but she's used it very, very well as Laura Jackson comes in again, and this was pulled by Stair Callis just over the top of Danielle Collins, and that should go all the way for 4, but it's slowing up. 3 fielders are chasing it. Collins has got all the way back to it on the slide. They come through for 3, and that will take the Northern Diamonds past 150. 152 for 2, and they've brought those runs up in very fine fashion with some very, very good batting. Good numbers still here at Sale Cricket Club, though.
Just like Catherine Brunt behind us there, shouting at the ball to go a little bit quicker to the boundary there as I was screaming at it to slow down.
Well, if I was the ball, I'd listen to it.
She did.
Catherine
They
Brunt,
did. They didn't listen to me.
Jackson bowls, and this one's clubbed away by Winfield Hill, leaning back ever so slightly, and there's more encouragement from the Diamonds team. 156 for 2. Winfield Hill is on to 90, and you can expect a rapturous reception, I am sure, when we see Winfield Hill get these 10 runs, unless Laura Jackson or one of the Thunder players can do something about that. Here comes Jackson once more, right arm over the wicket from the Dane Road end, dabbed into the offside, and Dottin for once couldn't gather, was trying one-handed there just as it hit the sort of artificial strip on the left-hand side of the view we have from the pavilion, just wide of the tennis courts at the Dane Road
pesky end. Strip did for her again there.
Not even Dottin could have picked that one up. Here comes Jackson, creasing her pace as she approaches the crease and bowls. Oh, and it's snuck through past Ali Threlkeld, who throws the glove off and ensures there's no bye. There's a big heave really there by Stair Callis. She's probably thinking, well, Winfield Hill's got 91 now. I probably need to make sure that I swing my bat a bit if I'm going to get any runs here. 157 for 2, 236 the target, remember, as Jackson comes in a bowl, short of a length. Stair Callis onto the pull. Sachi Pai is out at square leg. It bobbled just in front of her, and that allows 2 to be taken by Stair Callis, who's on to 8. 159 for 2. Those runs required just seem to be trickling away, and it's got that feel now, hasn't it, as if they will just trickle away from here.
I don't know, there seems to be more energy in that field. I think the tide's definitely not slowing quite yet.
77 required, but Alison Byrne bang on there. There are some encouraging signs from Thunder. They've just lifted their level slightly, which will help. They've got a second wicket as well. But the problem is there's too many loose balls like that, and it's been dispatched for 4. 163 for 2. A freeing of the hands there from Stair Callis, and that is away for 4 more. Callis into double figures. 163 at the halfway stage, the 25 over mark, and well, the rate we're going, they're not even stopping for drinks here. 73 more required. So tough task here for the Thunder. They've been second best, unfortunately, for long periods of this game, and a big part of that is Lauren Winfield Hill. Comes down the track, hits over the top. That's going to be 4 more of them, is it? No, long off comes round, and we'll keep it to 2. A good bit of work by Hannah Jones. Alex Hartley takes the ball again. Dearly love stopping her former international teammate from getting to these 3 figures. 93 to Winfield Hill's name. It's hit high and in the air. Now this is going to be a chance. It's Hannah Jones who's coming down underneath it. It's gone very, very high in the air. And Hannah Jones, who couldn't get to a catch on 28, has taken Lauren Winfield Hill for 93. It may not be enough to change the course of this game. However, it was a big, big moment, and you talk about those little 1%ers you want to take into thing. Well, Hannah Jones has come back and taken 2 catches. 165 for 3 is the Northern Diamonds score.
But that's what I'm talking about in terms of the season going forward as well. She needed that for her confidence and everything else that goes with that. What an innings, though.
Yeah, what an innings indeed. Yvonne Graves making her way out. There's a big smile on Lauren Winfield Hill's face. She'll be gutted she couldn't get to those 3 figures, but the warmth of the applause matched by the warmth of the sun will tell you that Lauren Winfield Hill has been played well. The innings that is probably going to define this game. Another 71 required for victory as she leaves the park. Chances on 28 and on 83, but that doesn't take anything away from the fineness of that knock.
Meanwhile, Rachael has had another chance to give her team a pep talk. All good.
Well, let's see just how much pressure Thunder can apply now. They know Stair Callis is going to put bat to ball. They know Bess Heath will come in and put bat to ball. And Yvonne Graves is another who will put bat to ball as well. So, but if they can take advantage of that, hold their chances, then all of a sudden it can become a little bit more sticky, this chase. Here's Alex Hartley just spinning the ball away from Graves, who plays it behind square on the offside. No run on offer, despite a little bit of commotion from the Diamonds bench.
If I remember rightly, Bess Heath likes very much to drive straight over the bowler's head.
Yeah, she's probably the one who could end this very quickly, although Yvonne Graves, who's at the wicket now, likes to play a shot or 2 as well, but she's surviving an LBW appeal at present. But good to see lots of Thunder players involved in that appeal as well. So just a little bit of buzz, couple of wickets they've got, just opening the thinnest of chances to find a way to victory here as Dottin comes in, picks up from mid-wicket.
Hartley's got a bit of a bounce in her step as well. She's running in there, noticed?
Yeah, 21 wickets in the 50 over Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy so far to her name. Trying to add another one as this one is driven back to Alex Hartley by Yvonne Graves, who settles for 3 dots there. 165 for 3. 27 overs of the reply gone from Northern Diamonds, and they will be very pleased with the position they find themselves in. It should, as we say, just trickle away from here, you would suspect, but Hannah Jones, Alex Hartley, Deandra Dottin, Laura Jackson, they may well all have very different ideas on that. They may still feel they can apply a little bit of pressure and at very least push the Diamonds here, as this one is played into the offside of the front foot. Hannah Jones with 3 overs so far into her 4th. Whirls in a little bit on the short side, pulled away by Stair Callis. Swept maybe more so, he was sort of on the front foot there. 1 run taken, 166 for 3. Jackson's bowled 8, 53 for 2. She's probably the pick of the bowlers, although has been expensive, as most have. Here comes Jones again, bowling. Ooh, and that one's popped up a little bit.
It's gripping a bit now, Mike, isn't it?
Yeah, just starting to go, isn't it? So perhaps just something in this chase still. Another 70 required for the win, as this one's pushed into the onside.
Bit of fielding there.
Laura Jackson, the one affecting it. But the rate so far from the Northern Diamonds has been very, very good indeed. It's been above won a ball at the start of this over. And Hannah Jones has got the breakthrough that Thunder wanted. It's Yvonne Graves, without scoring, playing across the ball. And we're going to get a look at another batter here. Just a little bit of twitchiness all of a sudden. Winfield Hill, who was guiding Diamonds to the victory, Armitage as well, they've both gone. And they've been joined now by Yvonne Graves. Lindsay Smith was out early. Bess Heath comes in. And Alison Byrne, I think, is looking forward to watching her, because Bess Heath hits a clean ball, doesn't she?
She does. I remember watching her last season against us at, where was it, Chester Boughton Hall?
Indeed.
And I actually wasn't doing commentary that day. I just popped down to watch half the game, living just down the road from there, and I saw some glorious shots straight over the bowler's head from Bess Heath. Hoping that they'll be caught this time.
Well, indeed, that's the question, isn't it? And she does take the aerial route as well, Bess Heath.
Jonesy's on a hat trick of catches now as well.
Yeah, she's got 2 to her name, and now a wicket bowled. Yvonne Graves bowled for naught.
That's a shame for the Diamonds players to get a duck. It's never nice to see somebody get a duck, to be fair.
No, although Hannah Jones will be hoping she can produce another one with this delivery to Bess Heath, who is sort of fiddling it on the drive really to Emma Lamb at short extra cover. I think was the player who disappeared momentarily when we saw Sophia Turner coming on. 28 overs gone then, 166 for 4. Another breakthrough for the Thunder in that over. So they've begun to just try and claw their way back into this one.
Same number of wickets at this stage. They're 10 runs ahead.
So it's closer than you might think, but of course the Thunder innings was always slowing until probably about the 45 over mark, as Alex Hartley bowls. It's flashed on the drive by Stair Callis into the offside. They'd certainly need, if they're to have any chance here, they'd certainly need these two, because just by presence of being at the crease and the way they play, they're going to keep accelerating towards that target as Stair Callis defends this one into the offside. But if these two go, it could get very, very sticky indeed from a Diamonds point of view. Here's Alex Hartley. Stair Callis aerially. I think Dottin got fingertips to it, diving away to her left-hand side. She looks at those fingertips. It would have been a spectacular grab, but she wasn't far off.
Saved her 4. Let's look on the bright side.
Wasn't far off at all. And, well, another opportunity. Stair Callis defends into the offside. 166 for 4 the score. Stair Callis on 13 when Dottin got fingertips to the ball. Here's Alex Hartley again. Callis into the offside. That could have been one of the 2 people that you feel Thunder need if they're going to win this game gone, but it just, as soon as the chance appeared, it slipped past the fingertips of Deandra Dottin.
Good over there, Michael.
It was a good over. A maiden over, in fact. 166 for 4. The score remains. The 29th over, a maiden. But perhaps the biggest moment was the attempted catch by Deandra Dottin. Good to still have around 750 of you watching the live stream at the moment on Lancs TV. Reminder, we've got the 2020 game coming up as well. That's between Lightning and Birmingham Bears, for the right to top the North group of the T20 competition, as that's driven firmly to Emma Lamb. Test match going on at the same time too, as this one is hit aerially, and this should be out. No, Phoebe Graham can't get underneath it. It was in the air a long time. You said Bess Heath liked to go aerially and liked to go straight. She tried that to Hannah Jones, got it wrong. Now both these batters at the crease that Thunder needed to get rid of to win this game have both been put down. Bess Heath without scoring. She gets off the mark now, playing it into the leg side.
I think that was another one where Phoebe Graham didn't actually, for whatever reason, didn't see
Didn't
the
pick
flight
it
of
up,
it.
and it
Didn't
was
pick
the-
it up.
and
And
it
I
was-
was thinking, oh, this is easy out, but obviously it's different from a P. You get a different view of it completely, don't you?
And it was the same sort of area where Hannah Jones herself, who's bowling now, was fielding when she couldn't get to one off Lauren Winfield Hill. So I don't know, whatever the issue is, I don't know if it's that white
is it the
cover behind
White
and the
House
white
in the
ball, the White
background?
House, yeah,
Yeah.
but for whatever reason, the ball isn't getting picked up at the mid-off position when the bowling's from the Dane Road end of the ground, as this one is defended into the pitch. No run on offer.
Well, if this game follows the same pattern, Phoebe Graham will get another chance, don't worry. She'll get the second one.
167 for 4, the score at the end of that, the 30th over. 2 chances, one given by Callis, another given by Heath, as a single is taken, sorry, to actually end the over.
Those one-handed
168.
pickups, Mike, they're ridiculous, aren't they? Dotting on the run.
Yeah, they're incredible.
She must have like quads of steel to be able to get down that low and bounce back up again in a millisecond.
Yeah, I mean,
Crazy.
just a real treat, her ground fielding. But those 2 chances against Callis and Heath costing Thunder at the moment, as well as the 2 against Winfield Hill. But can they still keep the spirit up and keep going? It had seemed to have gone flat, but all of a sudden they've just managed to pick it back up here, Thunder, and you never know. Alex Hartley tweaks a one in the direction of Callis, who picks up a single. Lots of encouragement for Alex Hartley here, who is enjoying her work. Just thinks about sending a fielder a bit deeper at mid-off, but decides against it. Bowls now to Heath, who drives into the offside. One to her name. Heath just struggling to find the pace of this pitch, it seems. Here she goes again. Hartley to Heath. Pad taken this time. Jones comes across.
Here we go, energy in the field again. It's back.
Here is Alex Hartley. This one's edged past the wicketkeeper, Threlkeld. There's a little bit of pad involved there as well. Another single taken. 170 for 4. Heath on to 2. Callis has 15. Hartley to Callis again. Cut into the offside. Threlkeld deals with it with the gloves. 236, remember the target. So another 66 required. Driven.
Oh,
Alex Hartley got a little touch onto the stumps, and it was a cheeky appeal more than
Cheeky.
anything. I think she knew that Bess Heath was back in her ground, but Callis and Heath confer in the middle. Just slowing up slightly, isn't it, the chase. 170 for 4. Couple of chances as well. Northern Diamonds just need to think about how they're going to get there. And yeah,
I think we've just, if we're doing neck and neck and horse race, we've just taken the lead, I think, by a neck.
164 for 4 is the score I had after 31, so you're right, as that one's driven away to Emma Lamb. And there is just a bit more zip, and it's just, with the slower bowlers, just getting a bit more tricky. Here's Jones bowling, driven up to Phoebe Graham, can't gather. In a fairly tough time at the moment is Phoebe Graham. 171 for 4.
Long way down for Phoebe.
Here goes Jones again. Cut away.
Fielded.
Off Dottin, onto Mullin, who zips it back in. 172 for 4. They're just sort of almost trying to make him do it in singles all of a sudden, which is better pressure from Thunder. Hannah Jones bowls. It's driven by Bess Heath, but only back to the bowler. 64 still needed for victory by the Northern Diamonds. They're going to inch their way there, the way things are going at the moment. Cut by Heath. Well, she's got other ideas. 4 runs, finds a way through the field. Thunder had brought players in and we're trying to make it difficult, but 176 for 4 the total moves on to. Another 60 required for victory here. Good to have around 750 of you with us on Lancs TV, watching this game, watching the conclusion of it, as back goes Mullin in response to that change. Winfield Hill with 93. Pick of the bowlers as Hannah Jones is driven past Emma Lamb up to Phoebe Graham. Actually, Georgie Boyce who took that catch off Alex Hartley for the dismissal of Lauren Winfield Hill on 93. A crucial one it was, though. Holly Armitage out, caught by Hannah Jones at backward point off the bowling of Laura Jackson for 47. You've seen Jones picking up Yvonne Graves bowled, and Lindsay Smith was the first to go, caught by Threlkeld attempting a pull off Laura Jackson. So Jackson has 2 overs left, 253. The spinners, Hartley with 3 overs left, beginning it now, and it's dabbed behind square on the offside by Stair Callis. The chase is on by Laura Jackson. She'll slide, pick up and return. 2 taken, 178 for 4, 58 for victory for the Northern Diamonds. There's also another 4 overs left for Hannah Jones, as this one's turned towards Hannah Jones, who's fielding at the 45 position, picks up left hand and throws in. Wind continues to ruffle the paper and rattle across our commentary position. 179 for 4 as we squint into the sunshine now. It's becoming a very nice Sunday afternoon all of a sudden, as Bess Heath just prods that one back, just getting there a little early with the weight back on that occasion. Here comes Alex Hartley, 56 for victory. It's uppishly driven towards Phoebe Graham.
There you go, Phoebe Graham
mid-on.
well stopped.
She affects the stop there. Alex Hartley just trying to build some pressure, just trying to build a bit of theatre here as much as anything. She bowls again to Bess Heath, who can't find a route out of the inner ring of fielders. 56 to win. More buzz about Thunder fielding all of a sudden. This game looked to be well in Diamond's control when Armitage and Winfield Hill were going, but all of a sudden 2 fresher batters at the crease, and it's becoming more of a struggle.
I think Dotting's coming on. She's got her hat off, or is she? Or is she just teasing us? She's going to bowl 6 slow balls, Mike.
We'll see, we'll see. I think she likes to just go straight and as quick as she can, really.
Is that in part of the West Indian makeup as a fast bowler to bowl a slower ball? Miss Williams is laughing behind me here.
It's clearly not in the Alea Williams makeup. You'd rather go straight and fast, I think. There's a definite nod.
Definite nod and a big broad smile.
As Deandra Dottin takes the ball, and Stair Callis adjusts her visor. I replace my visor, which is my hand, trying to keep the sun out from this end, as this one is dabbed away behind square on the offside, just deflected into a gap off the front foot by Callis, who's back for 2 into the 20s now. 21, 181 for 4, the target 236. Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket being brought to you from Sale Cricket Club. Dottin turns at the back of her run. Threlkeld up to the stumps. Deandra Dottin, straight and quick she goes, and straight and quick it goes back past her for 4 runs. Neat stroke from Stair Callis. moves on to 25, 185 for 4. Just feels as if the pressure released a bit there. So hard to keep it on, given the start that Diamonds have had. Getting to 145 before losing their second wicket. Here goes Dottin again, played away behind square.
It's a delicate touch, Mike.
Half forward, wasn't she, and just allowed it to hit the bat as much as anything. 186 for 4 as Alison Byrne is now in short sleeves, which just shows you, as I say, we've had ever-changing weather conditions. We were jumpers and coats at the start of this innings. There was a woman with a rug that's now round her knees that was up round her neck at one point, but it's back round the knees now, which shows you that it's getting warmer. 187 for 4 with that twiddly little drive through the offside. Wind keeps blowing. See the marquee really being ruffled on the far side. It's one of those sort of gazebo-y tile marquees with the kind of white plastic windows. We did commentate through one of those in the wet at Chester Boughton Hall once as Deandra Dottin comes in. It's short and played into the offside. Emma Lamb gets across, down it goes. They were quite muddy, those windows, as I recall. 187 becomes 188 for 4. As the numbers continue to whir by on the scoreboard in the distance.
So, what's she got up her sleeve? Come on, Dots.
Here comes Deandra Dottin again. Bowls full, driven back at her, and she manages to grab it one hand as another display of athleticism.
I can't decide whether she's left or right-handed, even though she bowls much right-handed now after that.
Yeah, you almost felt she could throw down the stumps with the left hand if Deandra Dottin had wanted to. Works very hard at a game and a fielding, I'm sure, but there's also a natural talent at the same time, and that combination means she's somebody to be feared. We've heard all about the Barbados prospects at the Commonwealth Games, obviously competing as a country in that. Usually would compete as the West Indies as a whole, the combination of islands, but this one's twiddled away. They've got a single to Hannah Jones there that perhaps shouldn't have been on offer. 189 for 4, and it just felt that last over with the drive down the ground as if the pressure had released. Can Alex Hartley put it back on with the left arm tweakers? It's been a wicket in which the spinners have had the best of it so far. Daisy Mullen picks up cleanly, keeps it to 1 on the shorter side of the ground. It's very deceptive that it was only really in the second half of this game that I realised quite how different the boundaries were. I think it was that Winfield Hill shot that would have probably gone for 2 sixes on this side. It would have been straight into the netting, but bounced twice before crossing the rope on the far side, as this one is.
I think it's slightly uphill as well that way, I think, which makes it feel further, doesn't it, when you're hitting up the hill?
Indeed, indeed. Alex Hart producing a dot there, taking the pad. 46 required for the win by Northern Diamonds. They're inching their way there, but both these two batters have given chances, and that's probably where Thunder will be looking, as well as the 2 possible chances against Winfield Hill as the areas where this game was won and lost. But there's still an opportunity as Alex Hartley bowls again, turned leg side, uppishly, but doesn't quite carry to Deandra Dottin, who, to be fair, her catch at mid-wicket would have been very spectacular if she'd clung on.
Specky plus, Mike.
It's bowled well there, and off the inside bit of the bat from Stair Callis, who has to get a bit of a move on. She turned fairly slow. Threll Kelb throws at the non-striker's end. A little bit of frustration there, perhaps, from Threll Kelb, that her team have, again, seems to just lull off it ever so slightly here. 192 for 4. That's another 44 runs for victory. It should, and you say should, happen from here. But if they get rid of these 2, they just leave themselves a little chance, just a possibility of winning their opening game in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Thunder will be taking on teams from all around the country in this competition. Likes of Lightning, Sunrisers, Western Storm, Southeast Stars. As in comes Deandra Dottin around the wicket this time, trying to cramp the batter for room, and does so really there. And it was just defended out into the offside. Here comes Deandra Dottin once more. Dane Road end of the ground, bowls, and this one is played away to
Seems like she's come up with a plan here. 2 balls, 2 dot balls.
Central Sparks and Southern Vipers, who played yesterday, completing those sides in the competition that Thunder will be up against. But it's Diamonds, their closest rivals, who they play here today. And it's Diamonds who are winning this game as things stand. That one twirled away into the leg side on the pivot. 193 for 4. 43 for victory. Deandra Dottin to the back of her run. Phoebe Graham looks up from mid-off, sees Dottin running in, throws that one down powerfully towards the stumps, but it's driven back at Deandra Dottin, and the board doesn't move from 193 for 4. A very neat little score box over there as well, almost like a little shed with a row of flowers on little troughs at the front there. Plenty sat in the seats on the far side. Sure, 1 or 2 at our end, having to shield their eyes from the sun as I am here, and that one is defended in competent fashion. Just back down the pitch to Dottin. These sides continue to scrap for this win. It looks as if it's going Northern Diamonds' way. It looks as if this partnership will take the game away from Thunder. 166 for 4 was the score when Yvonne Graves departed for North. That's chopped into the offside. Laura Jackson's there.
Just the one off the over,
193 for
I think.
4. A neat over as well.
Yeah, very good. Should be pleased with that.
35 over mark by comparison. It was 175 for 5 in the Thunder innings. So having got back ahead, they're starting to just drift behind slightly now. But it's that case again, isn't it? We're back to needing a couple of wickets just to even things up here, Alison Burke.
Yeah, for sure. Slight lull in the volume levels indicates.
Here comes Alex Hartley, bowling to Bess Heath, who's gone big over the leg side towards that little score hut, and it hits it, in fact, just in front of the flowers. The light flashes on and it indicates 4 runs have been scored. 197 for 4. Northern Diamonds closing in on the 200 mark. That would leave them just 36 more required.
I think they've got a bit fed up of dibby-dubbing.
Well, neither of these players are particularly like that, and Heath's gone down the ground. There is a long-on fielder. Oh, it's a spectacular attempt from Phoebe Graham, throwing herself full length to try and both stop the 6 and take the catch. Well, she stopped the 6 but couldn't hold on to the ball, and it's bounced over the rope for 4 runs. It brings up the Northern Diamonds 200 as well. They are 201 for 4, needing 35 more to win this game. And Bess Heath has hit a couple of decisive shots in this game, it feels. Takes her on to 18, and I think takes the game away from Thunder. Much as it bounced away from Phoebe Graham there, that was how it felt. But Thunder will look at this and say, we had our chances, I think, as this one is driven off the back foot to Danielle Collins. Hartley to Heath again. Pushed into the offside, no run. 201 for 4. Heath taps the bat once more. Hartley aborts the run-up. Goes back to a mark, starts again. In these windy conditions in Sale, just taking the edge off the heat again all of a sudden. Now the sun's out, dotting across at mid-wicket to affect the feeler. Dean?
Batter's waving for something. Need love, maybe.
Perhaps. We've reached the end of the over.
Yep.
201 for 4, and it feels as if those 2 hits from Bess Heath may well prove the last opportunity in this game for Thunder. Alison Byrne.
Indeed. To be honest with you, I've been slightly distracted by glove gaze here. Why would you? Why would you need to change your gloves? You've only been batting for a couple of overs. Surely you put gloves on. You think, they're my gloves. Go out.
Something to do, isn't it?
Not. Don't get it. That's because we never had a spare pair of gloves. We'd have had to play without gloves on if it happened to us, I'm sure. Same in the West Indies. There you go.
Proper cricket. As
anyway, game on. Where were we?
Emma Lamb is into the attack.
Come on, Lammy.
Just moving backward square, a little more backward on the boundary. And here comes Emma Lamb. It's a better ball, a bit more flight than in her first overs in this game. There were 3 of them from the Kingston Drive end. Now she's at the Dane Road end. Punched up the ground on the onside to Georgie Boyce, who throws it in. 202 for 4. 34 to win. Northern Diamonds hit some decisive blows in the last over. Callis is on 30. It was Heath who hit them, who is on 18. And she hits again into the offside on the drive. Round comes Phoebe Graham. Gets there and stops it, but not before 2 are taken. Emma Lamb snatches the ball in slightly frustrated fashion there. 204 for 4. 32 to win. Lamb twirls in once more. It's short and it's going to be hit behind square on the leg side for 4. Doesn't matter how backward you put that fielder, they ain't going to get it. The yard either side of them and that'd have gone. 208 for 4. Poor bit of bowling from Lamb. She's looked like she's feeling the effects of that test match in her bowling, it has to be said.
I think she is stiff.
Just struggling to find a length
like we want them to.
on a consistent basis. Has another go here, and Heath is going to hit it on the offside for 4 off the back foot. 212 for 4 is the Diamonds total, and it feels giving these 2 lives has ultimately taken the pressure off again in this game. Heath is up to 28 with those 4 boundaries in the last couple of overs, and the game is only going one way again. Here's Emma Lamb. Flights it up slightly, and Hannah Jones has missed the pickup, and as I say, it's looking a little ragged again all of a sudden from Thunder. It did in the middle of the innings when Winfield Hill and Armitage were going, and it does now with Callis and Heath, who've both given chances going. 214 for 4 at the end of the 38th over. This chase is 236. So this game is all but done now, when 22 more runs are required.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
Is this one though where they will go off the pitch and go, look, if we'd just taken our chances here, we could have done something?
Do you know, I don't even think it'll be the chances they'll be upset about. I think they'll be upset about the length that they've bowled. I think they'll perhaps rue the fact that they've not been backing up quickly enough, they've not been walking in quickly enough. There's a lot of quick singles being taken that maybe shouldn't have been done. It's little things.
But it's sort of, if you're doing those little things, when the chance comes, you're just that yard closer, aren't you?
And then you're on the move as well.
Then you take them, and they just haven't been there today in the way you need to be at 50 over
positives
cricket.
has been the batting of some of the less experienced players in Thunder's side. Pye, Mullin, Collins, they all did a job.
Dot ball there Stair Callis to start with jamming down on it, and she has to jam down again, this time though diverting it into the offside for 1. Thought about coming back for 2, but it was never on. 2:15 for 4, 21 for victory. The Diamonds will get there, it feels now. Good to have around 600 of you still with us. Fantastic to bring you this opening game of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Plenty more entertainment to come as that one's driven back to Hannah Jones. Next weekend the fixtures will continue in this competition. There's Jones bowls to Heath, who plays into the leg side, but no thought of a run because Deandra Dotton was fielding the ball, and she is absolutely exceptional when it comes to ground fielding. Through it goes to the gloves of Rachael, just jumping over the cut stroke there of Bess Heath, but you can tell by the way she's chatting away to Ellie Rachael, she feels fairly comfortable now. Plays it away this time on the cut. Didn't jump over the bat this time, but good fielding by Laura Jackson, applauded by Alison Byrne.
She fielded very well today, hasn't she?
She has indeed. 2:16 for 4, 20 needed for victory in this game. As I say, opening weekend of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, victories for Western Storm, Southern Vipers, both of those via the DLS method. South East Stars winning without any interference from the weather. Next Saturday, Thunder are away at Lightning at the Hazelgrave ground, and Northern Diamonds take on Sunrisers at Headingley in Leeds. There's also Southern Vipers versus South East Stars. Interesting to see how that one goes, given South East Stars won their first game, and Western Storm, who were very impressive yesterday, play at Bristol against the Central Sparks. And the fixtures continue on the Saturday the 16th and Saturday the 23rd as well, before we have the break for the Commonwealth Games, hopefully featuring Alea Williams, who's joined us on commentary today as well. So we shall keep an eye on Barbados, certainly from a Thunder perspective now in that competition.
Yeah, they're going to have to be any Thunder supporters out there. I think you've got to have half an hour on Barbados. If you go down to Birmingham and England aren't playing, give them a shout, will you?
Here comes Laura Jackson. Dane Road end of the ground, bowls just short of a length and cut away nicely. Across comes Daisy Mullen, quick across the ground, but will she prevent 2? No. It's almost as if Northern Diamonds can sense that victory's there, and it's just pushing them through a little bit quicker. 218 for 4, 18 more required to reach the total of 236. Can Jackson produce one more bit of magic? She almost looked as if she got a team back into the game at one point, as Mullen doesn't gather cleanly this time. Bobbling on the surface unkindly and just popped up into her face. 220 for 4, 16 more needed. Reminder in the test match, India 37 for 1 in their second innings at tea, having bowled England out for 284 and made 416 in their first innings. It's a lead of 169 as Laura Jackson bowls. Lamb can't get across to prevent it going out the ring, and the very busy Daisy Mullen does the fielding once again. 221 for 4, 15 more required for victory. We're into the stage where it could all happen in a bit of a hurry here. A couple of boundaries and Northern Diamonds are there. They've been indebted to Stair Callis and Bess Heath, producing a partnership when it was needed, and they add one to that partnership. 222 for 4. Came together with a score on 166. So 56 the partnership between these two. Here's Jackson. Up to the wickets, bowls, and it's hit towards Emma Lamb. Takes it with one hand away to her right hand side.
Good job they've got trousers on these days. That wouldn't have been pleasant in one of the old Kellogg's on those used wickets.
Ooh. No, that would have hurt. in the olden days.
Back in the dark ages.
In comes Jackson, bowls full, hit back over the top. We said this could have a bit of a hurry to it. Well, that was a lovely shot down the ground. 4 runs, 2-6 now. 10 away from the victory target.
That's a little treat for the young lady who fielded that from behind the boundary. She was very pleased with herself getting that back to the fielders. That's nice.
Well, it was hit hard, to be fair. She did well to gather it.
She did well. She must have been about, what, 8 years of age?
Something like that, yeah.
Lovely.
There was a danger it could have taken her with it. But she stood up strong. So 10 overs to go. I think the only unfortunate aspect for Northern Diamonds here is their run rate might not be quite enough for that bonus point, but they'll go level with the Southern Vipers with 4, and Storm and Stars will be top with 5 points each, as that one's hit down the ground for 1 more. 9 for victory. 2-7 for 4 is the score. Bess Heath on strike. She has 40, so 2 big hits and she could get a half century. Tries to affect one of those big hits, but only picks up a single to Georgie Boyce at long off, who caught the catch of Lauren Winfield Hill for 93 off the bowling of Alex Hartley. That stage, you were thinking, you never know, particularly when Yvonne Graves followed a run later and an over later at 166 for 4, but these two have gone along very nicely indeed and put on the partnership that will settle this game. Another single goes away into the leg side, just brings that victory total that fraction closer. 7 more required as the partnership ticks on once more. And it's
great fielding again.
Good bit of fielding once more with
are you getting your order for your tea there, Mark?
that one is chopped away. 2-2-9 for 4 is the score, as Hannah Jones plays it away into the offside, and there is no run on offer. Heath just biding her time now. She knows it's a single and a hit away. There's the single, behind square on the leg side. She thought about 2, didn't need to be taken though. Heath to 42, 230 the score, 6 needed for victory, and Callis has 34 to her name and will be at the non-striker's end. 6 needed for the win now, Alison Byrne. It's all over, but
it is really.
Thunder, they had that little spell, didn't they, in the middle where they just got back into it, but the rest of the innings just hasn't quite been at the standard you need to win a 50-over game.
They needed that minor victory in the middle of the innings there, because if they'd just, you know, dissolved and gone downhill for the next 10, 12 overs after that and lost it in what they were in danger of losing this game after 30 overs.
Yeah.
So those minor victories within defeats, if you like, which will help give them confidence to move forward and attack the next game. They will have learned from this situation as well.
But I think our assessment of the pitch of 250 upwards was probably correct here, even despite some of the little mishaps in the field. Laura Jackson short of a length, hit vigorously up towards Phoebe Graham, who hasn't had a particularly good day in the field, it has to be said, and doesn't feel cleanly there. 2-3-1 for 4.
We'd have said otherwise if she'd taken that specky on the boundary.
Well, yes, we would have, and she did save 6 there, it has to be said.
She
but,
did, definitely 2 runs saved there.
In comes Jackson, just turned into the leg side. A sort of stationary position on the crease. Good to have had you all with us today. Do make sure you hit the like button, as around 850 of you have done so before moving on today. It's been great to have your company, as this one is cracked away to Daisy Mullen. 4 required for victory now with that single. 2-3-2 for 4 the total. Northern Diamonds on course for victory in their first Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game of the season. as we say, fixtures to come on Saturday the 9th of July, with Thunder going to Lightning, Diamonds entertaining Sunrisers, and then games on the 16th and 23rd before we get into the Commonwealth Games. And of course the 100, which will also feature Deandra Dotton as a Manchester original. Another single to the total behind square on the offside, 233 for 4. 3 more needed. Jackson will be trying to make sure they don't come off her bowling. Bowls a slower ball, almost a Jenny Gunn-esque slower ball, as this one's thrown to the non-striker's end. Through quickly came Callis, on to 36, 234 for 4. Bess Heath has 44 as I peer into the distance, so one big hit here. She could have a half-century to walk off the pitch with. Be an ambitious effort, but she does hit it straight and hard. Here's Jackson, slower ball, and she has to settle for a dab behind square to take the scores level. Will she come back? Stair Callis wasn't particularly interested, she thinks. I think that she'll have a go at hitting the boundary to win the game. 2-3-5, scores level, but crucially Diamonds only have 4 wickets down. And it's Bess Heath that's nicked the strike anyway, so she'll have a go off. She'll have a go off a different bowler instead. It's been a tough day for the Thunder, but 82 from Emma Lamb. That was an excellent innings to behold, but 93 from Lauren Winfield Hill has rather wiped it out, and the 47 from Armitage was the sort of innings that Thunder never managed to have, just to match their premier batter Emma Lamb. Dotton threatened, Sachi Pai got 40 not out as well, as this one is slashed away on the 41 not out. In fact, Sachi Pai's that was slashed away, but not for the winning runs of Hannah Jones. Ball's sort of quite flat left arm spin, so she'll be difficult to pick up for Bess Heath here. Who's going to try though, and she's hit it high, and she's hit it hard, and she's hit it over the top of the 50-foot netting and into someone's front garden. Well, that is a way to win a game of cricket. 236 was the target, and Bess Heath goes on to 51 not out. Stair Callis 35 not out at the other end. What a way to finish a game for the Northern Diamonds. They win by 6 wickets here. Alison Byrne, your final thoughts here from, well, both sides' perspectives, really.
Diamonds will be happy, obviously. They've got a win. They've got a few batters who've hit quite a few runs there. They've got their eye in. Bowlers bowled well. Jenny Gunn's slow ball, amazing. Yeah, and there are some positives to take from the Thunder, but you know, it's balanced with, I think, slight, shall we say, slight imperfections in the fielding. But you know, hopefully when we get Crossy back and Sophie back, that'll add a little bit more quality to the bowling attack and allow the rest of the bowlers to regroup and learn from the experience, so all good. Well,
a reminder, hit that like button before you leave this stream. You've also got more entertainment from Lancs TV to come tonight. Lightning taking on the Birmingham Bears in their final T20 Blast game to decide who tops the group. The players just shaking hands below us. Emma Lamb making 82 for Thunder in the first innings of the game. Sachi Pai was the other pick of the batters with 41 not out. The wickets were spread around. Levick 2 for 45 and Lindsay Smith 2 for 34, showing that the slow bowling was probably the way forward. Diamonds dominated the reply. Winfield Hill with 93, Armitage 47. There was also a half-century for Bess Heath, brought up with that final hit of the game into the front garden. 35 not out is where Stair Callis finished, Heath finishing on 51. A 6-wicket victory for the Northern Diamonds. Do join us again as the competition progresses over the next 3 Saturdays. But for now, from Sale Cricket Club, from Mike Perkins, from Alison Byrne, and from Alea Williams as well, who joined us from the Barbados team, it is a goodbye.